Dhamma of cause and effect, it says Nama Rupa Paccaya Vijnanam, meaning the belief that we have about a thought that comes from inside Nama, and the belief that there are things outside Rupa creates another thought or a knowing, which is an illusion, a lie. The same way coming together of sound and color is called Nama, Rupa. For example, when we hear the word pineapple, Nama, the image of a pineapple comes to our mind, Rupa. The coming together of the sound and color is the creation of the illusion called thought or vijnana. The sound and color is put together in your mind consciousness. If you receive a sound, you automatically connect it to a shape or a thing. That means a chittaya or a thought is formed. The fact that you received a sound means it is also a thought. The sound does not come from outside. The sound is also a thought that comes from within. We live in a world of thought. We don't live in a world outside. Upasikawa. I understand Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa. Nate kamayani chitrani loko. Sankappa rago purisassa kamo. Meaning the naming of something beautiful or ugly does not exist outside. Beauty and ugliness exist only in our thought. We are the ones who think it is beautiful or ugly. The book does not say that it is a book. The mango tree does not name itself as mango tree. It is us who label it, named it. All these words are data that was fed into us from the very small age. They are called Sammuti Prajnapti, meaning that these names have been given by us to all objects, not that the objects named themselves. Aryan Mahansa. Now you are clear about the term Mohattata Avadiya, or the awakening to the moment. Now you have to learn to practice how to awaken to the moment. You must not believe in what all you see. You should not accept things that are outside. If there is a thing outside, that means there is you on this side. Upasika. If there is something outside, that means that there is you, an observer on this side. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansa. If there is a book that you see or that you think of, actually that is you. In other words, you are the book. Earlier in this discussion, we spoke about an awareness. You have to have an awareness which is beyond thoughts. You have to realize that it is not that you see, but what you see is a thought. In other words, what you see is what you think. Awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awakened to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no nama, rupa, or name and form. There is no duality, or in other words, we do not create a me and an outside. This moment does not have the concept of time. There is no thing in this moment of being aware. Being aware is wisdom. A book is a thing, an object. A table is an object. Sankara, or having a thought at any moment, means you have a feeling that you exist. You are at this end and the world at the other end. When you realize the pure truth, or we could say when we awaken to the moment, we would realize that it is our thoughts that creates this illusion of existence. It is also called Vijnana Maya. A thing exists only because a sound and a color came together. If you have a feeling, it is the Vijnana. It is a thing. When Nama, thoughts generated from within, Rupa, thoughts generated due to the belief and an outside exist, comes together, it is also another thought. Thank you.
effective explanation, Mr. Bernard. How you clearly explained how we get caught in this unreal world due to the ignorance, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? You very well explained how we become victims in a way, though there are no people. Somehow we become victims of this mind consciousness or the
That's right.
illusory mind consciousness.
Yeah, yeah,
That's very beautiful. So I would like to continue from where you stopped, Mr. Bernard. So as you said, when we see the mango tree, it becomes a mango tree due to ignorance. So you very well explained the scientific concept actually, that human eye cannot capture all these vibrations and sparking. But only thing we know is ultimately the mango tree becomes real to us. That is because you very well explained all the data associated with that particular image, like rustling of the leaves, the sound. You beautifully came up with that. And then the roughness of the tree trunk, if you have touched the leaves one day, that roughness or softness, that smell. So if you have, as a child, even licked, some children lick the tree trunks and leaves, so that taste also, in that very moment, all come in one spark, that is telepathizing. You told all the data comes in, and it becomes real to us. And the danger is, the moment that mango tree as a real entity, that objectification or that materialization of this tree happens, the other side, you were explaining duality, the self, the observer, the person who sees this naturally arises. It's like an equation. The moment you see an object, on the other side, the person is there, and at the same time, what happens is that value, uh, although we use the word value, there we have to be very careful. Even I have realized, because I understood it. I mean, it was not very clear to me unless and until I contemplated it for a long time. Because when we say value, what comes to our mind is monetary value or something, because it has several connotations, this same word. So value is just the subtle need to have this mango tree as it is. Or to, the Aryan Hussein nicely explains this. One day he said that you at least do not know that there was a value attributed to that unless the mango tree was missing. Now, in the morning, you saw the mango tree. We don't know that we had assigned a value to that. But at once the mango tree is missing. So you notice, oh my God, the mango. So that kind of the subtle thing may be something that you, when you walk to your workplace, it's not in your garden even. You enjoy maybe flowers, jasmine. You smell the jasmines of a roadside garden. There's a jasmine wine, and you just smell it, and you even don't know you have assigned a value to that. But the next day, when you walk passing that, you see that they have cut or removed this jasmine wine. So that although it's not your own property or not in your garden, you have assigned some value to that projection of the nose, that is olfactory consciousness. So this is very subtle, honestly speaking, very subtle. And so when we try to make meaning to these Dhamma concepts as mundane people, it becomes actually self-evident to us, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? In this journey, however, not as people, we day by day, we by listening to Aryan Hanse's sermons, our wisdom actually arises. It gets sharpened, and then the things that we didn't experience before, things that we didn't see before, uh, are like we become gradually awakened to them. Isn't it, Mr. Bernard?
That's true. That's true. That slowly, uh, gradually, that happens. But you will understand after some time. You don't understand at once.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why Aryan Hase says that there is some real impact of listening to sermons alone, even if somebody does not have time or does not really want to get into practical path or actually do not have time or due to certain factors are unable to practice it by listening to these sermons with commitment, not just as listening to songs just to enjoy the rhythm, but to, if somebody sees the facts explained by Aryan Wahanse through themselves, that itself becomes insightful meditation. I personally have that experience also. When Aryan Wahanse says, don't listen to sermons as if you are listening to songs, it like I wanted to try what it was. And when we contemplate then and there while listening, of course, that is a real insightful meditation. Then we begin to see what this, how today in the morning, actually, I experienced something. Now, how we uh, kind of we do not, why and how we do not feel this freedom or relaxation or tranquility, because we all originally, these are Hanse's words, actually I'm trying to translate. Originally everyone is experiencing this perfect tranquility. Due to ignorance, the moment the self appears, we take it as the person, there is a person, that is me who experience. And at the same time, the original experience of tranquility is always disrupted, always hindered due to the involvement of mind. Now, for example, when we see a beggar or someone, we at once feel like giving some money, whatever that comes, it's a feel. But the mind gets involved, then mind assigns the value to that aspect, and so we try to reduce that amount that we are going to give, or we think, okay, I gave that same beggar yesterday, I should not give. So if you are very vigilant, careful, that is actually mindfulness and wise attention, that what is this Yathabhuta Yoniso Manasikara and Yathabhuta, seeing the stimulus, that thought occurred, you clearly feel the difference between the feel and the mind. Mind always judges. Mind always gives kind of think of advantage and disadvantage. It's the judgmental. But to understand this, we have to see these Dhamma points through our experiences and ourselves. So, if I get back to what you were all were discussing, that how we can get rid of this illusion called I, which is being highlighted, which is being explained well in this The True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 1 series. So, rising of the self, with as Mr. Bernard said, the role of the noble teacher. The role of the noble teacher is vitally important at this point, because seeing okay, a person may be able to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, right? Now I perceive stuff, but may not be able to figure out that all the other sensory inputs merge or fuse into create that mind. And on top of that, when you see an object outside, on the other side, the rising of the self-perception, it may not come out in one's life unless the noble teacher opens our eyes to that. If there is something out there, it's you. You can't separate self and the other. That other becomes you. So that is where the Kalyana Mitras or this noble teacher's role is vital. And also at the same time, the value, that's another important thing that we should understand mostly. We basically, I mean, initial level when we were explaining, we were putting all the effort to explain. I have that experience, putting all the effort to explain the mechanism of the six sensory organs. We go into details how the vibrations of opposite charges spark and then the power is created, and we stop at that. But later on, when Aryan Mahanse points out your presentation is incomplete only, we have to show that, we have to mention that then if you objectify something, if you solidify some projection of or a manifestation of a particular sensory organ, on the other side, automatically I is there. You can't say, I understand the entire concept, but without understanding that self is itself is nothing but this projection, taking the projection of the sensory organ as real, and then assigning the value. That's the three things actually we have to highlight when we explain or when we talk about this. That value, actually with that value, we can connect this to Aryan Mahanse has shown how to see the presence of the three realms in one stimulus. Presence of three realms: sensual realm, form realm, and formless realm in one stimulus. So it is, again, it helps us to understand this. So the sensual realm, that is nothing but seeing the mango tree as mango tree and accepting that mango tree is there. There, everything is present. The form of the mango tree and the feeling that something is there and it is the mango tree, and some subtle liking, subtle feeling that it is, I mean, the moment you accept it as a mango tree, there's a subtle need to keep it as the mango tree. It's not the monetary value. So there, it's the sensual realm. And so when you listen, when we actually listen to true Dhamma, this true message of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, what happens is that wisdom arises gradually. So with that, we can't do it purposefully, but with that gradually, that when you understand the truth that these manifestations are not real, the value is attributed to that becomes less and less, and it fades away. So it maybe you see the mango tree, but it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. So at that level, that is called form realm. And at least when you go further, when the realization grows, what happens is that sound and color combination becomes crystal clear within you, not through mind. Through mind also we can contemplate, whenever we see. So it's very artificial. As you see objects, as we see objects, if we try to apply it like a mathematical formula, it actually becomes very artificial. We try to apply it as mathematical formula. Okay, the cupboard sound then color comes. Okay, the bottle sound then color comes. So it's so artificial that Aryanvasi does not promote that, encourage that to do. Once you know the truth, it's forever. That's why he gives these beautiful examples. If you see the stem pattern of a single leaf, it is the same in all other leaves of that particular tree. Oh, another beautiful example is that if you cut open one mangosteen, you know the kernel, the shape, and everything. So you don't have to go on opening all mangosteens. So these little reminders, explanation made by the noble teacher is extremely vital, extremely important for us to liberate from the mind. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Ravi, could you please add your thoughts to the discussion?
Thiruvan Saranai, Sudharma. I pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Yes, I was listening to part of the discussion actually done by you and Mr. Bernard. As you very clearly said, it shouldn't be something artificial, something that you do like a homework or a bookwork. It should be actually a spontaneous flow actually to realize that there is no self doing this, and this is understanding this automatic system, the system function, which is a part of the nature's law, I would say. So right from any of the disclosures or deshana by our noble friend, a person should be able to grab the truth of that, where the ultimate goal is actually to have the realization where there is no self here. But as a habit, this has been happening, and it is something, a part of the system, of course, where this automatically the self label is attached always. So as you very clearly mentioned, it's not something which was there in the small baby, but the necessary raw material to develop this last outcome is already hidden in the newborn baby, which we call sasava. And so that is why, because the sasava is there, if a small baby dies, or if he dies at that age, that baby will not reach the arhat state. It's because the glue or the raw material is there, which provides the necessary background to develop defilements later on. So going into the level of thoughts, and which means the defilements or the self-feeling, all these things will automatically happen. There is no way of stopping it halfway. And also a system should have the level of forming thoughts to study and understand about it and then get rid of that. So essentially, the person should be, the child should be old enough to a particular level where the thoughts are formed. Then only the child or the system or the adult, whatever the age, will be able to understand how these thoughts are formed. And then you can disentangle what has entangled up to that point. So by the time the system reaches the arhat state, the knowledge which was gathered all that time cannot be reversed. So the Arhat state, the system at the Arhat state will see the things and identify in the normal way. System will understand it as a coconut tree and also will know the uses of the coconut tree. And if it looks like a very nice tree with full of nuts, it gives a pleasant feeling. So that pleasant feeling also will be there even for the Arhat system. But the only difference is that the fire related to that will not happen. So as you all clearly mentioned, this is a part of the rapid speed, and we should be able to sort of analyze the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and thoughts are formed as an effect of the function of the sensor faculties. So you are going backwards. That is what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha did after reaching the final state where he realized the truth, and then he revised what he understood over the next 7 weeks. So it said that he sort of deeply analyzed how the thoughts are formed, and then going backwards to the root of it and identify where the origin is. So that is what is called by Anuloma and Pratiloma way of studying, forward and backward studying of the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect series, which is the basic truth in Buddhist teaching. That is the difference between the other religions and the Buddhist teaching. So when you understand the mechanism of this thought formation and the final result where the system feels that self-perception or there is a person doing this, when you understand, going deep into that, like Sudharma mentioned, cutting a mangosteen and then checking the inside, the nature of it, the kernel, the color and everything. Then you know, as you glance at the fruit, you know what is inside, how it looks inside, how it is inside. So like that, when you analyze a thought deeply, you understand that there is nothing. From nothingness, the thought is being constructed from. Basically, there is zero level or nothing, and then as a part of the illusion, this is being constructed. So when you know this truth, whatever the thoughts which are formed, automatically you get the feel that there is nothing in this one. This is just a creation. This is kind of magic. So the finally what happens is that spontaneous feel is that whatever the thought which are formed, whatever the sensor faculty which is responsible, the value which is given, the label which is given, becomes less and less significant. And then that is where our noble friend has explained a particular samadhi state, which is called adhigata samadhi. That means whatever the thoughts which come, sort of is let alone or let go, because there is hardly any value. But there is no change in the function of the sensor faculty as long as the physical body is functioning. So it will continue until the end of that physical body. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Are you in a position to add something? Terwa Saranai.
Therun Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Therun Saranai, Aranwasu, Therun Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to Sudharma's speech as well. So, as she said, so the what we really need to do is that we have to understand the thought. The thought makes everything real. So that is the trickiest part that we have to capture. So Sudharma talked about three realms: form, sensual world, formless world. See, all these three realms are there in one single thought. So it is very difficult to uh, understand fully at once, because we have unless we understand the mechanism, how does it happen, so we won't be able to understand this completely, where how these three realms can be found in one single thought. So sensual world, we know, as Dharma said, this is normal world that we live, where the illusion became a real. So we live in such a world that we think this illusion is perfectly real, and we are the one, I'm the one who is living in this world. So everything happens to me. So I have a birth, then and in some other day, I have to leave this world with the death. So this is the sensual world. So, but if you understand, so we deal with so many thoughts. We deal with so many thoughts. So in that sensual world, we take all the thoughts as real things. So we don't know we don't know that we are dealing with thoughts. The thoughts, in the sense, as Dr. Sakuntala said, the stimuli that captured via the six senses. Basically, five senses. Then the mind sensor will get created then and there. So we don't know. It is kind of an interplay among these 5 or 6 senses. So it is a result. So the self is the result of the thought. So how does this thought become real? Then comes another question. How does this thought become a real for this? Because we didn't know, we don't know the truth. What is the truth? How this thought has formed, how this thought has created. So that means the samudaya. Samudaya means how all these things collectively form a existing like thought. How the mechanism, how these senses to collectively form a thought to make us to feel like it's real. Ultimately, what we feel in the sensual world is a real thing, real thought. So that eventually it will make us to feel that I'm the one who is feeling. So unknowingly, a self had already been created in that very thought. So helpless. But we have to, but what Lord Buddha ask us to do a self-analysis or do a research to find out how this thought get created. Then you will understand Buddha told that then you will understand there is no such a thing called a existing field as well. So all you have to do is to see the thought, understand the thought, how the mechanism, how it gets created. The samuday. Samuday means collectively how this one single thought gets a power of make you to feel that it is real. Existent feel. So it is a completely a process. It is a result of a series of things happening one after another. To explain that, Buddha announced a kind of a concept called Paticcasamuppada. It is a actual concept that is being created by every Buddha. That is the cause and effect dharma. So if you see this concept, if you try to understand this concept very well, you will understand this thought is a creation. It is not done by anybody else, not done either by you. It is a natural thing. It is kind of an automatic thing that will happen spontaneously. So the end result of that entire process is the existent field is also an automatic thing. It is not created by anybody else. So that means the feeling of a self or a life feeling is also a creation. It is not done by you, not by somebody else either. So then what we have to do is just we have to do our own investigation, and we have to be very thorough about this mechanism. Then we realize there should no such a person here who is feeling this alive feel. There is no perceiver here to perceive this alive feel. So then, of course, so in that case, you will then understand that then the what do you call that, the niyamaya, the way how your mind gets created is completely happening in according to a certain system. The system belongs to the nature. Then nature, through the nature, it rolls out. The end result is the feeling of existence. So that existence feel would be there, but there is no person to hold that feeling. So that means that is the point where the consciousness become what you call appatitita vinnana. So there is no place to fall this particular consciousness. So in the absence of the person, in the absence of a soul, so there won't be any kind of engagement. So that's why Lord Buddha showed it. I found the carpenter who is making the roof of this house. I found the carpenter. The carpenter is the clinging nature of the particular thought. The clinging nature, how does this clinging nature of this particular thought comes? If we take because of the ignorance, because you don't know this mechanism, you take the thought as real. Thought in the sense, maybe the chair, maybe the tree, maybe as Dharma said, a mango tree. If some, even the light, even the sound, if you feel it's real at that very moment, the clinging nature of the maintaining that particular field will get developed. That is the carpenter. That is the carpenter who makes this entire roof of this sansaric cycle. The clinging. So this clinging has not been created by anybody else. It is automatically get created as long as you believe that thought is a real thing. So if you understand this thought very completely, if you are able to understand this thought has no value for that, it is not real, it is a automatic process, it is a natural phenomena, there is no doer here, no one had done it, not either by you. So the value towards that particular, the value that we previously assigned to that particular thought will become less and less, will go down. So that means the clinging nature of this particular thought will gradually diminish. That means the ability of the carpenter to build up this sansaric building will gradually goes down, will gradually grow down. So that means that will enable us to put a full stop to this sansaric journey. So as if you look at this overall picture at once, what made you to believe that the thought is real is because you didn't know the mechanism how it has been created. So once you get to know that the way it is formed, the rest of the things will automatically happen. The collapse and the assigning less value for that, and ultimately collapse of the entire building will automatically happen. What you have to do is just to see how this thought get created. So we have to be very skillful enough to see the thought. That is the merit that we should have. That is the kusala that we should have. We have to be very uh, uh, very skillful to see the nothingness uh, or the uh, yeah uh, unrealistic nature of this thought. So thought in the sense it is so people tend to think thoughts are the things that comes into the mind. That is not true. Everything is a thought. So if you see something, if you hear something, if you so we'll say, so I'm walking on a tile floor. So I unintentionally I know that I'm walking on on the second floor of this building. So unknowingly I have a feeling that the second floor is real. The person called me is walking on this tile floor, and so many things are there. So everything has been real for me, has become real for me. So that is my ignorance. So if I get to know that all the things I said earlier are thoughts, thoughts have no actually a value, certain value. They are created as a result of the interplay of these five senses. So then, of course, what will happen? The value that I assign for those thoughts will automatically start to diminish. So then, of course, the clinging nature towards that was there earlier, now it becomes gradually diminished. So then, of course, the power which has been built earlier within that thought will start to diminish. So that will not be sufficient to give rise to another kind of thought anymore. So that means that your further propagation of this sansaric cycle will stop. So that is basically the theory part. That is the theory part in it. But what we say is we have to be very skillful enough to see the reality of this thought. So reality means this the thoughts are not real. It has to be felt. It is not at first stages you may have to contemplate it and get the things cleared up at the first stages, but ultimately and later stages what will happen, it comes automatically because that is the practice that you do. So with the practice you tend to feel that everything is a thought. So every thought has a similar kind of structure. So every thought has no value. So what is the purpose of clinging towards it? So the craving, the clinging nature will automatically drops out. So then there is no power will remain to make another kind of a cycle. So that is the way how your samsaric cycle come to an end. So it is a very nice story. It is very logical and it can be understood. and only thing what you have to do is just to see the reality of the thought, that just to see the, just to understand the what the thought is. So that will automatically push you towards the end of this entire story. So don't focus to certain levels or certain phala or samadhi or all these things. It will automatically grow. The super awareness and the other jnanas and other wisdom things will automatically grow. But only thing what you have to do is realization and taking the complete understanding the formation of the thought, how the thoughts get formed, and it will automatically push you towards the end of this sansaric cycle. Yes, Dr. Sakuntala.
Yes,
Do you have anything to say
Sarnai Ravi.
in the comment?
Yes.
Yeah.
For all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long and namaskara veva. Now, first of all, let's look at the opportunities made available to the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. There are numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location, language, or any other boundary. It's worth mentioning the Buddothpado main website www.buddothpado-dhamma.com because it's regularly updated, daily updated, and it's so user friendly because it consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpado sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and it is worth mentioning that all these sermons are classified or categorized according to the topics and the complexity levels to facilitate its users. And at the same time, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the links for these Zoom discussions and also to know about the one-day meditation programs conducted island-wide. And at the same time, I should mention that there are YouTube channels parallel to these websites as well. And if someone is into science and has an explorative mind and prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. Apart from that, the Dhamma discussions operates via Zoom platform throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. So as we meet up here every morning at 7:45, it's the English Zoom discussion, and it's worth mentioning the 11:30 Zoom discussion conducted in Sinhala. It is operated from Australia I think actually it the target group is the people kind of seekers of truth who are staying away from motherland to suit their time schedules, daily schedules. It is operated at that time. And every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion is there. And also the International Meditation Center located in the beautiful, serene countryside, the locality of Dobagoda, Sri Lanka, is another important landmark. There, anyone, especially the foreigners uh, who are interested in understanding the truth, can participate in residential meditation programs, insight meditation programs. Okay, so with that reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This mainly deals with understanding the illusion called I. So we discussed the page 17 yesterday, as our Dhamma friends have already joined, Mr. Bernard, Ms. Shani. I welcome both of you to this discussion. So at any time you can make your contributions. So yesterday the main focus was on the key term awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment. So valuable contributions were made by the participants, especially Dr. Kokila's contribution. She defined this, quoting a lot of life examples and also the concepts, Dhamma concepts like awakening to the moment is liberating from the mind, liberating from the thoughts, or liberating from the name and form, not to get entangled with the projections of six sensory organs, and to have clear knowledge, thorough rather than knowledge, understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So when the shape of light occurs or is perceived by the eye, how do we see it as an object? How does it come real? And how the person who observes it as an object, how the self is created, and how the value for that object, that entity, that person arises with that out of ignorance. And at the end of the discussion yesterday, as usual, Venerable Aryan Mahansi gave a detailed explanation. He again and again reminded what we mean by nothingness, because that's the people in mundane world cannot understand what this nothingness referred to by Aryans, those who have achieved the profound liberation. This nothingness is the profound tranquility or profound peace or profound freedom one experiences with the complete liberation from the thoughts. Otherwise, it does not mean demolishing all entities made up of four great elements. So with that, I would like to focus on today's section to be discussed. So that is page 18 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. If you have a book with you. It's the second paragraph, page 18. The Buddha preaches the following. Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. Jati Dhamma Sutra. The birth of the I is your birth. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside, that is your birth. That is where the sorrow begins. That is where the attachment, aversion begins. That is where thoughts begin. Avidya Pachaya Sankara, meaning due to our ignorance, we create thoughts. From that point on, we begin to feel jealousy, revenge, attachments, aversion. Why? Because there are two sides. One side is that we believe we are here and we believe that the outside world exists. There are two sides, the duality. The truth is, there is nothing outside. The outside is only a thought. You do not make the thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together, coming together of sound, color, smell, taste, and sense of touch causes a spark. The mind or the manovinyana is formed due to this spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside a body. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside the body. The mind does not exist anywhere. Now it is clear to us that the awakening to the moment or Mohotatavadiya is experienced only when you don't have any thoughts. Upasikava. Yes, awakening to the moment. Aryan Mahansi. Yes, at the moment of awakening, there is only an awareness. There is no Namarupa, thoughts. The awareness does not have any thoughts. It is just simply being aware. Thoughts mean that it is an illusion of the mind or Vijnana Maya. And the illusion is made by the coming together of Namarupa. So we can look at the section that was read. So it starts with Skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayang bujjati jati. This comes from Jati Dhamma Sutra. That is what Aryan Mahansi also always mentions. The birth of the I is the birth of the person. The birth of the ear is the birth of the person. The birth of the nose, the sensation, is the birth of the person. And it applies to all 6 sensory organs. the mind in when we define the sensory organs from a scientific perspective, we leave out the mind, but in the religious perspective, mind is also considered as a sensory faculty, which is so rational actually. So here we talk about 6 sensory organs when we analyze Buddhist philosophy and when we try to understand this. So here, what is re-emphasized is the birth of the eye is your birth. If you see the bag out there, the person who sees the bag is here. If you see the mango tree in the garden, the person, the self arises, the person who experiences, observer and the observed, the entity being observed, and on the other side, the person, the observer. So that is the duality, internal, external, ajatta bahidda. So we use diverse terms to refer to this condition. So how are we going to untangle this? So isn't there a mango tree out there? Isn't there a bottle? Isn't there a bag? Isn't there a girl, boy, mother, table? Let's try to untangle this by understanding this mechanism. So the basic concept or the principle is entire universe is made up of vibrations. Let it be solidity, let it be liquidity, let it be heat or cold or space, whatever, everything is made up of vibrations, which cannot be detected by the human sensory faculties or sensory bases. It is obvious, when we go to face an X-ray, that image, the image of the chest or the spine or whatever comes finally. But do we see the rays? Now you have the mobile phone with you. Somebody from UK calls you. So some vibration is happening. So can we perceive? No. So in the same way, vibrations cannot be detected by the human organs. So the shape of the mango tree out there, it's nothing but a bunch of vibrations. The human eye, nothing but a bunch of vibrations. But as Aryan Mahanse explains through very nice example, that tuning fork principle helps us to understand how the birth of these or how we perceive stuff through these sensory organs. So the moment you open your eye, the vibrations are similar frequencies and with opposing charges. It's also a natural phenomenon. Positive and negative charges, they spark. The sparking of similar vibrations with opposing charges occur. This happens continuously with a very high speed, which cannot be measured by human brain or we do not have the capacity to see that speed of the rapid occurrence of vibrations and rapid sparking. This sparking itself creates some power, just like in a whirlpool in a river. We know the water spins really fast, and it generates some power there, and it grabs anything around, maybe small sticks, leaves, whatever in the river around it. It happens due to this power generated due to the rapid speed of spinning of water. So same principle is present here, and this continuous sparking that happens with the rapid speed generates some power. That power, now only the eye is at work, but here even Gautama Buddha has explained, Aryan Wahanse has explained, re-explained it nicely, the 2 rounds of the functioning of 6 sensory faculties happen, which is known as Vattam Vattati. Now the eye perceives stuff, so it's nothing more than a shape of light. Some shape only, no identification. At this very moment, instantaneously, what happens is all other rest of the organs, rest of the sensory faculties come to work, and sparking happens. The second round, although we say second round, they are immeasurable. All the qualities, properties, previous data related to the name, this is the the color identification. If you have touched a mango tree, that roughness of the trunk. If you have smelled a mango tree, that smell. If you have put your tongue on it, that feeling, all associated data at once come together, and the name mango tree appears, the sound, and that's what we say, sound and color combination, and the mind consciousness finally identifies it as the mango tree. So same mechanism is explained as coming together, or the fusion of Ditta Sutta Mutta. In this analysis also there, it's so rational. Ditta is eye, seeing. Seeing means process of seeing, not the this muscular eye, the process of seeing, not this physical eye, but the process of. Sutta, process of hearing. Mutta, the feelings, that is smelling, tasting, and touch. So visual sensation, auditory sensation, tactile, gustatory, olfactory relation come together, the fusion of all sensory inputs come in one shot, and mind consciousness recognizes the mango tree. It doesn't stop there. That is why it becomes a grave thing. It doesn't stop there due to ignorance. The person, some sort of awareness, it goes beyond actually awareness. Some feeling, the person entertains. I mean, it may not be the entertainment that you get by watching a drama or eating some food, but undetectable level, by objectifying that projection, some kind of feeling occurs. And the perception, that is how the thought or the perception occurs, and the self is created on this side. The moment the mango tree objectifies or solidifies, the person who sees it here on the other side, here and there, or external mango tree, internal the person, Ajatta Bahita, the duality arises. And that very moment, the need to keep it as a mango tree, the value, it is not the monetary value. Some subtle or some nuanced feeling or a need to see it as a mango tree or to have it as an object occurs. So that is how we get caught in this unreal world, how the external world becomes a reality. So that mind power, the moment the mango tree becomes real, it doesn't stop there. That power, as I explained using the example of whirlpool, that power connects with the nervous system, and it has an ultimate impact on this change, the inner vibration too. So to untangle this knot, we all must have a very thorough understanding, clear understanding of the mechanism of the sensory organs. So as I mentioned, the moment the mango tree appears, on this side you are there, the value is there. With that value, this suffering defined in Buddhism, it is not the worldly suffering, the need to see it as a thing, keep it as a thing appears. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. I read the section to be read today, and I was explaining the mechanism of the sensory organs, taking an example. Would you like to make your additions and continue, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't listening again. I just joined.
Okay.
And there's, I can possibly join here and there. There's so many noises because of my kids. But what were you asking? What was the topic? Sorry.
Topic, Dr. Kokila, I was reading page 18 of the book. It's just the continuation of awakening to the moment. And the line I clarified was Kandanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabo Ayang Uchati Jati. If you see a table and accept it as a thing that really exists outside. So taking the example of the mango tree, I went into detail with these vibrations and sparking and how the mind power is generated, and when we objectify it, how on the other side the self appears, and that value is given, and the suffering, etc. That bit only.
Yeah, okay. Actually, we were talking about that yesterday as well, how this self arises and how this evolves. So actually, we were talking about the awakening to the moment. What's the importance of that? What's the importance of that is actually you get the non-self experience. When you get the non-self experience, this start to evolve again, because as a child, as a baby and as a child, we started to actually get into the self-perception. I don't know whether you have gone into that, how you felt there is a self. There's a thing that happened. It's not that someone has happened and someone did it because of the not knowing or because of the ignorance is
Ignorance, yes.
happened anyway. Even though there is no self, the self-perception has occurred. Any system it has. So you have to remember, even the worm has it.
Yes.
So that is the point sometimes we forget, that even the worm has it. So this self-perception, what importance of awakening to the moment is actually non-self-perception begins. It's the beginning of the path. So when that happens, it begins to evolve again. It begins to evolve, and at one point you become your whole system becomes of it. Like it becomes the normal. It will be the normal, not the self-perception. What happened to the baby? It will be a reversal, but this happens because of awakening to the moment, one particular moment. Because of that, it starts to begin that in an arahant, all the moments will be like that anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, non-self-perception is very important. Then that will start to evolve. You will feel it everywhere. In the beginning, you won't feel it everywhere, but then with more and more insights, you will definitely feel it multiple times. So then what this says, what happens here will be understood more and felt more, and then it is easier to become. So this is the reversal of the child or the baby, what happened to that baby, and how the baby, when becoming a child and becoming adult, how the self-perception has become a part of our life. It has never left us. And even the worm, it never left the worm. And that's why when the worm dies, there is always this perception, self-perception. How does it happen? It does happen because it's something, a form of vibration which can telepathize, or which can co-vibrate, or what's the word for that? It doesn't come to me, but it's a similarity of frequencies of that vibration. It is really interesting to know all this and what your vibration is. And when you know what your vibration is, actually you feel it, but you can't explain it. But you will feel that how it is reducing, how it is. It will be a slow process, nothing to fear. But the most importantly, the path begins in the awakening to the moment. So with all the knowledge we have from what we have learned, or what we have heard, or what you read from the book, whatever the knowledge we have, it is a push actually to understand this. Definitely a support to that. And then when the noble friend guides you to try and feel it, that would be a guidance for you to feel that too, because unless you feel it, the doubts will be there until the day you pass away from, after stopping the breathing or the system collapse. So you need to get it, you need to actually make an effort. In that, don't get desperate, because becoming desperate doesn't help here. We feel, so imagine we want to earn, we want to become a millionaire, something like that. Just an example. There's a desperation, like when we can't do that. So imagine someone wants to be rich, or whatever the level they know, and then every day you feel like I'm poor, because that's another perception. So then there's a desperation to do something, to become something. But the problem here is that desperation doesn't help. The other way around, over eagerness doesn't help either.
Mm.
This is very well said in Lord Buddha's sermons as well. Over eagerness or desperation or nothing helps like that. So it is a bit difficult in the beginning, but if you are kind of someone who can stop and see what is said, that would really help you. Just stop. Just stop. Because we are very used to go behind something. Just stop. And then you will be able to realize how much you have not felt or how much you have not experienced. So it's easy to get trapped in this Dhamma as well. So just understand that, because it's out of desperation, or when you feel like you want something, there's always a possibility that you can become very sad in this path, or your confidence can go down. It is normal. So just you have to trust the noble friend when Aranwansa says to keep trying, because the problem with this, sometimes when we tell directly also, so imagine some Aranwansa tells directly that you haven't noticed this yet. Someone might be like, oh my God, I haven't, it collapses. But the main thing is that it is in a way good, because the assumptions are not going to lead you anywhere. And guidance from a friend would be, noble friend would be actually would be wise, so that your over eagerness or will reverse. But the problem is the desperation here, because that is why even Aranwanse, I think, it's my assumption again, but he doesn't tell the same thing every Zoom discussions. He makes it different. He makes it different. I don't know if you have experience. He makes this the discussion pattern also different. So from time to time, he discusses about the awakening to the moment. Then he discusses about the samadhi, or what is it? What is samadhi in English?
The concentration.
I don't know about that, but whatever the
meditative absorption, right?
Is that what is said? So that there is samadhi. So whatever he might talk about different stuff, because human mind, we should not let that, we should not drive into being so eager into one, because as you remember, when Aranwansi takes a point, everyone will be thinking about that point. Then he will take another point, then everyone will be thinking about that point. So like it has come into patterns, and here time to time he takes this as well. So it's very important that that Aranwanse is trying to give this in a way that without a human going into desperation. Desperation is sadness, that am I not going to get this, or into over eagerness, like I am doing it, I have done it, kind of thing. So those two ends, it's very normal for you to fall into those two categories, or in the middle, someone we like in Thinamid, or what is Thinamid in English, I don't know, but like kind of not doing anything at all. Laziness, yeah. Even the laziness, I don't know whether it is just laziness that we talk about, or whether laziness to understand the truth, because laziness can be laziness to clean the house, but then laziness to understand this truth or to surface this truth would be a bit tricky, isn't it?
Sorry, there was some interruption here. Yes, Dr. Kokila, as you said, it goes beyond laziness. It could be kind of lethargy or some, I mean, it's a strong version of laziness, maybe. So, thank you so much for that explanation. So the next point that we have to focus on is avidya pachaya sankara. So as I explained how the mind was created, I mean, all this mechanism of vibrations coming together, sparking, and the fusion of all five sensory inputs, and finally the objectifying of the mango tree or whatever. So this scenario, this happens due to the ignorance. The sankara here means mental formations. Again, the how it leads to the perception. It's this through this phrase. It is actually an extension of the previous explanation given to skandhanam patubhavo ayatananam patilabho ayam uchati jati. So if we look at it from another perspective, it is the five aggregates. So one way we analyze as from the perspective of six consciousnesses, and similarly it is again the five aggregates: form, feeling, perception, uh, mental formations, and the thought, finally. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, consciousness. So that is another analysis that can be given to the mechanism of formation of thought. And all this, as Dr. Kokila very well explained, happens due to the ignorance that there is a person, because she went back to the baby who is in a cot, and how the self-existence feel arises at the basic level. I remember Dr. Kokila Aryan Wahanse mentions that existence feel is what comes first, what is experienced by a living being. And we actually initially we do not know that it happens to a person or a self. But with the later on getting more and more exposure to these external uh, entities and certain incidents and conditions, we gradually develop the self-perception, and we gets the ownership of those manifestations of sensory organs or sensory faculties. So this gets stronger and stronger. Probably a child actually child does not know the face of the person, child himself, unless and until somebody shows the face through a mirror and says, you are Baba, Baba, it's you, it's your image. The child does not have that understanding, at least. But gradually, uh, due to the environmental factors, because on top of the mechanism of the six sensory organs, other environmental factors like family, there are explanations, there are interactions, and telling that you are there, you are hungry, you are thirsty, okay, you are tired, you are crying, why are you crying? You becomes, it's another, I mean, you becomes the other version of I there, and the self-perception gets stronger and stronger. Due to the ignorance, it comes to a position that we experience the existent world and we also exist happily in that world. So this true Dhamma is the only solution to untangle this myth or misconception. Dr. Sakuntala, would you like to add to this?
Therwan Saranai.
Yes, Theruvan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai.
Theruvan
I
Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
pay my homage at Aryan Mahase's feet. Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I was, yes, actually what two of you explained were some very deep facts, which is a part of the darshana or the true Dhamma that we have to understand right at the beginning as the foundation of everything. Because as you mentioned, the self-perception is the main root, I would say, of all these subsequent happenings. The current that is there in the radiant mind or the small baby, which is actually the Atma Sanya, or the current which was telepathized right at the beginning to the zygote, and that current gives a push for the fetus to grow, and that is also named as tains or sasava. And because of that nature of the sasava or the tains, the baby also tend to feel that the light is existing, and the hearing is there. Hearing is something existing. So there is a very fine or subtle feel to the baby that these things are existing, what is created by the five senses. But there is no formation of the mind sensor. But still, that is why the baby cries when the baby is hungry, and when the baby is given milk, the baby is feeding with very eagerness, and sometimes turn the head to the sounds, to the voices. And when there is some discomfort, like when there is a wet nappy, the baby will indicate something uncomfortable. This is not what was explained by Dr. Kokila yesterday, not the level of intolerance to the sensor, but this is something beyond that. There is eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste, smell, and the tactile or the skin consciousness, body consciousness. So these things are formed at that level, and in a very subtle way, the baby feel that they are existing, but no defilements are formed at that time, because the mind sensor is not functioning. So in other words, this current which got telepathized is the one which is going like a stream underneath all these things. And when the thoughts are formed, when the child is a little bit bigger, there is a spontaneous creation of the thoughts by merging of these other five senses. So this is what leads to the defilements later on, which are manifested actually when these thoughts are formed. So actually the taints or the sasava are manifested as asha or defilements later on. So this is a process where the illusion of an existing world also occurs. As you all clearly mentioned, the data gets collected with time. So the data that you have about the mother is by now, if you are 60 years old, for a person who is 60 years old, if I tell the word mother, the spark that occurs right at that moment related to mother has lots and lots of information which has been gathered over like 60 years. Also, now if I tell the word your son, you get certain amounts of data. Maybe if your son is like 20 years old, the data you get. So that means that spark is felt heavy. Whereas if I tell a name of a neighboring house child, the data that you get at that time related to that boy's name is much less heavier. That is because of the nature of each person's thought process. And that current or that heavy feeling is actually, that is the self-perception. There is no different self who is feeling that current. The current that you feel, the current that the system feels, that heaviness that system feels is the self-feeling or self-feeling of self-perception. So when you identify this process, you try to, automatically the camera is turned towards that feeling, and that is recognized as the self-feeling. More you try to, more the system is capable of identifying this heavy feeling or this current. That is the procedure, or that is the only way to get it lighter and lighter. So there is no specific method to get rid of this current, or there is nothing that can be done to shed all that heavy feeling. But only way is to identify it more and more by focusing. And then when you identify more and more, the strength of the current becomes less and less. So what ultimately will happen is that when I tell the name of your son, and when I tell the name of a neighboring house boy's name, the both ways, it is just a vibration of the ear, and there is my vibration of the mind sensor where the identification happens. But the heavy current that was constructed beneath that becomes more or less equal, or there is no current at all. So that is what this teaching is, because there won't be anything different from outside or from what you feel, but the system feels that there's no difference. The way that you feel, but that current which was underneath is not there. So I think I would like to stop from there. Any comments or any corrections from both of you? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you very much for the thought-provoking inputs, because that when you brought about that example of somebody's son and someone else's son. So those are mere two thoughts, right, that occur in the mind. But when we hear that, let's say my son, when you say your son, why is it heavy? Why is that thought heavy? It is because the value. isn't it?
Value.
Yes.
Yes.
The value attributed to that thought is higher. Neighbor's son or someone else's son, the value is less. So and the other thing that came from your explanation is, Dr. Sakuntala, that this it went away from me. Something very nice came up from that when you were telling, the self perception. Self perception. That when the word your son comes, there are no two people as your son, the thought and me, self. That thought itself is the self, isn't it?
Yes.
That is the trickiest and the most difficult for a person to figure out, that they take as a dual notion, or the dual, it is the the sun is out there and I am here. But when the thought occurs, it's all one, it's the self that arises, isn't it, with the value. So thank you so much again.
Yeah, thought which has been given a value, isn't it? Now, the formation of the thoughts is a part of the mind sensor itself. But when the thought is given a value, that is where the self is also arising. Yes, Theruvan
Saranai. And Dr. Sakuntala, now the person's son and somebody else's son, the perceptions or the experiences or the data one has about the person is also different. So that also has a direct impact. Thank you so much. And Miss Surangika, Theruvan Saranai, would you like to add your thoughts to the discussion?
Theruvan Saranai Sudharma, and let me pay my homage to Buddothpado and Mahansa. Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I think that was a good explanation from Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you for initiating the whole conversation, Sudharma. That Skandhanang Patubhavo and that whole concept of ignorance. I think in recent times, Aryan Mahanse has given us in the controversial talks another very pertinent point to reflect on. The fact that, traditionally we have been thinking of it as avidya, pachaya, sankhara, meaning, one is coming after the other in sequence, and that's the way the whole Paticcasamuppada or the law of cause and effect Dhamma is continuing, or how that manifests. But in effect, when you think about it, we all know that this whole thing happens because of the speed of vibration. And it is the speed that causes that whole manifestation to occur through the senses. And with that speed happens the construction. And that is why Aryan Mahanse clearly pointed out to us, which we have, I think, been very fortunate to be able to have such a noble spiritual friend to point these things out to us, that without that whole construction, without the whole sankhara, there is no ignorance. The construct itself is the manifestation. It is almost like creating magic out of nothing, isn't it? There is absolutely nothing, but the conjuring up is like a trick. Just like a magician conjures up a trick before our very eyes on a stage by just moving his hands with a click of a button, with all kinds of little instruments. He creates a trick, or he pulls a rabbit out of a hat. In a similar manner, the senses, due to the speed, there is that the manifestation that happens, and the manifestation is the construct. And with that construct comes the sensation, the feeling, and then the feeling, the representation of the feeling is sanya or perception. And then finally, with that speedily occurring construction of those sensory perceptions, the thought or the mind consciousness occurs. So when we say skandha, skandha meaning 5 aggregates in English, it is actually a collective. It is nothing else. Skandha means a collective, means I think exactly what you mentioned a little while ago, Sudharma. It's form, sensation or feeling, the perception arising from that feeling. We give it a name, so that is what we call sanya or perception at that point. And then there's the mental formation. So, and then all that the way we feel about it, the feeling of differentiating that differentiating kind of feeling is what we call the mind consciousness or consciousness, really. So we can have, in that example of a baby, the baby can still have that sense of light, the light consciousness, the smell consciousness. It won't know that, it won't be able to recognize light as light. I mean, it won't use the word light, obviously, but the recognition of the light consciousness is there almost innately. Because of that shashava or zygote level, that whole sense of existence kind of thing gives about that light consciousness, smell consciousness, touch, taste, and so on. And then later on, as the senses mature, and there is the teaching or the association of sound with that form, whether it is light form or smell or something, a sound is attached to that. And then with the combination of all those senses, the mind consciousness or the thought comes, and then the child will know, here is a ball, here is an apple, and here is my school bag, and so on. And so with that comes the mind objects and the manifestation of a world externally, and then comes again that notion of an existent field. So there is a chair, here is my mother, here is my father. So there also Aranmanse very clearly points out, not only do you get the perception that there is a mother, but then the other perception that the mother is there, the mother exists. And then finally, I want my mother, isn't it? So the clearest example is given is the chair. So first thing is there is a chair, and then the chair exists. And then there is a value attached to it. And the more value there is attached to it because of that ignorance, I want the chair. And then, so there is something outside that exists. One believes that it is real. There is a value attached to it. And moment there is a value attached to it and there is a false belief that it is real, the duality occurs, and the self who is experiencing it, the self who is believing that to be true, manifests and comes about at that very moment. But in that example that Dr. Sakuntala mentioned very clearly, the reality of actually believing that there is a person or the sun means that there itself, the I is born, isn't it? So if one believes that something is real, that in that false belief itself, the concept of I and self and ego and everything is born at that moment. So what one realizes through listening to the true Dhamma philosophy is initially that whole misconception of self ceases when one realizes how the mind is formed, how the senses create this false manifestation, gives us this false representation of mind objects and external world by projecting it out to the external world, not knowing that it is the mind and the mind consciousness that is playing tricks and creating this within our senses alone. But when the true Dhamma is realized, gradually we understand this process, we understand how this whole self-existent field becomes so strong. And then with that self-existent field, how this whole self-perception comes about, and finally realize that the self-perception is nothing but perception or a misconception. And the whole Sakkaya Drushti, the Drushti or the misconception then falls away. at the very beginning. But still, there is that perception of self, and the perception of self will only through continuous listening of the true Dhamma philosophy and engaging in the practical program that the defilements gradually start fading away. The more one shines a light on how the mind works, the mechanism of it, and where one gets attached and don't really realize sometimes where the self-perception unknowingly attaches itself in various places. By shining a light on those aspects in our day-to-day life, actually, not going anywhere else and, shutting yourself in a monastery or anything like that, but in your day-to-day activities. By understanding, suddenly, why did I get a burning feeling when I was, talking to somebody on the road, or, when something happened, how did I feel so heavy about it, or how did I get so stressed about it? So these are aspects that one needs to be aware, because understanding and listening to the Dhamma is one thing, but putting it into practice is something that we are not, we need to be more cognizant about. And that is something that Aranwanse has spoken of recently quite a lot, that one has to be self-aware, where this whole self-perception is kind of getting hidden. And if we allow it to be like that, we can easily be complacent, and we can think, because we have that initial sense of tranquility and calmness, and we can, almost kind of go like cruise control, isn't it? Everything is fine. I'm feeling, this nice, and there's this inner calmness, and everything is smoothly happening. I don't have quarrels in the house anymore. Family life is very peaceful, so one can become complacent. But in this path, if one understands the true Dhamma, really one knows that, as Dr. Kokila mentioned at the beginning, one cannot be too eager, but one cannot be too complacent as well. And there has to be some sense of effort, some right effort that has to be continuously applied in equal parts. And there is a balanced approach that has to be taken until we are able to see through the defilements. And it's not an active thing that has to be done, but at the same time, right effort and awareness, all that will contribute towards making that self-perception, actually shining the light on the self-perception, becoming aware of where the defilements are. And that actually is the path to Nirvana. Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Ms. Rangika, thank you so much for this thought-provoking inputs. Very explanatory. You have pointed out very important concepts that actually Aryan Mahanse emphasizes quite often for the followers to understand. If I start with this 5 aggregates, understanding nothingness in the thought. Thought is nothing, although we try to attribute some value into it. That ignorantly we attribute some value. So if we refer to Lord Buddha's example, that form is a form. Form, FORM form, is a form, FOAM, is a phenomena. Then the feeling is compared to a bubble. All temporary, it happens then and there to show the impermanence, nothingness. Then perception is just a mirage. It's a complete illusion, total misbelief that there is water in a distance. That perception is compared to the mirage. And the mental formations are compared to the banana trunk. When you open it up, peel it, ultimately nothing is there. Finally, the effect of all these, consciousness, it's an illusion. As you rightly said, the deceiver, the magic. Now our Venerable Aryan Mahansa, our noble teacher, has shown and very well explained using diverse strategies, techniques, how the magic is performed, how the mechanism of this internal mechanism of the sensory organs leads us to believe that the world is there, and then definitely the person is there, because world and the person are not two entities, though we so far took it ignorantly as two entities. The chair is you. He always emphatically says, your son is you. That thought, whatever the thought, it becomes you, it becomes the self. So as you rightly pointed out, understanding or finding out the hidden self is a real turning point in this journey. And then again, Ms. Surangika, that value given to the thought, it might come in the form of an emotion, though we summarize it with the word value. It may be the jealousy that the thought, once it becomes real, it might lead to jealousy or selfishness. So such emotions, anger, so revenge or attachment, whatever. So the value is seen or shown to the world with an emotion, isn't it? Or you can just contribute. Miss Surangika, are you there?
Yes,
Yes,
Sudharma.
yes,
So actually, that's true because
yes,
I mean, for a fraction of a moment, one might think
yes,
that everything is
yes,
fine, as I said
yes,
before, and
yes,
then suddenly, out of the blue, you can immediately get entrenched in kind of a emotion because something happened, something drastic, and
yes, yes,
and then at that point, you realize that. I thought I was fine. You get this feeling
yes,
that everything was like you might even go for a month without any
yes,
incident happening, and there might not be any discovery of a defilement as
yes,
such, but then completely out of the blue, some incident can occur, or it's something can be just very subtle. Somebody saying something, and it might not even. Occur at that moment later on, maybe in the evening or in the night when one is reflecting on it, one can then start getting agitated and getting that burning feeling. And then you start wondering what on earth happened. And then that actually sometimes it's good that these incidents happen because that gives one the opportunity to be able to probe deeper and see why this burning sensation occurred. Why am I getting agitated with it? And then realizing going back to the basic principles of the practical program even, and thinking, how did this thing become real to me? And then, going through the whole mechanism of how did this object or person become real to me? Or what was heard was just a sound. So how did the sound become real? And then if that was just a sound, was there even a person here to receive that sound in the first place? So just, I think, people who are on the path and having practiced the Dhamma for a few years, when it happens, when that burning sensation happens, it's such a thing that it immediately gets catches our attention, and the moment that it catches our attention, the slight reflection on it helps to dissipate that feeling. But for people who are newcomers, there might be a further reflection that they would have to do, going into the full mechanics of the mind and how it started, and it's a light or a sound, and that's how it occurred. Why did I give value to it, and so on and so forth. But for different people, depending on what stage of the path they are, will not require that much of reflection, may require reflection. And then the other aspect again that Aryan Mahanse recently surfaced is the fact that there can be sadness without actually being a sadness, isn't it? And a
yes,
happiness
yes,
which can
without,
actually be not the mundane world sense
Happiness.
of happiness. So one has to be quite astute to be able to detect what kind of happiness that is, whether it is a happiness that is almost consuming, or whether it is a very, I don't know the English words to say it, a very, sometimes a compassionate kind of happiness, a compassionate kind of kindness, a compassionate kind of even a
Loving
sadness. One can feel
something,
sad about something, about, say, a loved one passing away. But naturally, it is the natural occurrence or the experience of the mind sensor to feel that sadness. But is there a wallowing in that sorrow? Is there a wallowing in that pity? No, there isn't it? And I'm sure some of us have experienced that as well. So what happens there is it's just the occurrence of the mind sensor, because it is the natural functioning of the mind sensor. And one can detect that only when there is a realization that the self is a non-entity, isn't it? As long as that realization that self is not, that self is, as long as you don't have the realization.
It's a thought. It's again a thought, and it's empty. That emptiness is applicable to that the thought of self, the perception of self also, isn't it?
Yes, so I mean, just like the other sensors have their own functioning, the mind sensor must be understood with the functioning of how the mind sensor functions. The emotions, as you said, there's a certain amount of emotions and a level of emotion that the mind sensor, that occurs in the mind sensor, and understanding that to be what it is also a crucial part of the path. But one can't, I mean, a newcomer cannot relegate everything to the mind sensor, isn't it? So it is a very tricky, a very fine point that one cannot, you cannot teach it, you cannot say it. It has to be experienced, and experienced by, you can't say experienced by a person. When the self-perception dissolves, the understanding around the mind sensor, and that the happiness is not a real, that kind of happiness, and the sadness is not a wallowing kind of sadness, then that realization happens at that moment, isn't it?
Yes. And you brought up a nice point that the common empathy, transition from selective empathy to common empathy, that divine love, loving kindness, that is, I mean, in the mundane world, we love, we are compassionate, but we are selective for our people, our friends, our family, because all woven around the self-centered kind of love, affection, then compassion, all attachment is there. But once you realize the notion of self is a myth, and once you gradually I mean, liberate from the world, that it converts into common empathy. Without my part, that common empathy, you are compassionate with everyone. I mean, every entity, even that's what Aryan Hanse always mentions, there's no difference being compassionate with creatures also, isn't it? Now, nice thing was mentioned by Mrs. Sarnamali yesterday, that in refined mind or Sukumasita, uh, there are no kind of aversions to anything. Even somebody speaks angrily, it's nice for them. If somebody shouts or somebody kind of talks in a very negative tone, it's also fine with them. So we are trying to define the experiences of Aryans through words, and that's why Aryan Hanse always mentions he doesn't want to reveal everything, so the listeners take them using the mundane mind and try to experience it using the illusionary mind.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah. And then again, you pointed out the three realms, how you can see experience the three realms in the single thought, that sensual realm, form and formless. When the moment the chair appears, when the value is assigned, it's the sensual world experience of the thought. And then if the value diminished or it perished fully, when it appeared just as a form, then it's the form world. And then if it stays as the light of, shape only without objectifying, that's the formless world. That is another form of analyzing the thought. So today, basically, it is an extension of understanding, awakening to the moment. And as Aryan Mahanse clearly explained, it is nothingness in thought. So we can't understand what this nothingness is unless we are crystal clear about the mechanism of sensory organs and how the thought is created. So, Mr. Justin, would you like to express your thoughts as well? He may not be in a position to talk. Miss Shani, do you have any questions or would you like to add your thoughts? Aryan Mahanse's presence is here as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. We were discussing awakening to the moment and the section from the volume 1, and the two Dhamma points focused was Kandhanang Patubhavo Ayatananang Patilabho Ayang Uchati Jati and Avidya Pachaya Sankara. Are you in a position to explain, Aryan Mahanse? Thiruvan Saranai. So we and if Aryan Mahanse is free, he would join. So until then, we can again discuss some of the points that came up in groundbreaking revelations, this Andolanatmaka Deshana. How to identify somebody's there under RA. Would you like to add? Would you like to join the discussion? No. So they may not be in a position to talk. And yes, these days what Aryan Mahanse encourages the people to do is to identify your position, not as a person, but at least to see whether you are on the path. Because we people have ran here and there, were in a rat race to find true Dhamma throughout our life. Maybe 10 years, 15 years, we were running behind it. But ultimately, as per the destiny or the nature, we came across the truth. So we need to make this opportunity the path to liberation from the self. The only way to liberation from the self is this path, and it has been revealed, and there are living examples too of people who have liberated from the self completely, and they are also joining the discussions and making valuable contributions and guiding the others. So this is self-evident. We do not have single doubt, any sort of doubt about this path prescribed by Aryan Mahanse. On top of this wisdom of truth, the theory, the Buddhist philosophy section, the final stage of path is prescribed or revealed with 4 main steps. First thing is to liberate from the external, to understand the concept Chittena Niyati Loko. There's nothing other than the thoughts. We live in the world of mental constructs. So during the meditation, walking meditation, in the first step of practical path, a practitioner gain clear understanding. It should be self-evident. You may know it through theory that everything is your mind or everything is your thoughts. But still, unless you get into water, you are just a fish. This is the actually beautiful metaphor given by Ms. Varnamali. The people in the mundane world are just swimming. They are just fish. So fish cannot see the way that it swims and the how it shakes, fins and stuff. No, whether it opens its mouth or not. It's the people who observe that sees it. But this Dhamma helps us to see the observer, to the notion of the self, ignorant self, the misconception becomes the fish, and we get the ability to observe the nature, that way that we swim. So through this metaphor, it's obvious that we should be aware of our actions, how the thoughts occur, how we respond to them. That inner awareness should be there, because we cannot differentiate this awareness from the self. Actually, still I cannot separate. So this awareness is something inner, but still that awareness is the ability to not to judge, but to it's kind of mindfulness. It's kind of concentration, power that helps us to see how everything happens as an objective version. Objective. No, normally we are subjective. The self gets involved in all actions. But objective stands to see or to observe how the self comes to play, or how the self is absent, or whether the self is present or absent in the actions. This realization definitely is a milestone in one's path. So this doesn't come only through knowledge. So the practical path, it really helps us to understand without doubts that this is nothing more than the mental world. Mental world means the thoughts. Everything is mind. For example, I go back to the starting point. The moment the shape of the tree occurs, we have the knowledge that it is vibrations, though we cannot detect vibrations or what stuff like that. That knowledge has been shared to us by Buddothpado Aryan. And then with that knowledge, what happens is the whole process appears. I mean, in this meditative person, otherwise you can't always contemplate on every single thought that occurs in the mind. Everything will happen. But while you are in meditation, it's the opportunity to you to penetrate through the thought and understand its emptiness and how it is only the mind, nothing more than the mind, a mental construct. So then it is again, it's incomplete. Then we have the mind that recognizes stuff, and the mind is somewhere. No. Next step, understanding how this thought is created, how the sound and color combination, or nama rupa, name and form, get entangled. The moment the eye perceives the object, how the name and form come together and makes the mango tree. That is the consciousness that we defined it using 5 aggregates, the 3 realms, and also the clear mechanism. Scientifically, we started with that, so it should be clear to you. And then how we have to actually here, Aryan Mahase always mentions that 3 great wisdoms, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, Chutupapata Jnana, and Asavakya Jnana. So, Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana would help a person to understand how this label or the name part came into the person's life. So, if it is a handbag, how this shape of light got attached with the name handbag, or how this shape of light of flower vase get attached to that flower vase. Or if we take a simple example like apple, how did the apple came into life? How did the apple come into your life? Like, then you go back to this happens on in the second stage of meditation, the practical part. So that's the opportunity for you to go back to your childhood or early childhood to understand how your mother or the teacher introduced this entity to you. So when you do that with couple of things, what happens is you gradually realizes that it's a myth. Nothingness in name and form, it becomes self-evident to you. You still may eat the apple, you still may buy apples, you still may call it an apple. But that suffering that we had in the sensual world, the value assigned to it, the liking, that the feeling to have apples in our life will gradually fade away. And then the third step is, actually we can't demarcate this into 4 steps, but for to make it more people friendly and for the easiness or of introducing it, it is given in 4 stages like this. Probably Aryan Mahase will revise it. In one of his sermons, he mentioned he's going to revise it because depending on the people's kind of difficulties people face, or to make it more effective, he from time to time he updates. That's the beauty of this actually. He is an active engager of this as a noble teacher. Actually, it's not flattering or anything. It comes from the bottom of our hearts. All of you will agree. If he practiced renunciation in a way most of the others do, being in solitude in a forest, monastery or somewhere, what would be our plight? So can we appreciate his effort or the contribution to the world in the words, in words? That's the most difficult thing to do. Aryan Mahase, all of our gratitude is for you, and may you live long. The more you realize Dhamma, you unknowingly grow that gratitude, although he says not to take me as a person or thing. It's actually his nature, but what he does for the mankind is immeasurable. So in the third stage of meditation, the practitioner gets the experience of this process, how it happens as a mechanism, not getting the ownership of any sensory faculty. It's not my eye, it's not my ear, it's not my body, it's not my nose that smells, it's not my. We get rid of gradually. We experience it as a process. So if you actually engage in this meditative position, thing, contemplation, point of contemplation, kamatahana, honestly, you definitely experience how it happens without the experience of the self. And then again, both they also how it happens without the self. It's the eye that sees, not me. It's the ear that hears, not me. So it gets clearer and clearer. The process, how everything happens as a process, is self-evident. And actually, Dr. Sakuntala, if she is there, she personally engages in conducting these meditation programs. Dr. Sakuntala, you also please can correct and add to this explanation on the practical approach, which it would definitely be useful for the people, especially so there may be people who would like to join the International Meditation Center also. Terwan Saranai.
Terwan Sarna, I will just briefly add few sentences, I think, because the time is packed right now. Yes, as you said, actually, though it is divided into 4 steps, it is just a process, ongoing process. Right from the beginning, the attempt is made to dissolve that self-perception, the misconception about the self right from the beginning, from the first step onwards. It's gradually the push is to get rid of that, dissolve that feeling of self consciousness or self feeling. So it is a more systematic way, and first, as you said, is cutting the bonds from tied up to the outside world, because we assume that everything is outside there, whereas I am here on this side, and without realizing that the concept of me is also part of that outside world. So the first step is the biggest hurdle, actually, cutting down that connections to the outside world. And the second part is actually when you realize that there is nothing solid called mind also. Now, the first one, we try to understand that it's all the mind, created by mind. But the second part, then is there anything hard and fast called mind? No, there is nothing called mind also. So how the mind is created? It's an instant spark at that time, at that point. So when you go through these 2 steps, then automatically the realization comes that there is no doer here, and just the sensors are taking turns and functioning automatically. And then subsequently the feeling comes to the system that there is just no ownership to this process, just a matter of happenings one after the other. So though many words are used, finally it's what you feel, what the system feels, which is sometimes difficult to explain in words, but it's a feeling that is important, and that is what is called the sandittika, where the individual person should get that feeling. I think briefly that is what I can explain it
Thank
that
you
way.
very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sakuntala.
Okay.
Your reference to feel, it is the most important thing, right? In the mundane world,
Yes.
people, we all go by the mind. We all go by this illusionary mind. It's to liberate from the mind, one should awaken to the feel. That
Yes.
is the nature. So gradually the person will dissolve into nature. The self will dissolve. So thank you very much, Dr. Sakuntala. It's time to summarize the day's
Fine.
discussion. Yes. And
Yes.
first of all, actually, it is an extension of awakening to the moment today also. So it comes from the volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, to understand the illusion of I. So first we analyzed how the thought is created from a scientific stance, talking about vibrations, going into details, and then we analyzed it from the perspective of 5 aggregates, how the thought, and then Dr. Kokila's addition, it refined the discussion, and then the valuable additions of Dr. Sakuntala, Miss Surangika, made the discussion more meaningful and insightful. So thank you so much. So, and let's all pay our homage at Venerable Aryan Wahanse's feet, our noble teacher. Your service is immeasurable. So I think we can wind up the session. Or do you have to add anything? Ms. Surangika, is it okay to wind up?
Yes, of course,
I
Sudharma.
think
Therwan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, but we can give others a minute. All right, okay then. So let's meet again tomorrow at the same time. And Teruvan Saranai to all of you. Thank you.
Therwan Saranai, Sudhamma, Therwan Saranai Hansa, Therwan Saranai all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai.
Thank you, Saranai. Dhamma to the mankind out of immense compassion. And as we all know, the Gautama Buddha Sasana gradually disappeared from the world over the time. Fortunately, after 2,500 years, it has been made available to the mankind by Venerable Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. Venerable Aryan Wahanse, please accept our gratitude for all your untiring efforts and unparalleled compassion. May you live long, and Namaskara Veva. So, first of all, as per the custom, let's look at the opportunities made available to the mankind or the seekers of true Dhamma by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. So there are countless or numerous resources available for any seeker of truth, despite the geographical location. Whether you stay in Sri Lanka, which is actually the center of this truth, because Aryan Wahanse comes from Sri Lanka, whether you are staying away from your motherland or actually this Dhamma is for the mankind, entire mankind, humanity. So it transcends all boundaries like race, language, geographical background. So humanity is the humanity for the noble teacher. So basically, it's our responsibility to remind you about the resources available, the Buddothpado main website, www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. It's a regularly updated, user-friendly website. It consists of more than 10,000 Buddothpado sermons, including all Zoom discussions, and all these sermons are categorized according to the topics, probably, or according to the complexity levels, basic sermons about philosophy, Buddha philosophy, and complex ones through the advanced wisdom, how Buddothpado Aryan Vansi reveals the ultimate truth. Such sermons are also there. So, and also when you visit that website, just by clicking a link there, you can join the Buddothpado WhatsApp groups to get the Zoom links and other useful notifications by yourself, and to be a part of this Buddothpado family. And there are also YouTube channels parallel to these main websites. And actually, if someone is into science and has an explorative mind or prefers to understand Dhamma through a scientific angle, the website www.wisdomofasia.com is the best resource for them. On top of that, the Dhamma discussions operate via Zoom platform right throughout the day, covering all 3 languages. As we meet up here at 7:45, it's daily English Zoom discussion, and every Friday at 2:45, the Tamil Zoom discussion. And the newest addition to the list is the Buddothpado International Meditation Center, based in the serene locality of Dombagoda, Sri Lanka, where the residential insight meditation programs are conducted. So with that usual reminder, let's proceed to the Dhamma discussion today based on volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. This is in the PDF format. This is available in the Buddothpado-dhamma.com website. You can download it. They are free of charge. Even the hard copies are available in bookshops island-wide. And yesterday we discussed up to page 17, if you have the copy of that book. And so we are starting to read from the 3rd paragraph of page 17 today. And this is an interactive discussion. No one is an expert. This is Aryan Vahanse's Dhamma that we all discussing. Vahanse, I worship you once again and beg your permission to discuss. And all Dhamma friends, please join the discussion and inquire. If you see something is not telling with your understanding, or you then and there you might get certain questions, doubts, because this, as Aryan Hanse always emphasizes, this is a Dhamma to be realized then and there, understood then and there, not to accumulate as knowledge. So let's focus on this. This is volume 1, page 17 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, which focuses on understanding the illusion called I, which is the biggest barrier, which is the ultimate goal of any seeker of truth. So When we have a deep understanding that there is nothing in this world, the awakening to the moment takes place. At this point, you let go of the belief in nama, means thoughts, belief of an insight, and rupa means image or form, belief that the outside exists. Then the awakening to the moment takes place. In Pali, it is said as Vijnanam Anidassana. It is also named as Pache Parijñaya Jnanaya, awakening to the moment. So let's discuss this section, this extract from the book. So please join in the discussion. So as you heard, the key point here is awakening to the moment. Awakening to the moment or liberation from nama rupa or name and form or the duality. So as listeners of True Dhamma, you might have heard, even a newcomer, if you go through the sermons, you may hear 1,000 times Aryan Hanse mentions entering into the noble grounds or Arya Bhumi itself is understanding the thought or the stimulus or liberating from name and form combination, which creates a non-existent world for us. So here, whatever the term we used, we might, Aryan Hanse has told, seeing the truth of the stimulus, liberating from the mind, or understanding the combination of name and form, or awakening the three great wisdoms or Trividya. So, or liberating or understanding the three realms, form, formless, sensual, form, formless. In all these sermons, he explains the same message, the truth, in numerous ways, in diverse ways. It is exactly what Gautama Buddha did 2,500 years ago. But for a person in the mundane world, in total ignorance, even we used to believe, if we are to be on the path to Nibbana, we should accumulate this knowledge. We should read as much as possible. So if we refer to Gautama Buddha's doctrine, we have heard that 84,000 sermons. But all these 84,000 appear in a single stimulus. It is the magic of Buddothpado sermons. Same message is being repeated with diverse examples to cater to the entire mankind, despite the educational level of intelligence, age, etc. So Here, the key point, liberating from name and form and seeing the truth that the external, both external and internal, are non-existent, or see that is seeing the nothingness. When one has the skill to see this, how this name and form come together to create a thought. Now, if you look around, now here in this place, I can see a bottle. So bottle, is it actually out there in the form of a bottle? Let's try to understand this name and form, what is being highlighted in this extract. So the bottle, it's the name, it comes from within, and the shape of light, that particular shape, that is perceived by the eye, doesn't have a name. It is just a shape, unless and until somebody at some point in the past introduced this label, showing this image that it is a bottle. That suffering of becoming a bottle a reality, and on this end, seeing the person, the rising of the person who sees the bottle, both wouldn't have been there. So, as we all know, as a natural phenomenon, 6 sensory organs are at work. It's nature. It's nature. It's common to anyone. But the problem is the accumulation of data in the forms of diverse perceptions and entangling these names and labels to the projections of 6 sensory organs. The moment a sound is perceived by the ear, it becomes the sound of the car, sound of the crow, sound of the drum, due to ignorance. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Today we are discussing volume 1 of The True Dhamma Has Awakened. It's page 17. The key point here is awakening to the truth. I have already read the simple paragraph, and it deals with this Nama Rupa, name and form. So I was just elaborating on this. Please join in the discussion. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, sorry, I just joined, so I wasn't listening. So we'll start the discussion and I'll
yes,
join
Dr.
as it
Kokila,
is.
Please join in and let's make it more interactive for others. Liberating from that name and form combination. So I explained it. And so moving on to next paragraph, at the point of awakening to the moment, this moment does not belong to the concept of time, because there aren't any thoughts at this moment. When you are aware you don't have any thoughts in that moment, let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So that is the next point. Now in this sermon, Aryan Hansi moves on from the basic step to the next step, giving more and more examples. So as mentioned before, awakening to the moment is understanding how the how when a sensory faculty perceives certain image or sound or smell or some feeling, how the label, the name gets in naturally due to ignorance and create a thought. Now here, awakening to the moment, it is refer to past or future ignorantly, that past or future becomes the present moment. For example, at this moment, I think of my village school. At once that telepathizes, I got the thought occurred, the village school. But is it the past? It occurred that very moment and it perished. It vanished. Then I okay, let's even you can join. We can think about something that we are going to do next week, probably to see a drama or a movie. That thought occurs at this very moment. So it's
Yeah,
not.
I'll add on something there.
Yes,
So the
yes.
awakening to the moment actually is when the value of uh, the name and the form is not there. So it's actually not the name is not coming. It's actually name
Dr. Kokilas,
as
there is
usual
a
comes. We can't actually understand it's a chair. Sorry, do you hear me?
Dr. Kokila, Thiruvan Saranai, there is a small signal issue. We can't hear you properly. So she will join in. So let's continue reading. When you are aware, you don't have any thoughts in that moment. Let us say that you see a brick wall. At the time you see the brick wall, you are aware that you saw a brick wall. It is just an awareness. So if we go into deeper to understand these lines, what Aryan Hansi mentions here is when your eye perceives the image of a brick wall, if you haven't heard of true Dhamma, if you haven't actually realized this message, how the stimulus or how the thought is created, you see nothing but a brick wall. But for a person who knows the truth, that inner mechanism, how that label of the brick wall at once springs up and connects with that image. We can't see that at physical level, but through wisdom, if you see how that name, the previous data, At some point in the past, somebody introduced it as the brick wall to you. Then, of course, you can't see nothing but the brick wall on it. The moment you see the brick wall, the suffering is there. What's the suffering? This is the unique suffering that we can understand only from an Aryan or in the Aryan ground. This suffering is the moment it becomes a brick wall, this image becomes the brick wall, the person who experiences that is on the other side. This duality, internal, external, is inevitable. If you see a bottle, that you can't say, I have transcended the external, internal. I have realized, I have liberated from duality. If you see the chair as a real entity, you can't say you have transcended the duality. Because it's like an equation in simple terms. The moment the external object, even though using the mind, you can, it's again a problem, a tricky thing, that knowledge is there because Aryan Hanse always says there is nothing external, nothing outside, no bottles, no bags, no brick walls, no houses, just things made up of four great elements. So that knowledge might come as a deceiver or a hindrance. We think that there isn't anything out there, but actually everything is there and suffering is also there. Everything is real, but we have a faith, belief due to ignorance that there are things. It is not the Aryan Hanse's message. That's why after listening to Dhamma for 3-4 years, just to get a superficial understanding of it, one still is in the mind or is lost in thoughts or experiences the world as a real entity. In these sermons, through their experience, actually, it's not our experience, the noble teacher, one who has achieved, sees this clearly. The moment the entity becomes real, it becomes a bottle, it becomes a brick wall. On the other side, the self, the person who experiences, person who hears the call of the crow, person who hears the sound of the drum, person who smells the jasmine, person who tastes pineapple, arise. So that is the knot that we have to untangle. So as Dr. Kokila pointed out, awakening to the moment, when you know the truth, what happens? That inner awareness, you still see the bottle, you still see the brick wall, you still see these entities, but that awareness, it is not a thing, but only way to know that it is the reduction of value attributed to those entities. That's what Dr. Kokila wanted to highlight, because otherwise this is incomplete. Because always what someone who walks on the path, the practitioner of insightful meditation experiences is everything happens as usual. You do your job, you look after your family, you use all the objects, kitchen, in the kitchen, in the living room, everything. But as a natural phenomenon, the value attributed to them disappears or fades away gradually. So one may feel it as a kind of tranquility or reduction in the inner burning. Inner burning in the sense the craving, the aversion, attachment, the actually all these heavy emotions attributed to people and the entities. So next point, again I quote from the book, a newborn baby has the same awareness about the surroundings, but the baby cannot name them. Therefore, the baby cannot generate thoughts. His mind is pure. His mind can also be called as Prabhashvara Chitta or radiant mind. Even if he sees the brick wall, it does not mean anything to him. He only has an awareness of the brick wall. There aren't any thoughts generated regarding the brick wall. He does not distinguish anything as a bed, a brick wall, or a table. The baby is unable to distinguish anything or even name anything outside. Therefore, a small baby is not able to generate thoughts. So, in this section, it is further elaborated how the thoughts are formed and how everyone experiences thoughts, how a person who has exposure to the world, to all these sources of knowledge, who has accumulated perceptions, experiences the world, and someone who has the least exposure to the world experiences it. So, Aryan Mahanse's sermons, in Venerable Aryan Mahanse's sermons, he always mentions that this existence feel is the biggest challenge. We can't solidify these concepts, but still there is no other way of explaining. So I beg your pardon for using words, to explain all these. So actually, the person who has accumulated a lot of perceptions has to make a backward journey to untangle all those perceptions he or she believed to be real. So, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, please.
Is it clear
Yes.
now, the voice?
Our voice is not clear.
No, what I'm asking is my sound.
Now it's clear, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes,
So
Dr. Kokila. This refers to radiant. Yes, please.
We don't actually try to reverse everything. If we see one moment, or if we cut one mangosteen, we don't have to cut every mangosteen. Likewise, we don't have to reverse every aspect of these Dhamma, like the perceptions, as you said. There's nothing like that. Then this, like if we have billions of perceptions, are we going to reverse all the billions of perceptions. That's not how it works. We humans, as humans, has like a very good mind power where we can actually understand these things. We can incorporate our understanding and have a idea of a
Exactly.
prajna, or this ability to understand is really high. So what happens is we see this one moment, as we are talking about this moment,
Yes.
there we only we see through this how this happens, and actually the baby can only feel. Baby can only feel even the light, the sound. They feel it. They can feel the difference in the vibrations of the sound. So if it's a high vibration of a sound, then if it's a low vibration of a sound, and slowly and with the time they understand. There's no time to the baby, but with the age is when they grow older, they understand that this vibration, the particular sound came with this particular form. So then they collaborate that. Not they, actually it collaborates itself, like it combines itself, and that's how mother comes, like the thought arises. So you have to understand this fully, otherwise the reversal of this in one moment is not fully understood. So we have to understand that the baby actually has only a vibration, like a field. It's only a field. So that field also is nothing but the vibration of the particular sensory organ, whether it is eye, whether it's ear, whether it's tongue, whether it's the nose, whether it's the body, the sensory part of the body. So that is the point. So that's the vibration that the baby feels. I'm not talking about 2-year-old, I'm talking about the baby in the cot. Baby in the cot only feels stuff, but there is no self who feels that. There is a vibration, but there, in that also there is sasavasabhava, like sasava, like that the interpretation of that feel is like there is a perceiver. So that's where the beginning of the thought happens. So when we talk about this moment that Sudharma was talking, that moment, actually what happens is the value of the chair is gone. Then you come to that level of perception where it is only a feel. And even that, if you can understand that it's only a sensory formation, then comes the non-vibration, or means the perceiver vanishes, because it is the sound can be there, but it is not exactly. It's very in a like a subtle way, but still it is there. So that is the moment. What do we get from that moment is nothing but the understanding that when this perception is nothing, in the sense it is handed over to the sensory organ, it's not a burden at all. So it's there, just there, but the perceiver, the actual the how do I say, the within, the person who's sensory, how do I say that, who feel like you sensing something, it has disappeared. That is the moment that you have to feel it. It's only momentary thing in the first time. Were you going to ask something?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. Uh, Thank you very much, and Peruan Saranai for adding that. And please go ahead, Dr. Kokila. And what I wanted to ask was that radiant mind, when we talk about radiant mind, Dr. Kokila, even the newborn has the existence field, right?
Yeah,
Although
yeah.
it
It is
doesn't
very
have the
subtle, but it
no,
is
yeah,
there.
yeah, yes. So if a bright light is directed to the baby's eyes, he or she would react, right? But
Oh, no, no,
still,
no,
the,
don't, no.
no,
So,
yeah,
so don't confuse.
yeah,
Even the Arahant would react
mm-hmm,
to that. So
mm-hmm.
don't get confused. So like the chair,
Okay,
I told you, I corrected that.
yes,
The chair would be seen, but still the valley would be gone. It's
yes,
similar to that. An Arahant
mm-hmm,
would feel the discomfort and might move away from that. It doesn't necessarily
mm-hmm,
mean that it is a problem to that
mm-hmm.
Arahant. So when we interpret this is a bit subtle, so we have to be careful. So because one might think it is the aversion delusion that the child moves from the eye, the bright light. No, that's actually not the truth. It is because that sensory organ can't handle it. Our sensory organs, the human
Yes,
sensory organs have limitations. So that actually that sensory organ can't handle it more than that. That's why
exactly.
that that thing happens. But the actual the it's not because of aversion delusion and what is the other one? The
Aversion, delusion, no attachment.
attachment. It's not
Yeah.
because of that the child moves the eye, because it's too bright means it is limited to the eye. We need to get that. It happens to anyone, and there's no aversion or like attachment or delusion in that just because they are taking the eye away. That's not the truth. But what happens here, the way they perceive that has the ability to we have to understand this. So when a vibration happens, because of the not knowing, it produces the feel that it is felt to someone or felt here, like in this area of the body. That is normal, but that brings up the all the other problems with the mind. But only Arahant who has listened to this Dhamma, that's why a child can't attain anything. Child can't, the small baby in the cot has no ability to do anything because there's no burning. So for the burning to happen, this thought process should start, and they will understand that this is happening to me, and then the sinner or not sinner,
Yes,
the
the
person
suffering.
who
Yes.
suffering, the person who suffers is born. That's where that happens. So it takes about few years for a child to actually get into this thinking pattern. Once this thinking pattern has begun, then if that child hears this Dhamma, likewise which happened to Vishaka, so at 7 years of age, she listened to Lord Buddha and understood or listened to Dhamma and then felt that that moment. What happened there was, after listening to Dhamma, whatever Lord Buddha said at that time, she understood that the feeling of self is there only because we take these things for granted. We automatically we have given a value because from radiant mind we didn't stop, we we never will stop from the radiant mind. If the radiant mind is only there, then nothing would happen. But the radiant mind, because of the blueness, it goes on to form the thoughts. If it is only radiant mind, no one has to actually attain nirvana, because no one is actually suffering here. But it doesn't end up there. The radiant mind actually ends up with the thoughts. So then the suffering begins. Then if the sufferer listens to this Dhamma only, then they understand, okay, this is how the suffering begins. Then if they understand that when a particular some form of something is taken for granted or taken as real, only this is that the feeling of alive feeling comes, then you might feel it too. And that moment, the moment you feel it, nothing, it's only proving that to you that nothing else is happening, because after that, Vishaka led a normal life. Remember, she led a normal life. The only difference is she knows what is the meaning, what Lord Buddha is trying to say. She knows that, but it's only a fraction of a second she felt it. She didn't feel it again. So, but the good thing is that she knows that there is something like this. What is that? Is that if the stimulus is
Existence feel, isn't it?
yeah, if the stimulus is not taken as real, there's a chance that you may not feel the existent feel. That is the end part of it. That's what you feel. And in here, so when you ask about the radiant mind actually doesn't have any problem. But but radiant mind can't understand Dhamma. So radiant mind will never attain nirvana, because radiant mind actually doesn't know anything about self at all. Because the mind hasn't formed yet. So the burning will happen. The baby will cry. Eyes will get burned. If someone doesn't pick up the baby, we might get burned, yes, and die. And still, that particular vibration will carry on. It will carry on. It will never stop carrying on. So but the thing is, understanding this Dhamma, a person who is like 50 years of age might actually feel the radiant mind as well. But that doesn't mean that he or she has forgotten the chair or forgotten the water or whatever. No, nothing like that. But they feel that tranquility, because there is no value to the thoughts. Do you think it's clear? I mean, it's very difficult to
It's very
explain.
clear, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai. Our gratitude to you for this explanation. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted a very important point there, that blueness or sasrava, isn't it? The change that we call, that the vibration that happens telepathizes into the zygote.
Yeah.
Yes. So I need to clarify again this, Dr. Kokila. Now, when we think of a newborn in a cot, at sensory base level, does he or she gets the existence feel?
There is existent feel,
Yes,
but there is no
yes.
form to that.
No form to that. No thoughts are not formed, right? Labels
Yeah,
are
but
not
there's
there.
no form, so it's arup actually. So that
I
means
see.
it's a feel only.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. And I need to re-emphasize what Dr. Kokila mentioned, that Arya Mahasi always warns us that you don't have to cut all mangosteens to see the kernel. That kernel is white. Understanding or penetrating through one single stimulus will awaken the wisdom and contemplation, if, as she also explained, if contemplation happen continuously. That itself becomes a thing for you. And yesterday in these groundbreaking revelations or Andolanatmaka Deshana also, Aryan Vanse emphasized that people do not know that they are experiencing this uh, perfect liberation or this Nibbana. They go on contemplating, having known the truth, still they are not satisfied. It becomes a thing. Nibbana becomes a thing, and they go on searching for it. They, in the sense, I might also fall into that category. Ignorantly, we do that because we have a kind of now craving towards
No, we have
Nibbana.
to look
Yeah.
at that in different way. So our
Okay.
mind is anyway like that. So we
Hmm.
have to appreciate that our mind anyway likes to incline towards something. So because the mind, the radiant mind doesn't do that, but after the thoughts, it's usually even radiant mind has the inclination to feel things, but then after that the person with the mind, normal mind, has the inclination to think and get attached to that, or aversion, because this happens due to delusion, in the sense ignorance. So in this sense, you have to understand anyway, everyone, for everyone, the Dhamma becomes a thing, like this what is it, insight, meditation or whatever, it becomes a thing initially anyway. So don't be upset about that. It's okay. But with wisdom, with help of the noble friends, you slowly understand how mind works. Then you know that you are not attached to the sun now, you are not attached to the family now, but you are attached to the Dhamma now. So it is normal, but then you have to keep understanding. That's where actually that the few minutes ago we were talking about the one moment. What is the moment called?
Yes, awakening to the moment.
Awakening to the moment. That is the importance of awakening to the moment, because we are actually not exploring whole billions of perceptions we have. We are not doing that. We are actually exploring the self-perception. If we forget that, our journey becomes a different journey, then it becomes complicated. We are only trying to understand this self-perception. Then we understand that the self-perception is related to the other perceptions. Do you understand?
Yes, Dr.
Because
Gopula,
self-perception is the only main thing that carries on this samsara, not the other perceptions. So what happens is, though, all the other perceptions are actually related to this self-perception, because if the other perceptions are a thing, or there is a value to that, then only self-perception appears. So then this revelation, this understanding is the groundbreaking moment. So because then you know, in that moment, that awakening to the moment, you know that that's what didn't happen. You know that in that particular moment that didn't happen, or whatever happening in this samsara didn't happen in that one particular fraction of a moment. It didn't happen. So it's so groundbreaking, because that particular experience makes you to realize the whole truth about what non-self perception is. It's not going to last forever. It's going to, you're going to go to the self-perception again, because things are still things to us. Do you get that point?
Exactly. And Dr. Kokila, you highlighted actually a very important point. Now, if we, as you said, if we go on analyzing each and every stimulus, on the other side, it's that internal, external, probably the external experience changes, that eyes perceive images, ear perceive sounds, but still on this side, the perception, the self or the soul who takes everything as I experience will grow. And the contemplation, when it comes to contemplation also, if we try to analyze each and every single thought, the person who analyzes it and sees grows unknowingly. That's what you wanted
Yeah,
to explain.
yeah,
Yes, Dr.
true.
Kokila, it's a great reminder for all of us. It happens. And another question I would like to pose at this moment, Dr. Kokila. Now, when the mothers in Zoom discussions, they mention, okay, now I understand R.M. Mahanse's sermons, the message, everything, it's very clear to me. And with that, the burning diminishes, and um, I don't feel like attending gatherings, occasions, functions. I more or less feel like avoiding them. So, what was given as an answer was, okay, the person who refuses to attend, the person who kind of drawing little aversion towards such occasions or functions or gatherings, who tries to enjoy solitude or isolation, grows. But Dr. Kokila, can't we take it as the effort the person makes to listens to Dhamma and to like penetrate through this and to depending on the person's level, if the person has not fully understood the message, that kind of feeling to be in isolation or to be all by the person to discover this more. Can't
Yeah,
we take
now,
it
now,
as an effort?
yeah, we'll take it as an example. See, the radiant mind, we'll talk as about a baby who has a radiant mind. Do you ever think that the radiant mind does something like that knowingly, that they will move away from the light? They don't move away from the light knowingly, do they? That this, my eye will burn, my body will burn, I have to go away from the light, otherwise I will die. Is that why the baby moves from the light?
It's a
It
natural reaction, isn't it, Dr.
natural reaction. That's the so there are so many aspects of that question. So one aspect is radiant mind may move from a place. There's no indication for that. That's what that radiant mind felt, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But now we talk about a person who has not gone yet to radiant mind. So there are stages. So we can't really talk like this, because if we talk about Lord Buddha, we'll take it as an example. Lord Buddha might go to a biggest function ever in that time, biggest function ever. Will Lord Buddha be upset about going there or not upset about going there, or what is it? There's nothing like that. Can we imagine something like that? Lord Buddha is
Yeah,
doing something and we try to put interpretations to that. It's useless, isn't it? Because
yes.
Lord Buddha doesn't feel any existence. That's even different to the radiant mind. Do you understand?
Yes, doctor. So the mundane person's mind always has judgments, right? It's judgmental, no? Naturally.
Yeah, I'll come to that. So
Yeah.
so then we talked about Lord Buddha's how he handles things, because Lord Buddha has no delusion, no aversion, no delusion, nothing. So in that sense, he can actually attend anything and there's nothing in there as a field of existence. So it is nothing abnormal, nothing normal or abnormal. There's nothing like that. So, but normal person, imagine not knowing Dhamma, like haven't heard anything. That person is going to be actually activated into this system, like like you are in the film, inside the film. You are inside the film. You're not outside the film, but you're inside the film. You're acting in it. You feel like you are invited now. There's so many thoughts coming. Should I go? Should I not go? Should I go quickly and drive back, or like go and show my face and come back? Or should I go there and show that I enjoy? Or should I actually not enjoy? And if I'm not enjoying, should I stay and apologize or tell a lie? So how many things can cross that mind? So are they valuable? These are all thoughts.
Yes.
But if the thoughts are not important, that if a person has not been an arahant, still hasn't attained that level, but still, if someone has understood this Dhamma and has felt it, whatever that person does is whatever that person feels like doing. That's it. And there's no much judgment on yourself. So it's about actually judging yourself. You said about judgment, but this whole life, what we have done is we judge ourselves. Well, how do we judge ourselves? We think that I saw this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to drive, I'm going to go there, show my face and come back, or I'm going to go there, be there in the party for some time, I'm going to like show that I enjoy. It's all thoughts. What's the nonsense about that? What's the big deal about that? So if it is a big deal, yes, then if you feel that your if you feel like such aversion, it's better not to go. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is, whether it is, if it is not a direct attachment problem or a aversion problem, if the delusion is not there, whether you go or not, it's not a problem. You will do whatever you feel like doing. Do you understand?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. You quoted a very beautiful example that anybody can understand. Lord Buddha attended the biggest event ever, right? Because it was not the thing for that one. That
You can't even talk about that to an arahant.
yeah, exactly. We can't. Exactly. So that solved a lot of problems and doubts I had, because what happens is, Dr. Kokila, when somebody explains an experience, it becomes our experience. So that way, this entire mundane world is also a single kind of thought or a vibration. Not talking about the people who have realized, I mean, have walked on the path for some time like you, but still, most of the majority of disciples, listeners, their experiences become our experience as well, and they solve our problems by listening to them. We also come to a lot of realizations, because as you said, I stopped it at that 10. Moving on to what you tried to emphasize, our mind, actually, that is what is being highlighted all the time. One, if you liberate from the mind, you are there, right? It is not an easy thing. Understanding this, as you said, Aryan Haze gives another example, seeing the pattern. What is that stem pattern, or what? I don't get that word. Narati vinyase of one leaf of a, say, mango tree or a certain tree, it is applicable to same thing. And as you said, if you cut one mangosteen, it is applicable to all mangosteens. Understanding or penetrating through one thought will solve lot of our problems and will help us to untangle the knots that we have in life. And with that, Dr. Kokila, I see, yes, our friends, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, even Mr. Justin are there. Dr. Ravi, the topic today is awakening to the moment. Would you like to add your thoughts in terms of this? I shouldn't say thoughts, yeah, realizations in terms of this. Are you in
Yes,
a position?
yeah. Yes, Sudhama Thirvan Saranai.
Thiruvaan
Thirvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Dr.
Thirvan Saranai.
Ravi.
Yes, awakening to the moment. Yes. Yeah, as you said, so realization, what the thought is, it makes you to be on the awaken to the moment. That that means that if you can, yeah, that so what the Dhamma talks about the nothingness or the non-soul state. So
Yes.
what
I
Lord
do
Buddha told,
apologize, Dr. Ravi. I know you are not well today.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you
no,
find.
you said you want to leave now, right? Anyway, that's
No,
fine.
it's
You
all
can.
right, Dr. Ravi. It's okay. I will
Okay.
continue. Thank Thiruvaan Saranai, Dr.
Okay.
Ravi. Yes, please
Thank
relax.
you.
It's all right. So, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvaan Saranai.
Thiruvaan Saranai Sudharma, and all Dhamma friends. I think Dr. Kokila gave a nice detailed explanation,
Yes.
and discussion by two of you was very interesting. Yes, if I add something shortly brief, something brief. Every teaching, the Lord Buddha's teaching was actually to be aware of this present moment, because the thoughts that uh, come from the past incidents come as a thought at this moment, and the thoughts about the future also comes as a thought at this moment. So then you can see very clearly that there is nothing called past and there's nothing called future also, because both situations or both timing uh, actually comes to one point where the present moment. But there is nothing called present moment also, nothing sort of solid to
Actually, Sakuntala,
stand on. Yes, yes.
Sakuntala, that, the awakening to the moment has all these things. In that particular moment, you don't feel a time, and there's no past or present, and even when you understand that it's a vibration of the sensory organ, and that moment actually there's no this moment either. So that's actually
Yes.
nice to feel. So
Yes.
that is the main thing. So that this whatever we say, it is very, very important to feel this. That's actually the awakening to the moment. Yeah, I've just added.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the correction. Yes. So it's that is why it is called the Akalika Dharma. That means it's a timeless teaching that Lord Buddha did for us. So when you are awake, when you say that you are awakened to the present moment, it indicates that there is no value to the present thought. Also, the present thought is also a construct, collection of forms, and right at this moment a spark which cannot be given any value. So when you sort of analyze in that way, you can see that there's nothingness, but from the nothingness, things have been created as forms of illusions, and there is a baseless construction or baseless construction as an illusion. So this is what we have to understand. The illusion is taken as something really existing in the form of perceptions from different senses. The sensor itself is the function. Actually, there is nothing called existing sensor. Sensor means the function. It's a verb where there is seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, taste, etc. So that itself is the result of the speed, a speed that cannot be given a figure actually. So due to the speed, there is some creation, and the creation is taken as real, and that is where the ignorance is. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila? Any corrections of what I mentioned?
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, nothing much. So the more we understand about this, more we relax. The relaxation, actually the problem is the relaxation part, because Dhamma should inspire us. Dhamma should activate this part of our kind of this looking, the way we look, the way we look at the life. After that there should be some kind of relaxation. Then only you can awaken to the moment. You can't awaken to the moment while you are in a rat race for something, like even for them. So that's where I think the problem lies the most of the time. But it happens to everyone, so it's normal. I would say it is normal, because it happens to all of us. So first we like kind of drive, like we drive for year 12, we drive for, graduation, we drive for post-graduation, we can do anything like that. It's some, so we take this as like that, and we kind of try to grab something, like achieve something. Then you will never achieve that. So the more you understand about Dhamma, the more you relax, more you understand that you can't grab Dhamma like that, or the moment like that. You relax. The complete relax moment will actually bring up the awakening to the moment. That's what the problem is with a lot of our friends. The inability to keep even that Dhamma part away and relax. That comes with time, though. It comes with the help of the noble friends. It comes with the help of some discussions. It comes with every discussion we have. So then you learn. You can't awaken to the moment while giving a value to that moment. The more you understand this, the more you relax, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Actually, many people, including myself, I also had that same thing. We feel that there is many more things to do to understand this Dhamma. What else to do? What else to do? What should I do? That is the thought that was sort of bothering sometimes. Even I have experienced that. You don't feel like relaxing. The
Yeah,
feeling
even
of
Sudharma
doing
has said that in
something.
Sinhala Zoom discussions. Even Sudharma has
Yes.
said. So everyone has that problem, but I think it's normal. I think it is normal because it's how we work. I mean, it's normal. But the problem is, with the help of the noble friend, you have to realize this is not something like year 12. It's not something like graduation. It is not something like you burn a house. It is not like that. So if you can't relax, then you have to find ways of relaxation. Yes. So when you go to a place, you feel like relax, then it is some kind of a port to the situation. But you don't have to. You don't necessarily have to. The more you understand Dhamma, you will realize there's nothing like that. Then the value of that moment is gone. Then the awakening to that moment will come. But it doesn't happen because always we are trying to search for the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. Until we drop that part, the next one part, the awakening to the moment will never happen. So that realization will settle down us. It will settle down the ego. It will settle down the attachment to Dhamma. It will settle down even the delusion. It will settle down a lot of things. I think so. I don't know. Do you agree,
Yeah.
Sudama? I think she.
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Dr. Sakuntala, thank you so much for the valuable additions you made. Dr. Kokila, we are fortunate to meet up people like you, although not as people, in our eyes. People like you, actually, when you explain Dhamma points, you always add the things that one should be careful about. That those warnings, little warnings, helps actually maybe for everyone, for me personally, to come to certain realizations then and then. More than you never put a tick. You never put a tick. As a normal friend, you always say where we have to be careful. That is the most, essential thing for someone to come to these realizations. As Aryan
Yeah, but
yes,
Sudharma, I will try to add something to that.
yeah,
Even that, don't take it too harsh.
yes,
Even
okay,
so, these words are meant to correct you, yes, but don't take them too harsh. What
yes,
happens? Otherwise, what happens is you self-doubt every step you make. No, this is not the way. That's what I'm trying to say. When you relax fully, not by one. Whether you do a mistake or not, you just relax like a child. Do children run around in a garden, right, thinking? I mean, they might think that my mother might blame me now, but they might still keep on doing. So when I talk about relaxation, the doubts about whether this is correct or not is not necessarily needed, because we have listened to Dhamma for a long time, isn't it? So then these doubts or whatever, this I have to do it this way or that way, drop all of that.
yes, yes.
So then when you drop all of that, the relaxation will automatically come and the awakening to the moment will automatically come. Actually speaking, what Aranahans are trying to tell is you have passed all these moments. Sometimes you might not know because of due to the agitation or due to the the rat race we have, we might even miss that. That's what it is. That's what Aranahans is trying to say. Sometimes we pass all these moments, we don't know. So that's why we have to relax a bit more. So when I mean relax, it doesn't mean like relax in the body part, but you can relax the body parts too. It's okay. I'm mostly talking about pretending, predicting, or self-doubting, whatever. These aspects of us who try to compare, just drop all of them. Yeah,
I would
because
like
we
to
know
share,
Dhamma. We know Dhamma enough. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I would like to share a personal experience. Actually, in my childhood, my father was very strict, very strict. So he used to, we were kind of really scared of him. He was doing the needful. He was actually a principal by profession, but he was very strict. Being the eldest of the family, I suffered a lot, I should say, because he was like, I had two younger sisters, so uh, the- all there's a gap between the second sister and me, 5 year gap. So always, whatever happens, the blame comes upon me. So I that though until I mean at the age of 11 we were sent to boarding houses, we were in the boarding places, but that early childhood period, because I was really scared of my father when I was playing. If I see him coming from a distance, I stop it and run into the house. So like that was the time, and still. Um, he's a father by the name. It may this not be a kind of disgrace to him at all, but still, now also, Dr. Kokila, to be honest, when Aryan Hanse asked the second question from me, that same fear telepathizes. So, as you said, I am so agitated, I cannot clearly explain the next point. So, it was there, I mean, from the very beginning. So that experience, childhood experience, hospital, I get really upset. And Aryan Hanse used to ask, why are you so upset and scared and you are not telling a thing? Even a year or two ago, he used to get very recently also. Now, when I explain the point, but when he asked the second question, that fear arises and I go blank and then I start talking nonsense and everybody feels that, Dr. Kokila. So that is a personal experience actually.
See, this is the way. This is the way. So
Yeah, Dr.
now the lot of us will have moments like this which are imprinted.
Hmm.
The main important thing is to understand the imprint can be there, but there is no self who is feeling that. So what happens is you get used to this imprint. So when you get used to this imprint, it doesn't matter anymore. What happens is the any experience when it is happening now, even though we call it telepathize, it is happening now, isn't it? So when the vibration becomes equal, it you feel like it has happened before, but what is actually happening is happening here now. So in that perspective, the self perception which happened with that previous one also is here. But if someone understands Dhamma, he will feel that, but will not perceive it as private. Because you feel that this is private, something happened to me.
Yes.
But what actually is, it's another perception. It's another perception where you, if you combine that with, like compare it to something else, if you had something, a beautiful experience, imagine something, whatever, even that can come as a beautiful experience. You might telepathize it now, you might telepathize it to a beautiful moment which has happened before. What happens is not these moments overlapping. What happens is the self-perception occurs everywhere. It's the same vibration. There's no change in that. It's the same vibration. Do you understand that? Even though the perception of the actual thought is different, or the perception of the past is different, or whatever that moment, we can name it differently. But the self-perception is one single self-perception. Though it appears at that particular moment, it is the kind of one type of vibration. What happens is that vibration will not start appearing at one moment. So the telepathization will happen. May Triple bless you all. We'll start the Zoom discussion today. We worship you, Aran Hansa. There's so much gratitude for Dhamma. Actually, yeah, we can talk about anything. This is all about no self Dhamma, no self anger, non-vibration. We talk every day. And yeah, Sudharma also is here. Sudharma, are you free to talk?
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Yes,
Teruvan Saranai. Actually, the
Anasa.
yesterday question, I was thinking about it today morning.
Okay.
But how the answer should be kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know that when you ask about, okay, where is the self-perception start? Actually, it starts from the mother or the thought. But what I was trying to say was something different. What I was trying to say was, even in the field, there is those astrava, 4 astravas. That is the these are things that you can actually explore with wisdom.
Yes.
And also, you know that when we talk about the mother or the chair is a mental perception. But there is a gray area that Aranhanse talks about a lot, but he doesn't talk it much about the light consciousness, sound consciousness, touch and temperature consciousness, and the taste and the smell. Because you know, when we think, your eyes can be closed, your sound, maybe your sound is obliterated, your ears are closed as well. Just imagine you're not tasting anything, you are not smelling anything, you're not touching anything. Just imagine, I mean, there can be a touch because if you're standing or sitting, but just imagine it's not focused. And thought happens. This thought acts as another sensory organ. You have to remember that it acts as another sensory organ. So thought itself is itself can occur, like Aranhanse says. He sometimes any thought can happen. It can be a synchronization to anything that it can be about tomorrow work or today or yesterday. It doesn't matter, whatever, the war, the petrol, whatever. So this thought itself, we have the mind consciousness, mind perception, mind vibration, right? We talk about that. But when you look at something with the naked eye, that experience starts with the naked eye. Why I'm using the naked eye is just to show that it started with the seeing. Thinking is a different aspect. Thinking, the thinking is a sixth sensory organ. It is nowhere. There's no place that sensory organ is there. Nothing. But we have, if imagine, if we are just imagine I'm 80 years old. Imagine the number of thoughts we have, kind of how many thoughts we can telepathize into. I mean, we can go back to even the Montessori teacher. I mean, I can remember the Montessori teacher.
Of course.
So we can go to even the Montessori teacher. So see how far our thoughts can go. So the billions or millions, at least millions of thoughts are there. We can synchronize at any point. So this is an area that we should master, that the thinking is a different aspect. it acts as a different organ. So
Yeah,
about Dhamma
doctor.
also, you can get thoughts. Suddenly you think, yeah, now nothing happened to me. It's a thought. But the problem is whether you're taking these thoughts seriously. Now,
Yeah.
when someone says background noise, is that Sudharma's place? Yeah, it's okay. You
Yeah.
keep it muted if you getting disturbed. But I wanted to talk about this because there is always this a little bit of a confusion about these perceptions. Because when we say perceptions, there is always a depth to that. We can't just talk about the mind perception only. So the mind perception, so Montessori teacher, if I say that one, just for a talking point. So the Montessori teacher, it's quite different from my Montessori teacher to your Montessori teacher to Surangika's Montessori teacher. So the thought itself, whether it is about Dhamma, whether it's about your past, whether it's about your future, whether it's about your now, whether it's about the war, about the world, about Sri Lanka, about Australia, about what? Son, daughter, doesn't matter. So these thoughts are not real, we know that. But the projection that we have is a different phenomena, that projection that now imagine you are looking at the fan, you can definitely say the fan is there. And when I asked yesterday, is the fan above me? It was a tricky question I asked, but is it above you? So someone might say, yes, it's above me. I'm actually standing on the floor, on the tile, or you can say I'm standing in one side of my room, or you can say I'm sitting on a chair. Yeah, and the fan is near me or above me or whatever. Or you can say the TV is in front of me. The wall is behind me, and suddenly your son may appear to the room as well. There may be people coming to the room as well. So this is a tricky area that we feel, right? This is normal. So this is the world we live in, right? We feel like everything is happening. But the thing is, this projection that we are talking about, is that actually true? Is any of these things true? So these are observed by the eye. What I was trying to say was observed by the eye. You come to the sitting like a living room. You can see the TV in front of you, wall behind you, maybe a cupboard by the side of the room, and settee. Don't you feel that it's actually there? If someone has,
yeah.
If someone has no Dhamma knowledge, yes, everything is there, I'm here. Even after knowing Dhamma, you can still feel like it. It's okay, you know that it is actually not there, but there has to be a very good confirmation about that. And then there is another level, that perception, that is mainly the perception is in the mind level. So even if you know that they are not out there, is the fan above me, I ask? Is the fan above you? Is it a perception now? The above me is a perception. Fan is a perception. Perception, you have learned this. Someone has to teach you that This is what is called above. This is what is called below. This is what is called side. This is what is called in front of. This is what is called under. This is what is called on. This is what is called behind. Whatever. So these are the perceptions that you have, and you have actually started trusting them, right? So you have like a big story now. You stand somewhere and you have a big story now. It's all center. Who is center? Center is me. Center is me. This is the center which is going to dissolve, but center is me. At the moment, center is me. So the center is related to the center. You kind of have a very great area. All these are perceptions. None of these are actually there. In the sense, you have no experience of outside at all anyway. So they are perceptions. So when you say they are perceptions and they are not even true, what does that mean? Is there so fan above me? What does that mean? You might say, you might look at it. Well, I know it can't be fan above me. How about the shape of light I see then? Is that shape of light there? Is it there? Is the shape of light there? There are colors, you know now the names because the names have been given to someone, because you didn't know anything about the pink, the yellow, the red, blue, you knew nothing. Now you can say it's a yellow fan. Now when you are questioned, you might say, well, I get your point. I get your point. Yellow fan is a perception. Perceptions are not true. But what is there then? This question has been asked multiple times in the Zooms. That is the fast vibration of the I that you encounter as you. So this whole thing about fully realizing one thought can be done in different ways. It can be done through the taste. It can be done through the smell. It can be done through the eyes. It can be done through the sound. It can be done through the temperature. It can be done through the touch. It can be done through the mind also. Don't forget. The mind itself is a bit tricky, because it's tricky anyway, because you in the sense, not you, everyone get very serious about the thoughts. Very serious about the thoughts. Now you would say, yeah, I know outside is a perception. Now if outside is a perception, so then it's mental perception we are talking about here. So correcting, I'm talking about a mental perception here. So the fan, definitely there's nothing actually. Fan is a perception only. So what about the perception? Is it true? When you ask that question, it can't be true, because it is formed from multiple vibrations coming together. It has formed a new vibration, kind of. It's actually acting as a new vibration. So this new vibration, that is what you feel as something. You feel something. And when you feel the sensory organ of mind, there's so many aspects to that, because there are so many, everything is there, like emotions. There are so many aspects in the I'm now after, because you know this talk about the self vibration, looking at something or hearing something or touching something or any consciousness, in that case any vijnana is the consciousness, any consciousness, you need to realize, you have to dig deep into the level of the consciousness and see any consciousness is actually, there is a power. There's a power, what is felt. So this field side, there is a power that is the power. What is the power? The power is the taints, the power of you. What gave all these trouble for the whole samsaric journey. If you don't capture this tanha, or the additional power that is there, if you don't capture this, there's no stopping of this forming houses. One house is one thought. There will never be a stopping of forming houses, in the sense you can take it as birds also. But anyway, any thought, because thoughts are the birds. So there's no stopping. If you don't capture this power, there's no stopping. So not only Lord Buddha said, I captured, in the sense is the one who is making houses, I captured. And every one of us, there's a task, there's a challenge to capture that power. Then only you definitely can say, yes, that is the power. And what is the underneath of that? Who can feel this? It's a non-vibration. Non-vibration will be there anyway. Non-vibration feels the vibration. So this whole thing, you have to have a good understanding about the challenge. Otherwise, you give up the challenge here and there. That's all I wanted to recapitulate. Actually, the baby can't do anything. Baby is helpless. Baby has all this feel, that power. Baby can't do anything. Helpless baby is laughing, smiling happily, or crying, very screaming. Yeah, can't do anything. There's light consciousness, there's sound consciousness, there's touch consciousness, temperature consciousness, there's smell consciousness, there's taste consciousness, whatever level to that is built. And that baby is helpless. Because even though the potential, all the features of the self vibration is also there, but you need to dig into that level to actually catch this power, the additional power, the tanha, the nandi, the whatever that power, you have to catch it. So this is the challenge. So that take the challenge fully without being confident or comfortable, actually not the word confident, being comfortable with the comfortable areas that you get along this path. That's the message. And once you fully realize that even this alive field is actually a creation, well, no one can tip you off to say anything, because your own alive field is challenged now. What do you think, Surangika? Oh, Sudharma, there's not much friends today. I think everyone is busy with maybe Aurodo in Sri Lanka. Don't know whether Actually, I don't know whether our
I think there are programs also, no? Dr. Sakuntala must be. Anyway, today is 12th and New Year celebration, of course. Getting things ready. They got holidays, I think. This is the only weekend that comes before the New Year. No, anyway, Monday, tomorrow. Yeah, must be busy. Yeah, doctor, it's I was listening to that and actually every day you explain this very nicely and I uh, got it and I mean, as a true noble friend, you are trying your best to get us to that level. And doctor, what I feel is actually when you explained everything that we have to go deeper and everything, it is actually what is being done in the practical program. The 4 steps are for that when you were explaining that Montessori thing also. That is actually the Pubbenivasanussati jnana. Now we have to go back
well,
to that
actually,
level to
these
see.
all
Yeah,
the jnana
yeah,
get fulfilled if you have an opportunity to feel this, because jnana means you have to feel this as well.
yeah. Aryan has
So the
explained it
going to the
beautifully.
beginning, you have to actually go to the beginning through one stimulus. Then only you are
Of
sure. I
course.
mean, we study
Yeah,
this, we
yeah.
get a thinking.
Even the thing is when we uh, get the big picture, how the thought gets created, self-perception, self-view, it, I mean, when everything comes
Importance is
in place,
self-vibration.
yeah,
Because
self-vibration,
as long as the self-vibration is there, life feel is there, it doesn't matter whether the mind is formed or not.
mm,
The cycle of birth is there.
true. As long as this change will not get zero or will not end up at non-vibration, that is there anyway. And actually, a beautiful thing came to me. Told I came across a beautiful sermon of Aryan Hanse. That person asked someone asked the same question about this self-perception. So it is there on YouTube also. It's Aryan Hanse starts with that when no that guy asked when the first self-perception arises with this uh, so-called thought creation, full complete thought. Then Aryanase explains, yeah, true, but still you cannot talk about that without going to the radiant mind. It is in Sinhala. Aryanase says, when the child in the cot feels that light is there, sound is there, the self, I don't know the word for that, Aropana Balaya, Atma Aropana Balaya arises.
That is
So that
the
is,
self-vibration.
yeah, that arises. So actually it is also common sense now when we also discussed that yesterday. There is a gradual development of,
Yeah,
I mean, this. So we cannot, I mean, say that it jumps at once into self-perception or self-view. So that with that we can really understand it, Doctor. Thank you so much. And your explanation also really helps. So Sarya Nwaze says, although uh, someone contemplates or analyze or study basically with through the self and research about the creation of self 1,000 times, he says still there can be doubt,
no, actually you
which is
have
quite
to
true.
fully
Yeah,
realize the I. In the sense, sorry, not just the I, in the sense vision. You have to fully realize the vision. You have to fully realize the sound. You have to fully realize the touch and the
yeah,
temperature. You have to fully realize the smell and the taste. You have to
yeah,
fully
that,
realize the mind also, because if you switch off all the 5 also, this mind works nicely.
mm,
And
this
all the
realize,
millions of thoughts can come.
Yeah.
Which one is true?
This
Because when we talk, most of the time, if we get an idea, we truly believe that.
we used to believe so before we,
No, but
I mean, got,
even
yeah.
yesterday, I got the idea that, when not yesterday, day before or something, when we say we declare something, just imagine we declare something. If you really feel it, that is the truth, you are in trouble. None of these thoughts are true.
Yeah, of course, but we have to use them for day-to-day kind of communication. So that happened day before yesterday also. Like in the morning, I didn't want to like argue, kind of do anything. So whenever we explain something, if someone at once jumps in and say, "Oh, now see, you said this, you are there, I know you have the self view," I don't think it's that fair, because actually that person only knows the level of the self perception. With good faith, someone can do that, doctor. Actually, it
Yeah.
doesn't happen here in the single Zoom. It happens a lot, but I feel sometimes, actually, doctor, honestly speaking, I pretend for the sake of that other person. I just pretend, yeah, true, because we too feel the level of self perception of the other side. So in that case, it doesn't matter. Actually, now that embarrassing situation, whatever it is, I mean, we have like given up, not by force. We have come to a level that I am not the best person. I am not the one who achieved some level. So that is there. So that humility, I feel, doctor, honestly speaking, that humility, humbleness, and the withdrawing nature is the, if someone does it without effort, without any burning, that itself is the person's level of
No,
achievement in the, yeah,
that is a
yeah,
different art actually. Now,
yeah,
trying to catch
true,
whether you are trapped in the perception level or
yeah,
whether you are trapped in the feel level is a I mean, it can be difficult. It can
yeah,
be
true,
difficult, but most of our, I mean, most of our listeners,
yeah,
Dharma friends, are fully aware that the outside is actually not true. So they kind
yeah,
of get trapped in the perception level. So
yeah,
the whole try is to push them to the feel. So the feel is finally feel is one vibration. So that is the whole, the effort. But then this I can't, I can feel what I know what where you're coming from, because the there is a issue about that. But yes, it's in good faith, I think. But the thing is, to capture whether this person is in the self view, or whether this person is in the perception level, or whether this person is trapped in the non-form level, is a bit tricky area. And also, the trickiest thing is not even that. Trickiest thing is one who has not felt the non-vibration going through these levels as well. So just imagine
true,
one who hasn't felt the non-vibration at least once go through these levels as well. So
true,
these are actually Arahants say, I don't know how difficult this is. I mean, sometimes I feel that, because now one mother will be talking completely, I mean, complete ignorance can be there. Another one would be in one level, and you give an answer, and everyone is taking that answer from the point of view that they think, oh yeah, I know that, yeah, definitely, I'm
yeah,
there. So it is very difficult, At the
Aryan
end,
Mahanse,
Aranhanse or someone has to say, it's up to you. Then it comes to a dead end. It comes to a dead end.
True.
So the whole thing is slowly taking a child, like that's what I felt every day, like what Aranhanse does to us, like taking as a small child, crossing a river and not getting lost in that river also, like still going slowly crossing to the other side. But the problem is these thoughts can be really tricky. So the thoughts can give you so many ideas. So the best thing is not to go by the thought, just go by the feel.
Of
And
course, doctor.
be aware about the self vibration and the non-self non-vibration. The trickiest area is whether that experience is there or not. That's a tricky area. I mean, I think that is the most difficult area, because one can say, okay, someone can talk about the habits. So the habits actually is usually in the, the defilement state, when the defilements are coming down, trying to understand which causes this alive feel, which causes this power. Because we are trying to find out, you have found your vibration. Now the problem is, what is maintaining that bloody vibration?
Yeah.
So then there is another research. That's a different research. That is actually Krutyajnana. That's a different research. Finding why you feel the life feels still. Why you are not an arahant yet. That's a complete different aspect of this Dhamma. I would say. It's kind of the secondary.
True.
So there it is very important to find out, okay, is this my childhood? Is this my adulthood? Is this my what? Which one? Why this self vibration is still there? Why this power is still there? But the trickiest area is whether you have actually captured that vibration and the non-vibration. So I can't blame anyone also, because it's only Aranhanse has this ability of guidance, and also there is a thing, so everyone listens to Aranhanse also, And the way to handle that, because words can kill someone, words can make someone to live also.
Save someone and kill someone. But actually, everything is good. All it's good. But Aryan Mahanse has that specific.
No, he does that too. Sometimes he shouts like nothing.
Yeah.
So that is the thing.
He shouts at the right moment for the right person. That's the difference. Yeah.
But we never know, because some people we have known that they have gone away from this program because they couldn't handle it.
And doctor, when something is clear for someone, if something is crystal clear to someone, if someone says that 100 times to that particular person, he already, or he or she can, even Aryan Mahanse says, no doctor, once realized, it is realized forever. You don't, there are cases like that. So if you try to like kill such a person telling this and that, no harm, but still it is not the best thing to do, isn't it? So that way,
no, but there is an issue there also. There are two aspects to everything. So just imagine now imagine just Aryan Mahanse joins now and say, Kokila, are you Mongol? Now, he has asked me this directly. So if he asks that, the wisdom should be there to which point that he is referring to.
To get that.
No, the which point it is the otherwise this can be tricky also, because sometimes we don't know why he shouted. So if you don't know, then again a problem. But if you know exactly what he said, then there's no problem that whatever he said, you know which aspect he's talking about.
Yes.
So there are so many there's like a double-edged sword like this son. If you can cut yourself as well as it can actually make you to live also. So it is a tricky area. But what is important is whether you have experience in your own vibration and non-vibration, and then it is all about the defilements slowly coming down and what is maintaining that vibration.
Yeah. And doctor, in case of these defilements, actually I was wondering how beautifully Aryan Mahanse takes us through this. The once we identify the defilements, that itself is the erasing of that particular defilement. It then and there it loses power. Now,
but they are also bigger ones, because there is very, very trickier ones too.
Subtle
because you know
ones.
someone who feels now very good can get addicted to that goodness. So then the push is difficult. That's what is happening to a lot of mothers. They feel already good. And they're like, I feel good, Aranons. And Aranons is like, yeah, everyone says that. But you haven't felt the non-vibration yet. So there is so many challenges to the teacher as well as the student.
I reflected on my childhood, and I mean, this identifying defilements and these habitual formations, the karmas, those stuff, that's really interesting. So I was confessing things to one of my friends. Actually, I don't get an opportunity to talk to these groundbreaking revelations, doctor. So in my childhood, you can also get an idea, and I mean, since there aren't many people to talk, are there? I don't think. No. So I was the only child up to age 5, doctor, because I am 56 by now. So I was born in 1970. Up to 75, I was the only child in the family. And I was like a queen. This is a beautiful story. Now I am fabricating a story. So using the mind, I mean, to get an idea about this defilements, how the childhood things, sansaric things reflect on us. And I am so dark in complexion. So at that age, it was not a problem for me. I knew I am dark, but no discrimination, nothing happened. But at the age of 5, the sister was born. She was like a rose, like she was the complexion of my mother, so pretty. And what happened was, doctor, everybody was appreciating my sister in front of me, and so contradictory. I'm so dark, she was so fair. So I don't say there was anger, hatred, but so I was, as a kid, I felt that me losing power. So as a child, even I might have had a strong self perception at that time, but losing power and losing recognition, love, affection gradually. My parents were my mother was a teacher, father was a principal, that kind of, but still I felt I was being given up. I don't know how I felt, but totally I can't explain whether the jealousy was there, but lot of sadness and that I remember I used to go to the cot where my sister was saying, and I was putting my hand there and see the difference. Because all the people who visited, they were telling, oh, uh, they used to call me Chuti Nona. I think at that time we like Iskole Mahatya, and this new Baba is like Iskole Hamine, and so pretty. So it was like they are piercing, like they are stabbing those, because I was a kid and those words were like stabbing me. So as a child, so I was so sad, and then darkness became a problem for me from that time, the skin color. So after that, we were boarded. Another sister was born. We were boarded. Then after that, I actually was not sad. Um, some helplessness. I mean, because of the skin color, it became a problem, and I had the feeling my parents didn't like me, didn't love me, because I felt. I don't know how I became stubborn gradually. That is where the hatred came up. I think I became stubborn. I was not listening to them. I was true kind of for all. Then always they criticized me for that. I mean, she is stubborn. However much we do, she doesn't. I mean, at the teen years and so on, I was like difficult to control. I needed everything, whatever the fashion that came. I wanted the best thing, most expensive thing. So was a lot of demands. So that way, I grew up, and then I had such a passion. Passion means lot of interest in this fashion stuff. My other sisters, they didn't have, because they had the complexion whatever, because of this darkness, skin darkness, ignorantly, not this system was trying to cover it up with all the fashion, like newest styles, whatever. I don't care whether I didn't care whether my parents could afford or anything. I was always asking. So that way, uh, I don't, even now, after understanding Dhamma also as a habit, I still have that, I mean, uh, liking towards branded items, uh, maybe trying to be unique. If I buy a sari, it is kind of maybe rich cotton or whatever, something, that uniqueness that was there for some time, and now they are also not becoming a thing, because I contemplated on them and I understood the problem, uh, from from the level that I could feel. I feel that they are also going away now. No, and actually during the teenage years, the comment was, when people say, "Oh, you would have been such a beauty had you been fair, the features," because those days they mattered. No, honestly speaking, we wanted to look nice. We were kind of, uh, I mean, looking for the attraction of, uh, especially at those age. Uh, that age, the opposite sex, that is the truth. Gradually, uh, but this skin color thing went away, but still I feel, um, up to, last year, I was into lot of, tinting my hair, not in a like not overdoing anything, but trying to maintain a self, the image, certain image. I was trying to maintain an image, but the because my mother was very simple, not into fashion. My sisters are not into fashion as much as I used to do, but I did so. I believe that it came from that childhood experience, the awful experience that I felt that I couldn't come to terms with as a child. So this much I found when I was contemplating on the childhood, doctor.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, the body is me is a very basic misunderstanding we have.
Yeah.
The body is me. So if you find your own vibration, you will be very surprised because this body is not you. The thinking is not you. So this is
And
the
doctor,
tricky area.
another problem I had was I told you that there's a gap between me and the sisters of 5 years. For everything, I became the bad person. Now you are big. Why did you do this? The 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 mistakes, problems were with the younger sisters, but the punishment was for me just because I was big. So I actually, my parents are so good. Even they didn't know that I had failed because there were no open discussions at that time. No, like during that period. So I actually was very sad, though. I mean, people never saw that because it was a good family, good background, everything. But I was being kind of not ill treated unknowingly, being discriminated and ill treated. Now I openly tell that to my sister also, doctor. She is actually in Australia, Adelaide, second sister. She's a doctor, she's a general practitioner there. I talk to them openly about these things. Now, because of you, I mean, I was ill treated in my childhood like this. I didn't share this in the single Zoom discussion or anywhere, but still, I think um, when Naran says that you have to go back to the childhood, I felt now when I openly talk about that also, I mean, lot of relaxation is there. We need to speak out all. I mean,
So you had like a mixture of friction as well as the craving, isn't it? I think everyone is.
true.
So the
But it definitely has an impact on later years, Dr. Childhood experiences. So no, till even I was doing really well, doctor. After becoming a teacher, also not to boast, I have a lot of qualification in the sense I have done my masters in teaching English as a second language. I worked in UK, was attached to the British Council, but still that inhibition was there, doctor. I still feel I was like I may do the biggest presentation in front of everybody, but still I am not comfortable. That comes from that I mean childhood, that sad experience. I know it, but now there is no self. Yeah.
well, I would actually expect Sudharma to be more kind of think more broadly now because it's all because of
Yeah.
this vibration.
True, doctor. I know.
Because you
I
feel
yeah.
alive there, you feel as you are there, then all these problems are there. But there are several aspects to that, good discussion about your own defilements is still, if you're talking to your sister and saying that because of you this happened, it's actually not
No,
because of them. It's because
no,
of your
doctor.
own vibration.
No, I got her to the good also. No, we openly talk about this now
Yeah, but
because
you have to
we
talk in such a way that this
yeah.
self is not prominent.
Yeah, doctor. True.
Yeah, because
Hmm.
if you are detecting something, you have to detect it from the point of vibration.
Hmm.
Because the vibration is there, you feel that the body is yours, you feel that the thinking is yours. This is the whole
And
scenario we are trying to untangle.
and doctor, this dark skin became so much of a problem to me. Those days in the Sinhala book, there was an extract from that Kaluhami Kaluappu Divyalok who went to the heaven, some kind of story. So when the teacher mentions Kalu word in any lesson, I got upset. I feel actually now empathize so much with dark skinned kids actually. I don't know whether they also have that. I actually was subjected to comparison. So was the that's why it became so bad, I think, in my case. But still it was affecting me right throughout my life, especially maybe after I got married. I mean, uh, um, when I found my husband, of course, at that age, it was not obvious, but school years, I was like that. I felt it. So, someone
Yeah,
who is having even a worst appearance may not have had that problem.
yeah. I mean, sexism, racism, color, and all these things are there. The problem is, do you actually see a person as a person?
Yeah, now I don't know those days. Totally, I was in ignorance, no, doctor. This self was me,
Imagine
family was.
someone is walking nearby you.
Yeah,
It's like the fan. Is the fan above me?
yeah. Yeah, Ola name form labels created perceptions. With that, we alleviate the pain.
Yeah, but
Dhamma
then
definite.
then this body is also a thought. Me is also a thought. Kamala, Mala, they are also
Mm,
thoughts. Uh, Fan is also a thought. If this whole thing thoughts are not real, if it really comes to you, none of these projections, they do not matter. They do
yeah,
not matter.
doctor, true.
Mm. Yeah, there's a lot actually. But be careful
Yes.
every day. Don't feed the self thought or the self
Hmm,
perception,
hmm,
because in your
hmm,
talk there is a little bit of feeding the self perception.
hmm. True.
You still
Special.
feed it.
I feel it when I was
Yeah,
relating that also. Yeah, doctor. Now, of course, I was in a trance. Like I think I don't know. Like going back to that.
yeah.
Was in the film because all visuals came the moment I
Just imagine
started.
the time of death, how when everything comes. It's funny. You have to be careful not to feed this self perception again and again, because
Mm,
this is a catch 22.
mm,
If you keep feeding the self perception,
yeah,
there is no way that you can escape. And also, yeah, it's a tricky area. You need to be vigilant because you might actually feed the self view or the self perception all the time because it's involuntary. You're not doing it. It's
yeah.
just how it is because
Mm,
Mara is
mm,
not anyone. Mara is
mm,
actually this self vibration trying to survive, trying to hide. It hides.
mm.
So don't let it hide. So all you told are thoughts which are not true.
Yes.
And the body or the van, they are not true. What happens to the body is actually irrelevant.
Mm.
What do you think, Surangika? You see, she actually unmuted her mic before I saw.
Must be. She's there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to the story. And actually, I remembered. Can you remember, Sudama, those days?
Yeah.
Growing up in the 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
there used to be a children's book called Noddy or something. No, not Noddy, actually Gollywog something.
Yes.
Can you remember? And they took that later on. They took that book out of publication because they said it was discriminating.
Really?
There was it was a children's story about a black gollywog and other characters also. But
right.
one character was a black gollywog. It's a quite a famous book those days. It was children's book. I remember reading it also. But see, in our children's mind, we never thought about the black gollywog as a discrimination. We never thought of it. It was when somebody actually said it and said it is discrimination, said it gives this notion, only that was also learnt as a perception.
Yeah.
Till then it was fine. It was just another character in the book. Equally entertaining, equally funny, and just like a few other, animals and other little boys, and there was this little black gollywog. That's it. So, all these it's just everything that is being put into this system.
Data.
Yes, data.
Which is being churned and given back to us.
Even the black is a thought, a data.
It's not a problem now, but as a child, it was a problem.
No, it doesn't need to be a problem now. You have to be careful when you use words because these perceptions are floating around. So when you look at the fan, millions of perceptions are actually activated. This whole system
is it? Yeah.
No, it's a different phenomenon. I'm telling, I don't know whether you have caught it. Aran Hansi says this sometimes. One thought, whole thing is activated. Why? Why? Because the self vibration is activated. Self vibration has all these like floating around that. So you have to be careful. I mean, take this as metaphors. Don't stand on my words. But what I'm trying to say is, you're looking at the fan. I'm actually looking above now.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to finish Sudama's story and the interpretation and come back to the fan also. But anyway, if you're explaining that,
I wanted to come to the fan.
Now, Dr. Kokila's fan is the main Dhamma point here.
I know you mentioned at the outset, Dr. Kokila, about you said first it is the fan, and then you said now then it became a perception, and in that there's a perception of it being above you, right?
Yeah.
So you focused on the perception of being above.
There are three, yeah.
Being above
fan
rather than
above
the
me.
fan. Rather
fan
than the
above me, yeah.
Fan above you. So that was the above part that you were trying to say is also a perception.
Yes.
And then you said finally the fact that it is there, right? Is because of the vibration.
Something is there.
Past occurrence of the vibration of the I.
Something is there, yeah.
So not, yeah, something is there, isn't it? The feeling
Yeah.
of something being there.
Yeah.
The being there existence. So
That's the consciousness, yeah.
Yeah, so you just took the above thing as an example, but then in the third one you just came back to something being there. It's nothing to do with the above thing, no?
No.
And
above thing is actually a good thing to our brains, not the brains actually, our whole system is full of what is it called, malakada,
rust.
Rust. Our system is rusted, so I'm actually trying to put some bomb there so that the rust is gone. So I'm putting a lot of things,
Cleaning agents.
Yeah, it's above true, it's below true, it's side by side true. It's
No,
in
that's
front
true,
of
because
me
we
true.
are used to taking objects rather than the distance and the near and the far and the smooth and the rough, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so many aspects to
Those
this.
are also perceptions. All are upadaya rupa, no?
And also, Surangika, now imagine Sudharma's story. I didn't say that there, but she projected her past, like she projected it as hers. I mean, this is so critical. I mean, this is so, can I say, this is a perception that I'm talking about the past. Past is a perception. Time is a perception. For heaven's sake, it should be fully realized that this perception level.
But that only shows that she has still more work to do on that point.
I mean, everyone.
Because going back to that Sudharma's thing, because it is still, I know a part of her, she's saying that she's over it. But the fact that she feels it when it is being said, almost living through it.
That's actually the mental, what is it? Mind organ. What is it? No. Mind sensor.
Mind sensor, yeah.
Mind sensor. That is exactly the perception level I'm talking about. So mind acts as a different organ. Now
yes,
that's
so
the challenge.
she doesn't have the suffering associated with it, the karma, sensual part. But she has it in the perception.
Yeah. This is same as the fan, the mother, the father, the dad, the sister, brother, doll, Montessori teacher, what, school. I once asked one of my friends, I had 3 friends, all are everywhere in the world. So I asked one friend, she talks about Dhamma, but she doesn't talk about actual these Dhamma, some Dhamma. And then I asked her something about the school, and she was like, suddenly I felt the surge of power in her, and she was talking about the school as it was there. And I'm like, wow, how did you jump into that much? And I could feel it, and I was like, well, there's a long way to go. But the thing is, this alive feel coming from it should be detected. That's the mind sensor. So the mind sensor is very critical because all the 5 sensory organs are closed. Also, mind can work. Mind can work at any time anyway. But what I'm trying to say is, mind is very prominent in humans. They're all mind creatures. No, mind is the only thing that they have. They can plan to kill millions of people also. It's in the mind. They can heal millions of people also. That's also in the mind. They can do anything. But the mind perception, if you actually can get this time perception. Is that true? I mean, above my fan is above me is a perception. What about me yesterday? Me yesterday is a perception. Was I there yesterday? No.
Yeah.
What is this?
That's actually very good, Dr. Kokila, that you brought that point up.
This mind occurs now.
Yeah.
That's
And
what the
doctor,
Udayavanyana is not a joke. Udayavanyana is it arises now and dies here. And if you haven't experienced that, it is difficult for you to believe this.
Even today, the person who had breakfast is a perception.
Yes, it's a projection. It's okay.
And doctor, that's what Taranasi says, that all those 56 years or whatever is in the single thought, in this very thought. I mean,
it is much more than that. In single field, you have whole samsaric journey in that field. That's a different one. Thought is a different one, because that's why I'm trying to push you to the field. But because you are crazily hanging into the perception. So the perception is useless. Perception is this mental perception. Who cares about this mental perception?
I'm sorry, just coming back to that. Sorry, yes. Dr. Kokila. Coming back to the fan. Now the fan, say each of I'm also seated under a fan at the moment. But say we take, I'm trying to pierce that thought to see that that last one you said, the feeling of being there, because I think that's the place that more research needs to be done. So if we take something that is, did you deliberately take something that is in front of you or above you, or but then we don't have it now?
Above me.
So if we take an object that none of us, all three of us don't have, can we apply that same explanation? If you can just take us through that, please.
No, actually, I took it because of this. When the Artemis 2 came to the, when they came back, or when they were coming back,
you said they talked about seeing the moon, no?
Yeah, they used the word, and I was actually, I was like, wow, thing came to me. They used the word, I saw moon by naked eye. I was so close to it, and I'm like, yeah, that is how this mirage is happening, because I'm actually looking at the fan now, so I can say, and that's where the problems come now. The lady asks, what about the poison bottle? Like the same thing. The fan is above me, so one can have a fight with me now here. Or even my children can say, Amma, are you mad? This fan is above you anyway, and fan might even fall onto you. Yes. That's not the point, though. The point is this, we have no experience of this fan before. How can I say this? Now this fan is there above me forever if I'm sitting here. But what I'm trying to say is, it is there now. If I focus on it, it is there now. That is one, that is Pubbenivasanussati, no? The other one. What is the other one? The now. Chuttupapata. This fan is not there before me. I mean, I was sitting down here and I'm talking. Do I ever think about a fan?
No, yeah. And now if you get up and go to make dinner for your kids, then that's not there also.
Still, I know that still I might think about that. That day I told you, I was coming back from the walk. It was so beautiful. The stars were there, moon was there. And I saw that and I came inside and I'm like, wow, that moon, the perception that I have that the moon is still there, isn't that beautiful? The that is how this mind works.
Yeah. If you still focus on it, so the main
No, even if you don't focus, the background work is there. That's how,
no, but the background is the
perception
illusion.
is
No?
there. Yeah. True. But what I'm trying to say is, this same bloody self-perception is also same like that.
Mm.
Every
Yeah. That's
thought,
what I think R.N. Vance said. The self-perception is also a habit also.
every time
It's
I
a
don't
habit.
have to
Yeah.
I don't have to look. I mean, I can look at the fan, I can look at the floor, I can look at the walls, I can look at the door. What is not changing? What is not changing is self-perception.
Self-perception.
And this time perception, the past perception, the future perception, the now perception, they are all lies.
Yeah,
so
that's terrible. This is getting out of the illusion.
Because you two are like have listened to the R.N. Vance's Dhamma only, I can say this.
Why did you say background is the illusion? I didn't get that when Miss Pangika said.
The fact that she's saying that the moon was there.
Right.
Everything is illusion. So the so this the talk that Sudharma gave, it was a beautiful story. But what I'm trying to say is, see how many perceptions are there. So the past perception is there. Now perception, now I don't feel that is also there. Future, definitely I will never feel that again also there. So what about these perceptions then? What about the time perception then? I was born, no, whatever, what did she say? My sister was born 5 years after me. Who is thinking that? Is that true?
But I told that I'm going to tell a story using my...
No,
you did.
I know. But is the dinosaur born, is the dinosaur born before you or after you?
In this thought, just now, when I heard you sing.
The problem is getting into this Shanamatra or whatever, what's that?
Awakening to the moment.
Awakening to the moment is all about the Chattupapata Jnana. So this is all everything. I mean, there's a lot of groundwork. That's all I can say. There's a lot of groundwork.
And the little bit of or whatever amount of what shall I say, Abhisankarane that happened when that story is being recounted, one can now, if for example you have to come clean with R.N. Vance in a Zoom session, you should be able to still recount it. If he says, okay, now tell me what happened, then you can still recount it, but minus the getting into the story, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, actually, you have to be very true to your teacher, very true to your lawyer, very true to your doctor, it says. But this spiritual teacher, very true to your spiritual teacher. But there is a problem, I think, because everyone stutter because they're trying to be the good child or the good student.
No, I think some people, Dr. Kokila, genuinely can't, it doesn't come out. Now, there's one aspect that I actually wanted to join today, but I couldn't find the link. There's so many different links now that by the time I found the link, it was almost 12:30, so I gave up. Because last night's Andonatmuk about that lady talking about the Patiga. Now, she couldn't figure it out where it was, but I mean, everyone. So actually, there are 2 points I want to say, but anyway, let's stick to the current thing that we are saying. So that actually made me, consider that I have to actually have a conversation with R.N. Vance, because like I had a nurusana, I don't know how you call it, like resentment thing for a long time. As far as I can recall, I had that. And even I used to follow Abe Hamudro back in New Zealand. Even Abe Thero told me that ඔබතුමියට මේ පටිඝ රුස්සන ස්වභාවයක් තියෙනවා. So he has done advanced meditation, so there's a certain amount of feel that that Thero also has. And even after he said it, I was thinking about it. Where is it coming from? But for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out. And that has been there till quite recently, but it's not there anymore. And that is definitely because of the Dhamma. So there have been ups and downs and all kinds of things in the life, but I can't pinpoint exactly which event started that thing off. And so that's why I'm empathizing with that mother, whilst everybody, I suppose, in the Zoom, or most people
Yeah,
on the
actually
Zoom.
true, because some are actually not
It's
aware.
so, because it's so traumatizing, and Dr. Kokila, you must be knowing this, it's so traumatizing that it has been buried.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
a thing that this human mind is doing. It's not someone is doing that. They kind of put it aside. But the problem is it might come in the death time. Like the, Asiddhana, or the, the Mallika Devi in the past, she has done the whole good things.
Yeah, I
but
think
came
that's
in the
why.
end, you dig a hole and hide something. It is the most important thing in the life. If you're hiding something, you're not doing it purposefully though. It is so traumatizing, you hide it. In the sense, not you,
you're
actually system
covering
hide
it up so that you don't have to deal with it, right?
Yes,
Emotionally
yes.
and psychologically.
Actually, this psychological treatment, if the person is suitable, there is a way to bring it up. There are things
there
like
is those
EMDR.
clinical hypnotherapy kind of things. I mean, I did one of those sessions in New Zealand also, kind of trying to bring up things in the past to see where I was potentially stuck. There wasn't much success in it. I mean, other things came up, which is quite interesting, but nothing to do with this particular point. So yeah, hypnotherapy is a good way of bringing those up.
But you don't need
fossilized
that if you are not
stuff,
there.
no? Fossilized, I mean, traumatizing things.
And so to that, so on that thing, so for
No,
example,
the problem is not the trauma. So you have to get this properly, okay? Otherwise, I have to. So problem is not the traumatizing experience. The problem is that you are the owner of that.
Yeah, so that you have been the victim of the trauma.
That is the problem.
Is also buried, and as long as that is buried, the self view
Everything is there.
won't get dissolved, isn't it?
No.
Is that a link to the self view or the self vibration, Dr. Kokila?
If the self view is broken by experience, then it will be a self perception.
Because
that's where this kamatahan kata වෙන්නේ.
Yeah, and actually, this, like, recently I have been reflecting about this Nurusana thing, how it's not coming up, because where typically it used to come up, it's not coming up. That's like an observing kind of thing. It has been felt that it's not coming up. And then when that lady talked about it last night only, I thought, so you really can't tell. So if you really can't tell, then what can you do? But then there was this huge appreciation of R.N. Vasa, how patiently, right? I mean, he was kind of scolding and then cajoling her and then asking her and then scolding her again. And he was using multiple tactics to kind of get it out of her.
Today morning was hilarious.
This morning was another masterpiece, I think. And so that was another point I wanted to ask Dr. Kokila. So, when we talk about the feel, and this is a constant question that I'm asking, which I'm trying to figure out. So when we talk about the feel, and there's so many feels.
Avadiya, if you're talking about Avadiya, are you talking about Avadiya?
No, this Dhanana Sabhavaya. So, when we talk about actually feeling things and, how Swarna Mali, or maybe you also say that you had to feel the other person. So,
yeah.
that kind of thing, I've always kind of the understanding has been that there is like an overt, actual, tangible feeling that person's emotions, feeling that person's whatever, right? So, and then as opposed to the feeling that something is not a thing. So the feel that something is not a thing is the thing that I have been asking you forever, like in the midnight Zoom time also, saying
Yeah.
that is felt, but the other part of the feeling is the thing that is not felt. So then this morning, when that mother was going on, before Asanti said, you are talking as if you are not even interested in yourself. More before she said that, it already uh, struck me that that was exactly what that mother was doing. She was almost replying in a don't care attitude, not even interested in her own. She was saying things for the sake of saying things. So I'm sure there were many other people in the Zoom who felt it from the voice. And then Asanti very correctly identified it. And then Aryan Mahansi also said the same thing. So now there was a feel, doctor, the feel that we knew from her voice that was the way she was replying, that was her characteristics. Now, what is that feel?
There's no owner there. I can say that.
Yeah, so I mean, that is also the feel. That's the feel of being able
Don't
to.
think too much, Surangika. It's how can you say, if you are feeling non-violent, I mean, this is very tricky area. Just go back to, if you're going back, before Lord Buddha also, there were people who felt, right? There were Rishivaru or someone which is called that. I don't know what the English word is. There were feelers. Feeling is an art. Feeling is it's an art. You yourself, if you can be there, you may be feeling everyone. That's one thing.
Meaning that you can sense another person, isn't it?
Yeah, you can sense anything.
Okay.
There are feelers in the sense they felt even I mean, there are different Rishivaru, like they felt the whole galaxy even sometimes. So the feel can involve anything. Don't limit it to people. People is just who are people. It's just one vibration. No? Just imagine the ant. That's another vibration. Even the water is another vibration. So the feel includes everything. Feel, it can be limited to one part. It can be very wide. Feel is a different art. Non-vibration is a different art. So don't confuse with them.
But here, what we're talking about is the feel without self-perception, right?
Yes. Without self-vibration. Feel. So now there are so many talks here. Like you becoming the other person is a complete different thing. You can be there and you can feel the other person. That is what the Rishivaru did before Buddha. You are there, you become the other person and you try to solve that person. There are so many stories now. So that is different. That's different. They are doing it. They are doing it. Lord Buddha it's completely different thing. Don't misunderstand. It's a complete different thing. Self-vibration is not there. So definitely it is the chair. So if the chair, it's a chair. At one time, it's a fan. One time it's a tree. One time it's whatever the human vibration in front of you. One time it's wind. One time it's a branch of a leaf. One time it can be, whatever. That's a different scenario. You don't need to think too much about it, but there are ways that self-view is there, self-perception is there, self-vibration is there, and feel the whole world. Yes, it is a possibility.
And Dr. Aryan Hanse says sometimes about this feel, even without Dhamma, don't you feel somebody's proud, somebody's egoistic, somebody's, really nasty? Those feelings are there, he says. Yeah. So that
Yeah,
way,
they are limited ones. So but you can't talk
understanding
about
someone.
feeling the wind, feeling the Pacific Ocean and stuff like that. You really, the feel can be extensive. But Lord Buddha actually is one of the best feelers. But what matters is there's no self-view or the self-perception or the self-vibration. So that's a complete different phenomena. So at one time, it's the chair, one time it's the table, one time it's the fan, one time it's a wall, one time it's a window. That's all what is there. Because the center is gone. I told you, the center is gone. What else? Yeah, whatever. That is the importance of you feeling at least this for a moment, how it is felt. Don't know whether I answered Tarangika's question though, because I get sidetracked a lot. I have realized that actually.
So that Anya Samiti is the different one.
You
isn't
come
it?
with a lot of difficult words now. Yeah, what is it?
I think he said it yesterday or today or something as well, that Anya Samiti, that is where it was talking about the Dhanana Sabhave Diyavaneka. The feeling is also the feeling is dissolving, he said, but he didn't say what the feeling was. So the understanding is that feel is the feel that something is not a thing.
Okay, now it's a difficult area you're asking. You're asking from Anagami to Arahat. So it is a difficult area you're touching now. So that is there that the Avadya is not going to be a thing. Because Anagami, the non-returner, is already having the Avadya. But Avadya...
Yeah, so before that, Dr. Kokila, the Avadya is felt, right? That's Anya Samiti, isn't it?
I don't know the words. I am not good with these Pali words. What is the meaning of that?
No, Dhanana Sabhave Dhananeka.
Is that the first one?
Yeah, that's the first one. The second one is no Dhanana Sabhave Dhananeka Diyavaneka. He's Anyi. And then the Arhat is the Anyatavi.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe.
So
maybe that's
prior
the
to
beginning.
Anagami, what do you call those things? Ragadesa Moha. We should be using English words.
Kamaraga Patiga.
Desire. Yeah, Kamaraga Patiga. No, he said Ragadesa Moha also, but didn't he say Ragadesa Moha for that railway thing?
Desire, hatred, and
desire, aversion, and delusion.
Delusion.
Yeah. So as those diminish, the awakening is rising, right? Parallelly. And it is the awakening that then ends up at maybe super awakening, Adhigata Samadhiya. So prior to Anagami, it is the awakening. As the defilements, Raga, Desa, Moha, gradually fade. I think that might be this the same as the Kamaraga Patiga part of it. But anyway, what you were trying to talk about was the awake, no, the feel.
Because the Ruparaga, Aruparaga is very subtle, you know.
Ah, yes, that those two are also there, no, somewhere. I forgot about those two. Yeah. Anyway, coming back to the Dr. Popula,
Yes.
this fan again. So that third one.
I'm looking up. That's my delusion.
So if you can explain a bit more to help pierce that third one, please.
Third one, in the sense the vibration.
The fact that it is there. So does that mean different objects have to be taken and contemplated?
No. No, you can think about it, but you don't have to. This should happen automatically. You can think about it.
Because it has been researched. I mean, the Manasikara has happened.
Yeah.
But there seems to be maybe.
But that is the four steps that Aranwanse has given.
Yes, so that falls into which one?
So outside is not true.
That one is fine. Yeah.
The fan is not true. Fan
perception.
Is not actually, it's a perception. But that actually has a lot of things in that. Duality is gone when it comes to the perception side.
Yeah, today he said the fact that if the outside world is not true, then the Atma thing also has gone by that time.
Yeah.
Because he says no, the Atma, the I is also part of the outside world creation.
Yeah. But the thing is, then these are very distinct areas. So the outside world is not true. We take it so subtly because easy, because Aranwanse says it's very easy. So the fan is not true. Fan is actually even not there, right? Then do I have to look up? The question I asked yesterday was, is the fan above me? No. Or no? True. Yes. Is yes or no? You can't say yes. You can't say no either, because it's actually a perception.
No, neither can you say yes.
Yeah, because it's a perception. So why people keep looking up is because of the habit. That's a different story. But what I'm trying to say is the perception of the fan. Every perception, what is the big deal about the perception? Every perception has the self-perception in it. Why? Every perception is true. Now, in that story, Sudharma's story, every perception was true. I was born 5 years after another one was born. And something, this big story. So the perception, those perceptions had the weight on it. I don't know whether I can transmit this feel to you. There's a weight on it. So much weight.
I actually felt that weight, doctor, while talking.
That is the mind vibration. Now, if you actually can get this, actually try and pierce at least one organ. That's the mind vibration. That's nothing to do with the eye, in the sense vision or the sound or the tasting. You're not tasting the past. You are not smelling the past. You are not doing anything. You are memory. This is the kind of the memory. So that is synchronizing to the memory. So, but this is the mind vibration. How much weight you have, you feel something. That's the mind vibration.
That was attributed entirely to the experience that you had. It was your life.
No, actually, that is the self vibration. Don't skip that.
Self vibration or self view there, doctor?
No, I have gone beyond that. You can't talk about now. Now, just imagine you go to past. If I say my mother was blind, that's a memory, no?
Yeah.
The memory, that thought.
Now she's living it, no? She's living it.
No, not about Sudharma. I'm trying to down. I'm telling this now. My mother was blind. So when I say my mother was blind, that's what is that? That's a thought, right? And now come to the perception of it. The perception is also there now.
Yeah.
Perception, when the perception is true, self-perception is there. But below that, there is a heaviness to that.
The heaviness is the self-vibration.
Is the self-vibration. Yeah,
right,
don't miss it.
Yeah.
That is the fast, actually speaking, that is the speed of the mind. But we never knew that. I mean, Narayan Mahanse should be worshipped. That's all I can say.
So if we go down to vibration level, with every thought, lot of power is generated within. So
it's the same power. What are you talking? It's the one single power.
Yeah, that's
when you said that
only. Yeah, when you said that only it came, doctor.
Sorry, say that again, Sudama.
No, that while relating, it is not just one thought, no. So always a flow of vibrations, I mean of opposing current, opposing charges happen, and that is the weight I felt.
Yeah, so
I felt the system felt.
Dr. Kokila, when you said it's the speed of the mind, not the speed of the mind, because of the fast churning thoughts and the generation of vibration, the current that then it turns on to a momentum of its own. That part only is the
speed of the mind is reason.
No? Not the mind speed.
If you're actually understanding why the misunderstanding was there, why we felt that thought was existing.
Why we felt, why was because of the speed.
Yeah.
Speed of the perceptions.
If the existent bhavasanya, the bhavasanya is there, that thought is existing. That I was born and 5 years after child was born, that whole scenario, that thought, there is another thought or another perception that it was true.
One thought is triggered by another, like that is the telepathizing.
No.
Dr. Kokila, when you asked that question from Narayan Mahansa, he talked about two sanyas. One was bhava, what was the other one?
Atma sanya.
So did he say bhava became atma or atma became bhava?
Bhava jati, that's same. Same but different. So bhava sanya is actually, it's a hand in hand is atma sanya. It's same, but there is a difference because bhava sanya is that it was there.
That
existence feel.
Feel that it is there, no?
Yeah. And there's a perception also. If the existence feel is there, existence perception is also there.
Yes,
they two are there, other two are anyway there.
And that's how you become the bhavagami, because the self-perception automatically comes along with it.
Yes.
I am lost in all your sophisticated words now. This
Oh, sorry.
Bhavasanya,
Okay.
Anya Samiti, my God, I
No,
need to.
don't think about the
No.
Anya
Let's
Samiti,
just go
but
back
what
to
is
simple thing.
important
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
existence. You know that word. You have
yeah,
been talking in
existence.
this.
Yeah, true.
And the
It,
alive feel. Existence feel,
mm,
alive feel.
ah,
Now just take the worm, Sudama. The worm has that with that one sensor. It has the feeling of
yes.
that comfort, sense of comfort,
Mm,
that existent feel, and that from
feel
that it generates that the life feel for the
alive,
panua. Yeah, for the worm.
alive feel or self. It doesn't have the self.
Same thing.
Same thing. Okay.
Consciousness itself has the alive feel. Consciousness with power, without power is the thing we are talking about. When it is Anidasana only, Arahant's thing. But what is important that we were trying to talk about is the mind sensor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm happy actually it came properly, because sometimes none of these things come properly. So the whole scenario, because there is no vision involved, there is no smell involved, none of the five senses are involved here, because we are recollecting something.
Yes.
So when you are recollecting, it's a complete mind sensor.
Yeah. So then the fact that it's a perception is crystal clear.
Yes, and that perception becoming a thing, that is the existence
Vibration.
feel, or the existence feel, or the life feel. The thing is, fully, if you don't know that whatever heaviness you feel is due to the speed of this sensor function, you're lost. You don't feel the non-vibration.
You're lost because you can't solve that.
No.
And because you can't solve that, only that that Canadian lady suffered all those years thinking that the mother hated her living.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She went through marriage, children, everything for 30-40 years, and she's still holding on to that heaviness that she's feeling because she doesn't know why the heaviness arose.
The six sensory organs should be realized. This is not an easy task. So don't give up in the middle.
So, Dr. Kokira, for example, now if thought arises of a say unhappy childhood memory, and if that only arises as a perception or as a thought, no heavy feeling, does that mean that for that thought only it has transcended all three realms?
Now that question, again, very tricky question. You are asking whether that person has had that experience of non-vibration before. So that is what I'm saying, Surangika. This is a very tricky area,
No, I'm talking about it from one of the memories that I'm trying to recount or have recounted in the past few days. And it's not a
if
pleasant.
That person doesn't have the self view, yes, 100%.
No, but if the heaviness is not coming also.
Yes, if the person doesn't have the self view, because heaviness may not come in a normal person also.
Yeah, but if the heaviness has come for a long time, if that memory is recounted and it is not happening now.
Shrutavatara Shravakya, I can say yes.
Okay, Shrutavatara. Yes, I was just trying to see whether the realms have been transcended at that point. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really comment on that. It's only evident to that person whether that person is fully aware about the non-vibration and the vibration.
Yeah, so if those three have been recognized very distinctly, then and then that same experience is of that no longer being a heavy
then
feeling.
you will not even think about these things. This is completely different, irrelevant then.
No. So, I mean, the fact that the thought arises cannot be stopped, no? So the thought,
Yeah, 100%. And if there is a burning, it's not yours, it will go down anyway.
Yeah, so I'm bringing it up here for the sake of all this clarity that we are trying to do across all these things. So, and with Sudharma's recounting. So,
you know, I have to tell this, okay? There are people who do therapy, right? Now, even someone who is doing therapies for a specific, just imagine someone got raped at age of 10, someone. It's very bad. We'll take another one. Someone who saw his father dying at the age of 10, because that is taken as a PTSD reason for this. We'll take it like that. So, you know, with therapy, one can actually get that vibration down.
With therapy, yes, that's true.
With therapy. So it's not because that person's self-view has shattered. So that's why I'm reiterating these things, not to actually tell anything to you. I'm reiterating that because there are other ways to actually get that vibration down. Even Sudharma said, when you talk openly about it, you feel much better.
Yeah,
I had a patient who came to me because her sister told, after 50 years, her sister told that father dead, father raped her, the sister. So now this patient, nothing happened to patient. Now patient is agitated, angry. Everything is happening to her now. So just, you know, this doesn't necessarily need to be happening to you. So this self-view can bite you at any moment. Doesn't necessarily mean anything about your past, anything about your future, anything about now. Anything in that sense, even the fan can bite you. You don't know that. But Sutavattara Sravika, how do I say that? The one who has understood this Dhamma, and Satyajnana is, the truth is so clear, crystal clear, then whatever the heaviness that you feel becomes irrelevant. That's how actually it goes away. Because there is no ownership to the Kamaraga Patika, the hatred and the aversion and the delusion and the clinging.
Yeah, and the other part of it that is quite, I don't know, for want of a better word, strange is that, you know, that kind of heaviness has gone from some of those memories. But then when Aryan says, Dukak nona dukak, sorrow without sorrow, that is also still there with regard to certain things. Now, for example,
that is what I'm saying. I'm saying.
You know,
so the sorrow without sorrow is to the Sutavattara Sravaka, the one who is fully crystal clear about the Satyajnana. Then, because the self is not there, the center is deleted, the self view is broken. Yeah. Who is
but
the
what
owner?
I'm trying to say is, like, deeply rooted, unpleasant, sad memories from the past, which has been haunting for a long time. The heaviness has completely lifted, and then despite that, if, for example,
don't judge by that. Just be open, live every day.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, now, for example, if something happens, say now, there was the news that my uncle had fallen and had gone to hospital. So there was this slight tinge of sorrow. So that sorrow, or anything like that, some other thing even, that sorrow that is coming from the mind sensor is still felt.
And Aryan Vahansa says, what can we do if the person says that heaviness is mine? Then let it be.
Let it be
What to
yours,
do?
no?
We
Yeah,
can't,
yeah. He said it. So
That's what
the
he says.
sorrow,
Yeah.
yeah, it's the attribution to
Yeah.
the self. It is the problem. When the self view is
Yeah.
broken, there's nothing to attribute, no one to attribute it to, isn't it?
Then this thought will not occur to you either. That's another one.
Yeah, so it seems to be working both ways. Sometimes the sorrow can happen. Sometimes it doesn't even come because there's no one to attribute it to. Is that the case?
No. There will be a sorrow. You are not jumping up and down when uncle is in the hospital.
No, so what you said that the thought won't occur.
No, the second
will
thought.
occur,
Second
right?
thought. Second thought.
The second thought will not occur.
Yeah, I'm always against this second thought.
Yeah.
What is the second thought, Sudharma?
That heaviness occurred for me. I felt it.
No,
That
the
was-
second thought is whether this Dhamma appeared or they are not appeared there.
Active contemplation happened. So that is a primary level. That is a primary level.
No, I'm trying to say primary level,
Yeah.
secondary level is anyway.
In the school.
Yeah, we can do that. But what I'm trying to say is after the experience, now after some time you are thinking, no, was I there or wasn't I there?
That's the problem. Yeah.
That's the problem.
You must be 100% sure that you were not.
No, then that thought won't come. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Thought won't come if you are not there. If you have fully liberated. Yeah, true, doctor.
Not fully liberated. That word is too much. Fully
But
liberated
today-
means an arahant.
Today, did you listen to the Dombagoda one, Dr. Kokila, the last part?
No, is it good?
Oh, yeah, it was good. But he was talking about Sakadagami level and how the sometimes the doubt still comes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was quite good actually.
Yeah, I need to listen. It's too. I listen from here and there, but I think I need to listen again. It was today. It was heard because yesterday it was not heard properly. The sound was not clear.
Somebody actually said that can't hear, and it was corrected. Anyway, there's a lot of good points discussed today, Dr. Kokita. There's quite a few things that, on particularly the vibration and all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very helpful. Thank you so much, doctor. And
but that Sudama, in terms of what you were saying, the recounting of it, you could see, isn't it? When that second thought, third thought, fourth thought, only the force is building, isn't it?
Yeah, I never thought it would have such an impact, but
and if it remains,
if you go back and listen to that, you can feel that.
But it's not as I can distinctly remember you explaining one day, was it your daughter-in-law, where you were trying to do something and there was a dog and a snake, and she was getting agitated and going around you, whilst you were not worried about the snake. You were getting agitated about the daughter-in-law running around.
Yeah.
Now, the level of the way you explained that day and the way you explained this today, there is a difference. There is a reduction. And then even before the daughter-in-law, the dog and the shoe, or the shoe.
A lot of episodes, yeah.
No, but you can see
it's a good
you can
one,
feel the
actually. It's a good
difference in the lesser vibration.
Yeah. But it also happens, I mean, as a natural phenomenon, no? We can't force it
Even
on.
the shoe day, I
you
told
can't,
Sudharma that perception is still there.
And you're like,
I
what?
didn't understand, doctor. And I was like arguing like anything. Why this? No, that can't be. Why? That was the mentality at that point. Now I think Dr. Kokila doesn't understand this. Maybe you were trying to explain this fool cannot get it. Then always, I mean, the self perception tries to put it on the other person. No, that I am
Yeah, yeah.
correct. Yeah,
No, same
that's
here. I also have thought like that. She doesn't understand.
understand.
No, I don't. I mean, most of the time, I don't understand, but I'm trying to give whatever I understand, little by little. I'm actually so fascinated by Aran Hanse, how he helps, and I hope I tried to help Joe, but I hope he's okay. I hope he joins as well.
Yeah, hope he comes back again.
But one thing is there, however much we jump up and down, Dr. Kokila is the same. She doesn't
Yeah,
care.
that's true.
You either take it or not, it's not my problem. So she's there. Every day she's
Yeah, and I mean the other thing about the Dhamma is that just because one expresses that one thought didn't become a heavy thought due to recounting an old memory doesn't mean the other thought is going to be fine.
No.
So always
And
with the
something new
Dhamma,
completely can.
exactly something
And just
completely out of the
imagine
blue.
the leg broke or leg is chopped off for some reason. You can find what the vibration is.
It doesn't have to be even that, some small thing. I remember last year the cyclone came when cyclone wasn't a thing. And then the next door tree, the branches fell onto this side, and I think I went to talk to them about cutting and putting them into their green bin because and helping me to lift the branch, and they refused. So the cyclone and the tree branch falling, nothing became a thing. When the refusal came, suddenly felt the thing. So, just a small thing is enough.
Yeah, Aryan says, Ms. Rangika, we can, I mean, escape from the bigger stuff. Subtle things are the challenges. As Dr. Kokila also says, this perception thing. Major defilements you will feel and you will kind of, I mean,
Yeah, nobody will go to
yeah,
a fight, or nobody is going to steal, or nobody is going to
yeah.
kill. I mean, I don't think none of these mothers would do that. This Dhamma is going to turn you around, but one has to be having the wisdom enough to do the full task, as a challenge. Take the full challenge and just even if you don't attend it, it's fine. If you kind of into it, it's fine. You don't need to attend it, because if you're trying too hard to attend it, that is you again. So this whole thing is very tricky. That's why Aranvans is asking, what are you searching for? And you will be like putting a sticker on your mouth after.
And Swarnamali, I think, echoed the same thing with Dr. Sakuntala also about the feel arising to the feel would only occur if there is that relaxation.
Yeah, child Sakuntala should come then. Yeah. But we all will do better anyway. Thank you, Aran Hansa. Thank you so much for your guidance. We worship you every day. I mean, can't say by words. Thank you all, Dhamma friends. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr.
Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai,
Dr.
Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai,
Saranai,
Rangika, Aryan Hansa, Namaskar.
Teruvan Saranai, Dharma friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the 24-hour Buddothpado English Zoom series, Zoom sessions. And what just concluded was a 2-hour Dhamma discussion, which took place between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time. This Zoom channel is all obviously in the English language, and it is mainly for the benefit of our English-speaking listeners worldwide. The teachings that are being imparted here are by practitioners who follow the teachings and practice the teachings of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, who is our noble spiritual teacher. And what the noble teacher has uncovered after so long is the pure Dhamma teachings of Lord Buddha, discovered and realized more than 2,500 years ago. So the teachings of the Buddha, as uncovered by a noble teacher, the basic tenet of that is to be able to realize that this is a non-self Dhamma. This whole sense of existence that is manifested as a reality to society and in this conventional world, or what one considers as a conventional world, is actually creation of the mind, which was what the Buddha found as he went in search of the truth so many thousand years ago. The suffering that is one of the noble truths, and the others also the suffering, the cause of suffering, the cessation of suffering, and the means to end suffering are the Four Noble Truths. And if one doesn't actually understand and then realize the Four Noble Truths, according to the Buddha, there is no end to this suffering, and there is no end to this samsaric cycle of birth and death. So when he went in search of the truth, before that he had also done his, he had already gone to the different great teachers of that time and practiced concentration meditation, but realized that that form of meditation was not going to see, did not have a way out from the self-view. But of course, he didn't know about the self-view at that time. It was the fact that that form of meditation was not finding a way or salvation from the defilements that were arising in his mind. Once the state of meditation is over, they all came crowding back. The clinging, the aversion, the thoughts about leaving the palace with with the queen and the son and so on. All that was things that kept crowding his mind. And so the defilements didn't stop. And as a result, he realized that the suffering was still there, very much there. So that by itself was understood as not a permanent solution to end the suffering. So with that understanding, he went in search of the truth on his own, and in that search only he did a deep research about the mind, and it was there with that awakening, super awakening, or the awakening to the moment, and fully realizing the Dhamma that the Buddha found that this whole the creation of the world was actually occurring because of non-understanding, not understanding the illusion of the mind. So illusion of the mind, which by itself, through the sensor creations, created a self view where there was no self at all. So this whole mechanism, how this whole mechanism came about, is the crux of the law of dependent origination, which the Buddha kind of created as a concept to be able to impart the Dhamma to the world. Because what the Paticca or dependent origination does is that it shows how the mind and the sensory perceptions all come together. It is a natural phenomenon, but still it comes together to form and create or construct a world which is basically getting constructed out of nothing, just the speed of vibration. And from that, there is an extension that occurs where a sense of with the mind creating an illusion of worldly objects, extension of that gets created, that these worldly objects and the world is existing. And with that, with the power underlying every vibration, with that notion of a world existing, and that there is an existent field that is obtained as a result of it, there is also a corresponding sense of being alive that also gets created. So that extension of power through the speed of vibration is what we call the I or the self or the ego. And that ego is actually being made out of basically nothing. It is that entire illusory mind and the sense-created world that then gives rise to that self-view and that's a feeling of being alive, wanting and needing to keep things in order to continue or in order to maintain that feel, to maintain the feel or the self-vibration as we call it. So this was the pure truth that was founded by the Buddha, that had lay hidden for so long. And our noble teacher, through his own research and through his own practices, was able to uncover this the pure Buddhist philosophy, and that is what has been taught and imparted to the people, to society for the last 5 to 6 years. And it is that Dhamma that we are now attempting to share with the world through this English Zoom discussions. So in order to understand where the suffering actually happens, it's important to understand how the senses work. So if you think about how you actually experience this world, the usual understanding that you have is that you were born to a world, that you were born on such and such a year, and that you had so many siblings, and you had these were your parents, these were your relatives, this was your country, this was your culture, and so on, right? And then you were educated. You went to this school, you went to this university, you got married, you had kids, and so on. Depending on what kind of life circumstances that are being experienced at the moment, whether it is positive or whether it is negative, whether you are in a family that is destitute, whether you are in a family that is well off, whether you are part of a family that is either being displaced due to war or other circumstances, whether for whatever reason, in whatever society, whatever caste, creed, all that is irrespective. Every human being harbors the belief, harbors the notion that they were born to parents, they were born to a family. This was their nationality. This is the society, the culture that they were born into, and then all that. In addition to all that I am so and so. That I am so and so, and the identity of the person is also created at that same time. All those recounting of the family, where you were born, the place you were born, the year, the date, the era, how life was back then. How did schooling work? How were the jobs and the industry that you worked in? How has the world turned around in the last 20, 30 years? All these things are very much part of your world, isn't it? Very much part of the way it is thought about. But so in all that, what is what needs to be understood is that your sense of experience of this world is only what is being experienced from the five sensory organs. So as a human being, you have the five sensory organs: the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensor. And it is whatever that was seen, whatever that was heard, whatever that was tasted, smelt, and touched was the only types of sensations that as a human being you experienced. And it is those experiences that you collectively call whatever, your life's experiences. And that is your recounting of the world. Whatever the objects that were seen and recognized are considered by you to be part of this world. Objects that you smelt, fragrances that you inhale, smells that you encountered, these are also part and parcel of your life, isn't it? The smell of garbage or the fragrance of a flower, um, the the smell of home, something being cooked, a curry being cooked, or the nice smell of freshly baked bread. These are all very much part of one's life, isn't it? These are all very familiar smells, whether it is positive, whether it is a pleasant smell, or whether it is an unpleasant smell. All of these are kind of known to you, isn't it? And so, what about sounds? I mean, from the time we were born, there have been sounds. Sound of a doorbell, sound of your mother's voice, sound of the baby crying, sound of a nursery rhyme, and then sound of the bus, sound of the school bus, sound of the teacher teaching, sound of the school bell ringing, sound of the chatter of children, all these things, and then various other things that are also learned, isn't it? The sound of a plane, the roaring of a car, the sound of a train going by, the sound of the flow of water, the whirring of a fan. So these are all sounds. So can you see? And then what about taste? Taste of fruits, pineapple, bread, the taste of milk, cheese, whatever that has been eaten, whether it is sour, sweet, um, all these things are taste. So from the taste, various things are also experienced. What about bodily sensations? So from that also you have felt the solidity of a table, the solidity of your chair, the bed that you sleep on, the pillow that you lay your head on, the desk, the chair, everything, isn't it? The touch of your mother, the soft touch of your mother, when you put your hand and caress your child's head, that is also a feeling, isn't it? Arising from touch. And then what about heat? Heat and cold. So the coldness of winter, coldness of snow, the coldness when you open the fridge door to take something from inside the fridge. That's also cold. And then if you turn on the shower and if it's the cold water running, then you also feel a little shiver go through your body because the water is too cold. So that's also cold, isn't it? And then heat, the warmth coming from a heat pump, then the hot water from the sink tap, and then the hot water the water that you boil to make a cup of tea. That's also hot. Then you turn on the gas stove to cook something. That's also hot. So where is that coming from? That is coming from the body sensor, isn't it? So this heat, cold, solidity, smell, taste, sound, and images, color. The color of the rainbow colors, the color of the blue sky, the full whiteness of the moon, the greenness of forests, the blue of lakes and the sea, and all these type of things are the colors that are emanating as well, and various kinds of shapes that are also envisioned through the eye faculty. So can you see that this entire world, as you call it, and the experiences that you have had are nothing other than the experiences that are encountered through these five sensory organs. And these five sensory organs, so you might actually think that no, these, yeah, we saw, we felt them true with these eyes, ears, nose, and all that. But they were all existing outside. But what the Buddha actually found and realized was that any human being or living being for that matter cannot actually experience this world other than what is only experienced through the sense faculties. So what that actually says is that with the with the vibration, there is a vibration that occurs in these different faculties. And when because of the speed of the vibration that is occurring in the sensor faculties, that gives rise through telepathization with the frequency of similar, with the vibration of similar frequency. There is a manifestation of various sensations in the five senses. So each sensor faculty gives rise to a unique sensation, which cannot be replicated by another sensor. So, for example, the eyes would have the sensation of light. Light gets manifested in the eye due to the speed of vibration. Then for the ear, with the vibration happening in the eardrum, there is the sound that gets emanated. It is not as if the sound is existing outside, but the sound emanates only because of vibration in the eardrum. If one is deaf, for example, there is no vibration that actually occurs in the eardrum. And if there is no vibration, there is no sound. And similarly, for a blind person, if there is no vibration in the eye, then there is no sight. So can you see that the vibration is actually occurring in the eye faculty, in the ear faculty, and this is how this normal system works. For every faculty, that every organ that the human being has, whether it is the body, the skin sensor, there are multiple cells, and every cell is actually vibrating. This is out of energy. This is out of the vibration. So the vibration is occurring in every cell. And with that every cell vibrating, only the feeling of solidity, the feeling of touch, solidity, heat, and cold is actually felt. Now, if for example, if one is subjected to local anesthesia due to a surgery, would there be that feeling that occurs? No, there isn't, because there is no feeling. It doesn't go beyond that point. So the vibration doesn't happen. The vibration is temporarily stopped. And because it is temporarily stopped, it cannot vibrate with anything else out there. Anything else with a similar frequency cannot telepathize at this moment, and as a result, the feeling of heat or cold is not felt. Even if the body is dropped from a particular height to the ground, the body won't feel it. There won't be any pain occurring because the vibration is actually not happening for the period of time the anesthesia is effective. The vibration has been temporarily stopped. So can you see that every faculty, every sensory organ, there's vibration that is occurring as long as there is breath going in and out of this body, there is vibration. And it is that vibration that then combines. So the vibration that occurs in the different senses gives rise to the manifestation of light, the manifestation of sound for the ears, the manifestation of taste to the tongue, the manifestation of heat, cold, and solidity to the body sensor, and the sensation of smell to the nose. So the 5 basic perceptions occur anyway. As long as we said the respiration is happening for the body, the sensors will work. If there is nothing, no damage in the eye or no damage in the ear or anything like that, the vibrations will just naturally give rise to a manifestation of sound, light, and so on. But remember that it is that one vibration that is occurring in 5 different ways. It is manifesting in 5 different ways. So the vibration is what two extreme forces or two opposing ends coming together to form, and that itself gives rise to a power. There is an underlying power that is there in every vibration. So if that vibration is then manifesting itself through the sensory organs in the form of light, in the form of sound, touch, taste, and smell, and also if, as we know, the vibration is happening at speed, it's not just, random. It is happening at infinite speed. And because it is happening at such speed, the sensation of light, the sensation of sound is also occurring at a high speed. And what happens when it occurs at high speed? There is an illusion that gets created that the light is permanently there, that sound is permanently there. As long as the vibration is there from the sound, there is the notion that sound exists. Similarly, there is a notion that smell exists, taste exists, and these bodily sensations exist. But these are only basic sensory perceptions. But these, because it is happening at speed, it gives these various sensations, meaning that it is felt. But the mind consciousness, what happens with the mind consciousness is that these 5 perceptions are combined to form another vibration altogether. Right? So it's not the earlier vibration, but another vibration. The earlier vibration was the cause for the perceptions to occur, the 5 basic perceptions to occur. But then in the Buddha's law of cause and effect Dhamma, the cause then becomes the earlier result or the earlier effect. So the light perception, sound perception, etc., now becomes the cause, and the effect becomes the combination of that, which is what the mind does, to form what we call a thought or a perception. So that mind consciousness thought is the thing where all these, whatever that is seen, whatever that is felt, whatever that is heard, these 5 aspects come together to form another mind creation, another thought, perception, or we call it a mind creation or a mind object. So it is a combination of those earlier perceptions. But how did the first set of perceptions occur? They occurred only because of the speed of vibration. If the speed was not there, they wouldn't have manifested. Now remember, it is not as if it's there anywhere, but it only manifested. And when these 5 are combined together to form the thought, that is also just a perception, isn't it? Because whatever that was combined together, for it to be interpreted, the mind has to find a way of identifying it, distinct from something else, distinct from another sensation, another sensation, another sensation. Because the vibration is happening at speed. And every time the vibration happens, the body sensors are sparking. When we say sparking, it is being stimulated by the vibration, and the vibration is constantly telepathizing. Unless you are in a deep sleep or the human is in a coma, the vibrations are constantly happening. And as the vibrations constantly happen, it's telepathizing to various things. And so that is what is said as seeing or hearing or touching, tasting or inhaling or smelling. That is what we call because of the vibration that is continuously happening. So understanding this would help to be able to find how this mind mechanism works. And the purpose of unraveling that whole thing is to say that this is a natural phenomena which the Buddha found was happening. The mind, the way it works is it takes on the sensations that is arising from the sensory faculties and does a spin of its own. Now, doing a spin of its own, there are images created, various sound patterns created, smells created, tastes created, and so on. But now, in order to be able to distinguish one smell from the other, one sound from another sound, one image from another image, what is happening? There is an internal process that goes on where the sensation that is arising when those five are combined, it doesn't have to be all five, can be even two senses. And when that is combined, there is a notion or a thought that actually occurs. So the thought is the mother, the thought is the father, the thought is the school bus, the thought is the teacher, the classroom, the friends, and so on. So this kind of process is what the Buddha shone the light on and said that this whole thing is a process, and there wasn't, that there cannot be, and there wasn't self in this process at all. That this self view that has been put on or imposed is only just a misconception. But what a misconception it is, isn't it? It is the misconception of all misconceptions, the grand deception. Because by that misconception that this whole thing is experienced by me here and I here and I am the observer, gives the wrong notion that gives the wrong notion that that is true. But the Dhamma comes in there because it encourages people to, when they are required to understand the Dhamma, first one has to understand the philosophy, how this mind works. And as part of that, one has to examine in great depth how the sensors work, how the vibrations work, how do the vibrations then give rise to sensations that are part of these sense faculties. All that has to be well understood. And once that is done, we realize that the combination of the five senses, three or more, two or more senses, create what we call the school bus, or the teacher, or the mother, and so on. So if it is only creating, all these things are only creating something internally, and that is itself that itself is just a fabrication. There is nothing else. But for the want of communicating in society, for the want of this subsistence, every image, every taste, every sound, every touch has been identified. So the name and form that we call in the five aggregates actually happens here. So there is a sensation that arises from the basic perceptions, the giving rise to the coming together of those perceptions gives rise to an image or a sound or a touch or a taste or a smell. But because it is a new vibration altogether, that is also felt with the power, whatever it is, and that is given a name like the teacher, the school bus, and so on. And then from that point onwards, that vibration is associated with that word, whether it is the mother, the father, or the school teacher, whatever. So gradually, this is what happens with the mind. The mind keeps interpreting and interpreting every color, every image, every sound, in order to then collectively be able to submit, collectively be able to, collectively then comes to, it collectively come to the impression that there is actually a world outside. And if there is a world outside, automatically the duality gets created with the I or the self. So automatically this belief is formed that, okay, if there's a world, then I am part of the world, I'm the one who's seeing the world, and so on. Because another tricking part of the mind is, whilst it internally creates and constructs certain aspects, certain matters, the mind's creation is then actually projected outside. So there has been a lot of deception, if there would be a lot of deception, if the understanding is not there. These are actually just perceptions. So if we take an example, the baby in the cot doesn't really know about any of these sensations, any of these names, or the conventional names and labels that we have given to various objects, isn't it? For the baby, even if you keep your favorite some favorite object, it wouldn't know what it is. It keeps you something else also, something even like a little ball in the cot, even the baby wouldn't know what it is. Baby would definitely touch it, see it, smell it, and so on. It can even hold on to it, can put it in the mouth or try to lick it. It can do all these things. But it has no sense whatsoever that the ball is the ball, the light is the light, the teacher is the teacher, and so on. It might have a vague memory later on as to what that was about, but nothing beyond that. So it is at that stage where the teachers like shows an image to the child and then names that as the banana, shows another image to the child, and then teaches that that is an apple. So this is the way the child gradually starts learning name various objects and things which are part of this world. So gradually, with each word that is being learned, each object that is being learned, being taught to the child, and the child associates the sounds with an object being shown, with something being given to touch, something being given to be heard also. And in these manners, there is a world that starts gradually getting created. So when this world starts getting created around, the person or the doer automatically believes that that world is existing. And that actually is true, because one actually gets the feel that we go past the supermarket, one gets the feeling that it exists. So that feeling, that perception is also there. And there is also feeling that is there underlying it as well. All this is coming from that speed of vibration. So with that, with the world getting formed, so it's one thing for object to object to be considered to be true, which is the misconceived view of society. But on the other hand, so that's how the thought process works. And and when the thought process works like that, this world is taken as if it is existing. And with that existent feel comes the alive feel, the wanting, the clinging, the desire to keep that world the way it is. So if we think about it practically, if you have things, if you have, you learn various objects, people, things, and then some of these things you have grown accustomed to them. Some of them have been perceived for ages and ages that they have become really important to you. What happens is the perception gets thicker and thicker as each time it is thought, it has the ability to draw past perceptions through telepathization. And if you think about a chair, for example, now, the chair that you had, say, your favorite chair or something during childhood will flash in a second, isn't it? So that itself says that that it is that so that is how the entire world starts getting manifested. So nobody knows or nobody understands if they don't have the true Dhamma that this is how the mind creation works. This is how the pictures work and so on. Otherwise, how the mind creation works. And with that, with the sense of being alive and sense of being there, the I self and self ego is born. But yeah, so the I self and the self ego is born. The clinging, the aversion, and all that is also still prevalent. And so the self view is the actual misconception here. If the self view is, if one actually realizes that the self view is just an extension of that vibratory power that first arose as just a vibration arising in the five sense faculties, and then those got combined to form another vibration which we call the thought. And the thought is in such and such a the thought is being, not, you can't say it is being managed, but that is the way the process works, the natural phenomena. So when these objects become true, only that this feeling that actually they exist and the urge to want it, urge to protect it, urge to keep it, urge to get rid of it, whether it is positive or negative, these all become very true. And who does it become true to? To this so-called person, a self. So that is the way this whole mind works. And that vibration feel is the key thing to be understood. That each time the thought is considered to be real, which is nothing but a perception, there is the reference to certain of these aspects. And then, so in that sense, one has to first be able to understand the mechanics of the mind. This is how the so-called self and self-view gets formed, basically out of nothing, basically out of that vibration that is happening at speed in the different sense faculties. If not for those sense faculties functioning the way they are, there wouldn't be such vibrations, and as a result, the experience would be devoid of a vibration or a sensation from maybe one or two sense faculties. But still, one might still be able to, as long as there is one sensor working even, be able to understand what is, be able to, no, even if one sensor is working, there is the ability to feel alive, because that sense of existence also remains. So if we take an example of the worm, for example, the worm has the touch sensation. So we feel the coldness, the heat, and the solidity. So to that extent, the worm feels alive by clinging on or burrowing down into the earth in search of the dampness, in search of the cold, because that is the thing that keeps the worm or feeling as if it is alive. So it is this feeling that it is alive. Where does that feeling come from? Now, when we talked about the vibration, the first vibration, and how that manifests in the different sense faculties, we said that the vibration is the result of two extreme forces coming together. So that by itself would give you the impression or the idea that it carries an underlying power, isn't it? It is that same power that when it gets manifested in 5 different ways in the 5 sense faculties, the feeling that light exists. Because of the speed of vibration, you don't get just one spark in the eye and then that's it. But it is a continuous series of sparks. And what happens when there's a continuous series of sparks? There is an illusion, a manifestation that happens that light or permanent light is there. So, in that sense only this world gets created. And that is how, with the speed of vibration, there is that feeling that arises that light is there. So when one says the feeling arose, a distinct feeling arose that light is there, the feeling has some kind of reaction, has some kind of sensation, isn't it? And it is that feel that is actually coming, it is the power behind the vibration that is actually being felt as light, being felt as sound. Because when one hears the sound of a doorbell, it's not as if it's complete silence, isn't it? There is a reverberation of sound. Say right through the house when the doorbell rings, sometimes the house reverberates. Because you can distinctly hear the sound as opposed to the peace and quiet. So one actually then feels the sound. So that feel is coming from that vibratory power. So you can imagine from that one vibration, the 5 perceptions occurred, the consciousnesses, the eye consciousness, the sound consciousness, the light consciousness, all would have this feeling, a distinct feeling that it exists. And the underlying power behind that. First, the combination happens. The combination of these 5 basic perceptions are then converted to form something. And then it is that whatever object that gets created again through the mind illusion, that is then mistakenly believed to be true. And so that is how the world gets formed, object by object, person by person, by this mistaken belief that they are there. And when it is there, it becomes very much part of this conventional world, isn't it? But the existent feel that this world is there and the worldly objects are there gives rise to what we call the existent feel gives rise to the alive feel, the feeling where one is alive. One very much feels as if one is alive. Say one goes out in the morning, one feels the warmth of the sun, the crispness of the air, um, the dewdrops is seen at the tips of the grass blades on the grass. The sun is peeping through the clouds. So, in different ways, there is a feeling that one is alive, that feeling that the morning is good. That kind of thing also occurs. So that feel actually gets generated by these various sensory perceptions being taken in from the senses, but it doesn't stop there. The combination of that would give rise to this notion, even as a general feeling, that it's a great morning, it's a beautiful morning, it's a nice, cold, crisp morning. Sun is shining when it's a little cold, but the sun is coming out. The birds are chirping, and so on. So these are all perceptions. And it is these perceptions that as we mentioned before, that is being learned in the Classroom learned through education, learned through the community or upbringing, that we collectively call whatever the book, name of the book, whatever that is the next thought. So if it is a chair, it is a combination of these 5 perceptions. If it is the teacher, it is another combination of these perceptions. So whatever that is relevant from the features would be relevant. So the thoughts are the things that then start gaining momentum. If we consider them to be real, if we consider that what is outside is required and it's needed, then, and this is out of pure delusion, then one has to actually understand that this is a natural phenomenon and it is nobody's doing. So this wrong self-view is the crux of the thing that has to be annihilated, because as long as that is there, there is no escape from the samsaric cycle. The reason that the Buddha shed so much of light on how this mind and the mechanism of the mind works is because he realized that that is the fundamental part of the Buddhist philosophy that needs to be understood. In order to become the stream enterer, there has to be a really good understanding of how this world occurs, how did the mind occur, and so on. So if the mind is fully understood, and particularly that our mind is a construct only, and it is an illusion only, you can still, for example, there was a mother who spoke on the Zoom talking about various aspects of the Dhamma, and then also saying that there was not much of understanding of the Dhamma, but there was also something being said about giving alms, giving to the temple and helping the mothers there and all that kind of thing. So definitely if someone is actually talking about these things voluntarily, without even being prompted, that gives the impression that that person has the self-view. Because if not for the self-view, if not for the so if not for the speed of vibration, none of these things would have been actually there. Nothing would get manifested, nothing would then get created. There wouldn't be time and room for anything else to happen except for this mind creation. So it is in this sense that when that mind process is well understood, what the Buddha said about how the senses actually create the world, and if one actually truly understands the senses, one can transcend the senses and then understand the mechanism of the mind, how this process works. Because it is the senses that then give rise to perceptions, and it is a magnification or excitation, whatever you call it, of these perceptions that is being considered as a lived experience, as living, which we touched on right at the beginning. If you consider that you have been living for so long, your lived experiences are basically all just perceptions, nothing else. And so if the perceptions are understood as perceptions, then so is there anything true in the perceptions? There isn't it? Just a combination of color and sound, taste and sound, or touch and sound, and so on. Most of these experiences, most of the perceptions won't be even perceptions. There won't be names and labels attached to it. If the sound wasn't there. sound is actually quite prominent, and actually from all the senses, form and sound are most prominent. Of course, the other senses also combine as and when depending on the object, but the first two are quite prominent. And from that also, in terms of naming, from the naming convention perspective, the sound is very, very important. Without the sound, how can you actually identify anything, identify the form, identify the other aspects of it? Because of sound only, these are identified. So now when we say tree and mountain, tree, mountain, paper, chair, laptop, and so on, what are those? They're actually just sound, isn't it? Now, earlier, the baby in the cot had no idea of any of these objects. It doesn't recognize any of these, whether it is in different colors, whether it is in one color. The baby doesn't understand. There is no notion of it. It only has some kind of sensation. If a baby is being carried, then the baby might feel the warmth of the person carrying. But there is no further notion, recognition, perception beyond that point. So it is later on when the learning happens that there is this reinforcement based on a sensation that is being given. Example, say some kind of something that is being given to be touched, say for example a rubber ball, then the baby would touch it, feel it, even lick it and so on, and then from that arises perceptions. And it is those perceptions that then get called up, if you can call it that, or get linked to a point, that gets linked to the point, for example, now. So if you think about a chair now, the fact that there was a perception at some point during childhood about a chair will telepathize immediately to this very moment. The concept of time itself is gone because of this telepathization. People always frequently talk about it as memory, whereas there's no such thing called actually memory. It is the old perception arising as a new perception because of the telepathization that happens that gives rise to this wrong notions. But so once that is fully realized, the self view is for a one moment the practitioner experiences the self view breaking. When self view is gone, the self view breaks at a particular crucial moment. The self view, the non-self vibration is felt, and the self view is diminished. Is not diminished. Sorry, it's eradicated. And after that, the practitioner would still have a sense of the self-perception. And to that end, there would continuously be the practice of the path in order to transcend the mind completely and come to the non-vibration. So when an object is actually experienced or seen or heard or thought or whatever it is, if there is no sense of sadness or anxiousness or stress or worry, that speaks volumes by itself, because everyone leads a very like a very busy lifestyle, and everybody gets caught up in this maelstrom of emotions because of stress factors that have been taken on almost voluntarily. It's involuntary, but it's almost voluntary because nobody takes the time to actually see how this world has come about, what is this lived experience that we call. Is that actually something within our control, beyond our control? When our noble teacher says, if the mind is yours, then how come you can't control the thoughts that are arising and ceasing? That by itself tells a big story, isn't it? But have we ever stopped to think about these things? No, we don't. And do we ever think that this body is not ours? No, we don't either. So these are the main two things that one could actually ask and kind of completely confound you, because it goes to the very depth of this truth that the Buddha imparted, that the body is also not you. These limbs and actual body parts and all that, if you even put it out separately, you'll still say, no, but the I is still there. Even if this body part and that body part is not me, I am there. So then where is the me? Where is the I? Is the I in the mind? No. So the I in the mind itself is a non-entity, because we know with the so the I also doesn't become a thing. So in all these ways, the feeling, the self view gets transcended, and the practitioner slowly encounters the inner awakening, the inner transformation from within. The defilements that arose prior, the clinging, the aversion, the ill will, the skeptical doubt, and so on, will start gradually decreasing. And the issues that one encounters, the stress, the worry, and the anxieties, are all nothing but emotions, because this external world is taken to be true, isn't it? If the external world is not true, and that has to be fully understood through the Dhamma by applying this Buddhist philosophy points that we discussed today, then one is able to actually realize that whatever that has been touched, seen, smelt, or felt, or heard has always been just a perception, an internal process that is going on, which has been, through the illusion of the mind, been externalized to give the wrong notion that there was an external world. But the Buddha clearly has pointed out that an external world cannot ever be experienced. So then what does that mean? That this whole thing is a mind creation? And if it is a mind creation, is that real? No, it's not. So the mind and the consciousness itself has been called, the perception has been called a mirage, and the mind has been called an illusion. All these names and terms have been called for this mechanism, for this process, to say that we are living in a world which is just completely an illusion. And that is why it is actually called Shunyatava, or nothingness. Because what is manifested is fine, it is still manifesting. As long as the sense faculties are there, it will continue to manifest. But is there anything in what is getting manifested? No, there isn't. So this is the fundamental truth. And the practitioner, continuously reflecting on these points, will find the ultimate non-vibration, because of the self-perception and the self-vibration being dissipated completely. It is a gradual process. As whilst the defilements fade from one side, the awakening arises from the other side, almost as a parallel step. And the progression of the awakening through the deeper and deeper realization of the Dhamma will then bring an end to that self-perception and the self-vibration, and then reach, that is the state of Buddhahood. The Buddhahood is not something that is there uniquely to the Buddha, to Lord Buddha. It is a term that is used to describe the reaching of the non-vibration, because that is where the Shunyatava is, that is where the non-vibration is, which is the cessation of self-vibration and self-perception. So that is the ultimate aim of the Buddhist philosophy and the teachings of the Buddha. And we invite you to, if you're interested to hear more of this, to continue to listen to other practitioners on this Zoom series, where they deal with different aspects of the Dhamma from different angles. which would help you further improve and improve your knowledge and understanding. And if you do have questions, we invite you to join the Zoom discussion to clarify anything of doubt as well. So thank you, Dharma friends, for listening, and let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa, Thirvan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, and Thirvan Sarnai Dharma friends.
unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranam. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with page 15. The same process happens in our minds. We assume that the outside world is real and create a complex set of emotions entirely within our mind consciousness. We generate raga, dvesha, and moha, attachment, ill will, and delusion. And these sparks ignite continuously in every moment. These sparks continue as long as we breathe. All of these are thoughts. There is no inside, ajata, or outside, bahinda. In fact, we could say there is only one end, the present moment where thoughts arise. But even this end is ultimately non-existent. A book does not exist outside of thought. It's merely a frequency of sound and a frequency of color that come together to form a thought wave or chitta. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. Color to the seeing sense, sound to the hearing, smell to the smell sense, taste to taste, temperature to touch, and thoughts to mind consciousness. What we perceive is a combination of these sensory inputs. So yesterday we talked about how name and form union occurs, or how mind-made objects come into existence as sound and
Therwan Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our noble Kalyanamitranan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aran Mahanse, Pada Namaskara Karami, Aran Mahanse Avsarai. As usual, this is Buddothpado PeoTV English program, Dhamma Talk. This is another opportunity provided by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for the seekers of true Dhamma around the world. So this is really an opportunity for the real seekers of true Dhamma, where you can listen to this true Dhamma 24 hours of the day. If you are a real seeker of true Dhamma, you can listen to this YouTube channel, operates daily, where Buddothpado Dhamma sermons are broadcast right throughout. So even from 3 to 5 in Sri Lankan time, you can listen to this Dhamma talk, Dhamma discussions actually. If you have any problems regarding this true Dhamma, straight away you can talk to and you can have this, you can discuss, you can get the solutions for your if you have any problem or trouble with this Dhamma. Sometimes straight away you can talk to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse if he is available at the moment. So this is definitely a golden opportunity for the seekers of true Dhamma. This true Dhamma disclosed to the whole world by Lord Buddha 2500 years ago to stop the suffering of the whole mankind actually. So more than 2500 years after passing away of the Lord Buddha, a rare and extraordinary timeless truth is once again awakened in this era, in our era, in this time, at present actually. So the path of Vidarshana, penetrative insight that pierces the veil of illusion, has brought the living Dhamma back into clear and radiant view. Through Dhamma Abhijñā, the expansive knowing that arises only when all senses of self dissolves. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is unveiling the unshakable truth of liberation, accessible in this very moment. Actually, this is a really unshakable truth of liberation, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago, really unshakable truth of liberation. Even you can assess this in this moment, very moment. The human birth is really very rare, a precious opportunity to awaken to the timeless truth and break free from the cycle of birth and suffering. As you all know, the Lord Buddha never encouraged the continuation of cycle of birth. That means the samsara, as we all know, samsara. So his only guidance was to lead beings realize the Nibbana, liberation of mind, the cessation of suffering within this very moment. So, as what Lord Buddha preached 2500 years ago, this very moment, this Buddothpado sermons gives you this the same thing, the very same thing. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is preaching in his very valuable sermons at this moment, where we are very fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. If we talk about the modern teaching of this modern teaching of this Dhamma, unlike many modern teachings that aims to soothe the surface, the Dhamma sermons of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse go straight to root of suffering and cessation of suffering. This is what we have to experience, because this is not like this modern teaching of the philosophy of Lord Buddha, which we missed actually. So we missed it, although we have searched this through Dhamma from the very beginning of our life. So we did not find it. As Aryan Vahanse says it very clearly, even he has searched this from his childhood, which he did not find. What Lord Buddha has preached, the philosophy of Buddhism. So there, in this modern world, that merits, demerits, totally depending on that. The whole Buddhist philosophy is totally depending on that. It is totally dependent on this alms giving, even Buddha pujas and all, different types of ceremonies and all. So buildings has to be built, uh, and also these kapru pujas, katina pinkam, katina ceremonies and all these things are included in this modern teaching of Buddha. So is this what Lord Buddha has preached? Even we had to by heart all these gathas and all. So we were like beggars in front of this board tree, and in these shrine rooms we were begging something, thinking that collecting, and also the things we had to collect the things, merits, and if not, we will not be able to go to the heaven. That was in our mind before listening to these Buddothpado sermons, totally depending on these merits and also these alms givings and pujas and all. So is that what Lord Buddha has preached? So our eyes were closed before listening to these Buddothpado sermons. Once we once we listened to these Buddothpado sermons, our eyes were opened actually. Is that what Lord Buddha has preached? So when we listen to these Buddothpado sermons, straight away going straight away to the root of suffering and the cessation of suffering, which we did not hear earlier. This actually makes the teaching specially accessible for modern seekers to explore and realize the Dhamma. So another path open because of these Buddha sermons. Whether we are a beginner, or if we say if we are going in this path of nirvana, or a seasoned Buddhist, or a curious truth seeker, the Buddothpado Dhamma discussions offer a living path. These sessions are designed not just for listening, but for direct realization. That is the most important thing. This is not to listen. Most probably, this goes with this realization actually. So, when we talk about when we talk about Dhamma discussions and Dhamma sermons and all, we were listening all these things. That is what we did earlier. We just listen and we forget it. This is not just for listening, but for direct realization. We did not realize earlier, we did not realize we were thinking that we were thinking some other pujas and we came back from the temple. So engaging in different pujas, thinking that going to the heaven and collecting merits, all these things were in our mind. But this is not, this is direct realization. This is just some kind of feeling. The invitation is to awaken here and now, in this very moment, through clear seeing of truth Dhamma and direct experience. So, direct experience in the sense, Haran Wanse has his own direct experience and he has done so many research. So, through that, he is giving his experience to this, to the whole society, to the whole mankind. Actually, we live in this world without knowing the reality of the world. We did not know the reality of the world before. So every moment, thought becomes real for us. Why is that? We did not know the creation of the world. Even we did not think about the thought before listening to these Buddothpado sermons. We didn't think about the mind even. We were thinking about, as I told you earlier, we were thinking about some other things. And also, when thinking about this mind and all, we were thinking about meditation. We thought something special in this meditation. So we thought that nirvana or path to nirvana is there in meditation. So we get used to these things. We thinking that we most of them have started even nowadays, even earlier, going for this meditation in search of suffering, in search of nirvana. Can we find it there? So when even the moment, even every moment, thought becomes real for us because we did not know the creation of the world. When the thoughts are arising and they become real, we are born there. I, the concept of I is born there. So we did not know that thoughts become real, then automatically we are born there. You are born there. We did not think even that. Isn't that so? Because actually we did not know the mechanism. The thoughts are not real. It is just a spark or vibration. So through this vibration always, it gives us the wrong idea of self-identity, which we never thought of. But it is a natural phenomenon and no ownership for this series of sparks. Anyway, this natural phenomena is not easy to understand at once. So we must be always thankful. We must worship this noble, the noble guidance of our Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, our noble teacher. He has clearly explained us the creation of our mind. Creation of our mind. It is a fundamental thing in this true Dhamma. Aryan Maharshi has nicely explained it to radiant mind. So where the Buddha's philosophy, the Satyajnana. So when you go to this, actually this is the foundation, this is the uh, main key, actually the main point of this Buddothpado sermons, because this is a creation of Buddothpado Aryan Maharshi. Actually, he himself has understood this, and he himself has searched for this, and he himself has this own experience, just like Gautama, Lord Buddha. So he has made this pratipada to be done in each and every Mitmala ashramas and everywhere. This is what is taught to everybody, where you can understand that about the Satyajnana, the philosophy of Lord Buddha. Then it goes to Krutyajnana and Krutajnana. Once you understand this Satyajnana, it automatically comes that Krutya and Krutajnana. The difficulty is to understand this Satyajnana, the Buddha's philosophy. So in this Buddothpado sermons, actually, it is very nicely explained through this radiant mind. So there are so many sermons, there are so many books written, so there are so many discussions about this radiant mind, where Aryan Maharshi is explaining very nicely about the white sheet, about the blank sheet, which is very pure. When we go back to our radiant mind, we can understand how our thoughts create and make our world. Thoughts are not real and minds are also not real. It is a complete illusion. This illusion leads us to the circle of birth. Realization of mind creation will help to eradicate the illusion of thoughts. So we have to have that realization. Gradually, the values that we assign to each thoughts and external world will diminish. So this is what happens at last. But it will not happen within 1-2 seconds. It happens according to our understanding. It all depends on understanding and efforts to see the truth. So you have to have that effort. If not, it will not happen. What we have to understand is that there is no existing world. All are an illusion. One day you can understand, no doubt, if you are a follower or if you are a regular follower of Buddothpado sermons, but it takes time. The most important factor is it is the practical path, and you can experience it in your day-to-day life. So through these Zoom discussions, most probably nowadays directly, you can talk to Buddothpado and say if you are a seasoned one, that means if you have practiced, if you have done, if you have listened to this to Dhamma such a long period, or if you have not understood this Dhamma, if you think that the world is real, you are still living in this mundane world. So in that case, You can talk directly to Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse, and where you have stuck, he will pointing out directly where you are stuck actually. The problem is that if you are a listener of 2-3 years or more than that, there should be something wrong within you. So he is pointing out directly. So these days, the Zoom discussions are directly going on this, especially this Andolanatmaka Deshana. So has the world become true to you? So this is the most important point. If not, there should be something wrong with your thoughts. So you have not realized this truth, Dhamma. If you have realized this, you will stop your burning. You will stop your suffering. The value that you give to the thought will become zero. If not, still you are living in this mundane world. That is what Buddothpado says. There is no other teacher that explains this pure truth. So we are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma through these Buddothpado sermons. To understand this true Dhamma, you have to have a good knowledge about this, the philosophy of Lord Buddha. As I told you earlier about this Satyajnana. If not, still you are suffering, still you are burning, still the world has become true to you. Until you realize that you will not keep the full stop to this suffering. So you have to have that, as I told you earlier, the effort and also the understanding. It is not that easy. The problem may be we are stuck in last few decades, actually, last few years before finding out these Buddothpado sermons. Early days, we used to think that Nibbana is something actually, which we have to go and find. That is what we thought. We were thinking that this is something and we have to go and find it. So that is why we went in search of this Dhamma. Endless journey, actually. We went from temple to temple. Sometimes we went around the world in search of this Dhamma. Listening to various types of sermons. We had different monks, nuns. How many books we have read? How many meditation retreats we have wasted time. Sometimes 10-day retreats, 5-day, 2-day, like that, likewise, doing concentration, meditation, and so on. How many pujas, kapru pujas, alms givings, and all to collect for the greedy of these merits. And we were scared of these demerits, thinking that hell. How many pujas we have done, with the self of I did it, myself. So how many pujas we have done? Just a waste, actually waste of time. So with that illusion, I, my, mine, with that ego, actually, we had that ego. We were proud of that. I did this. When considering about this Katina pujas and all, we wanted to do better than what they did. So now we do not want to talk about these things, actually, that is past. Anyway, we had the same time, actually, within us. We had the feeling that this is not what we are searching for. A little bit of feeling we had, actually. That is why once we met these Buddothpado sermons, we instantly knew this is what we were searching for all these years. Isn't that so? The very first day we listened to these Buddothpado sermons, we felt it. Instead of doing all these things, by stopping all these things, we started to listen to this Dhamma because we thought that we had that feeling. This is what we were searching for. So after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we came to know that Nibbano, liberation of mind, path to freedom, cannot gain by knowledge. It's something that you have to gain within. It is a relation with our mind, something, the realization beyond thoughts. To gain this wisdom, first we have to understand how the mind is created. So again, to understand how the mind is created, we have to go back to the radiant mind of a newborn baby, as I told you earlier. The story begins with the radiant mind of a newborn baby. A newborn baby comes to this world with a pure and unchanged mind. He is free from perception of self. There is no duality. That baby does not know his parents, siblings, or his surroundings. He knows nothing. But we have that world: father, mother, sister, brother, sun, moon, stars. We have all these. But this radiant mind, the small child, that baby in the cot, if we say, has the sensation of light, sound, and feel. That's all. If we give a toy to him or herself, they don't know what it is. It's just something for them. It is a ball for them. It is a merry-go-round for us. For us, that is our baby. But for that baby, he or she doesn't know anything. he or she does not understand anything. That means no father, no brother, no sister, no siblings, no toys. But once he grows up, he is introduced to the world by giving a name and a sound. For example, showing the mother and giving the sound mother. This is done repeatedly until the baby grasps it. So when the baby goes to this Montessori, this is clearly explained by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse in these practical sessions, although in Zoom sessions, and this is very common to these Buddothpado disciples. The baby, when the baby goes to the Montessori, the teacher teaches everything to the baby. The objects are introduced. The child's world is built in there with the concepts, language, the me or self is created, and the duality is created there. The child starts learning. So the power is given. There is I here. All our perceptions, concepts with time. These perceptions gains power and gives the feeling that there is an existing external world. And we believe this illusionary world due to ignorance. The child starts there. As we do now, the ignorance. Due to ignorance, the child or even we tend to think that an external world exists, and with that creates defilements towards objects. It's creating. What happened to this radiant mind? We can clearly see. Even we had this radiant mind. Now what has happened to this radiant mind? It is covered with defilements. So as long as the defilements creates, no one can achieve Nibbana. So what happened to that radiant mind? It starts to pollute, getting polluted. So this is the starting point of this two Dhamma, where if you are looking, seeking, even as a beginner, so we are fortunate to hear this two Dhamma, because this Dhamma says, this true Dhamma in Buddothpado sermon says very clearly, don't go searching for Nibbana everywhere, because it is always within you. Such a nice saying, what beautiful Dhamma Buddothpado has given to the whole world, whole mankind. If not, just like that bird, actually that burning sensation, we we search this true Dhamma outside, not knowing that it is inside us. Although we have listened to so many sermons done by Lord Buddha, Patachara, story of Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Pujjuttara, Dhammadinna, all these stories we have listened, even Angulimala, Sunita Sopaka. We have listened to these sermons so many times. We have written answers for these questions at school. In Dhamma school, we have learned everything about all these people. But did we consider these things thoroughly? No, we never. And nobody stressed saying these things. So that is why uh, we lost this Dhamma actually. So when we listen to this Dhamma, Buddothpado sermons, Aranmasi stressed it, pointed out very, very, very sharp way, pointed out. Did Lord Buddha said Kisa Gautami to do alms giving? Only he pointed out that to this moment, awakening to this moment only, even to Angulimala, only a small thing to be realized this Dhamma was given. So our eyes were open after listening to these sermons. Did Lord Buddha ask these people to wear robes? No, it is also not the point. So pointless of that even. So Buddothpado sermons gives us very clearly what to do and what not to do. So this is true Dhamma. So however, now we can hear this true Dhamma, that which says try not to find this true Dhamma from outside, from this mundane world. So it is always within you. If you understand what I said now, what Lord Buddha has quoted, what Lord Buddha has said 2500 years ago, you will find the answer within. When one listens to true Dhamma with the correct vision and wisdom, you will be able to see through the illusion. Also, you will find it as a direct experience. When you contemplate deeply and understand deeply, you will realize how the light and sound is created due to vibrations and how the telepathy system creates. You will also realize that this is all a natural phenomenon. The mind creation is a nature process. As the wisdom transcends the ignorance, the vibrations loses its power to telepathize and the illusionary self begins to dissolve slowly but steadily. And you are in the path of liberation from mind. So that is what we have to understand, the liberation from mind. So no need of going around seeking for Nibbana elsewhere because it is always within you. Actually, if you do not feel any burning within for anything, That's where you find Nibbana. So ultimately, you will find that internal transformation within you, which is the liberation from mind. No doubt these Buddothpado sermons will guide you to find this inner peace, inner tranquility. Actually, the burning sensation will stop, will be stopped. The suffering, your whole suffering, the whole suffering will be ceased. And also the mundane world, which everybody is living with, will not be true to you. It is not true to you. It will not be a true. So everything will be realized once you realize this true Dhamma. If you follow these Buddothpado sermons as a true follower, you will understand that first you will get it as knowledge, later you will understand that, and also with the effort you have, with the courage you have, you will feel it. This is some kind of a feeling where nobody can be written in a book. This is some kind of an experience, as our noble teacher always says. This is not to be written in a book, just like the taste of salt. So you have to feel it. Once you feel it, you will realize that you have that liberation. You have that liberation from your mind. You are awakened to this moment. The duality between inside and outside, within you and the mundane world, will be collapsed. You are free from everything. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. The same thing you will be able to listen to through these Buddothpado sermons, because you are fortunate, because you are born to listen to this true Dhamma. So be thankful to these Buddothpado sermons for being born and for being listening to this true Dhamma. So this is true actually. So this is actually unshakable truth. Nobody can shake this unshakable truth of liberation, which you can assess in this very moment. If you are strong enough, if you have that wisdom, you can understand this. You can assess this in this very moment, no doubt. It depends on the way you grasp it. So this is really unshakable truth of liberation. Because Buddothpado Aryan Vanse is unveiling the unshakable truth of liberation, accessible in this very moment. So have you started feeling of this true Dhamma? If not, start it from today itself. Because this is the path for all seekers of true Dhamma. There is no other path. You can begin your inner journey by listening to these Buddothpado sermons. It is given in Sinhala, in English language, as well as in Tamil. So for the whole seekers of the whole world, they are really fortunate, irrespective of your religion, caste, or your gender, or whatever it is. It is no matter. You can understand this. You can feel this if you have that effort. So you can liberate from the whole world. The liberation of all suffering, the liberation of your burning is there in Buddothpado sermons. So this is the only path to all your sufferings. This is the path for the whole seekers of true Dhamma. And also this is a rare opportunity, maybe one and only opportunity you get, because whether you are a beginner or a seasoned one, it doesn't matter. So whether you know whether you know Pali or Sanskrit, whether you have knowledge or not, it is also not a problem. So the thing is that you have to identify your own mind and get rid of that. So that your liberation is there. It is in this moment, not yesterday, tomorrow. So it is at this moment. If you try, you will find what is actual truth, no doubt. So these Buddothpado sermons, guided by Buddothpado Aranhanse with his own experience, will help you to break this cycle of samsara, no doubt. It will stop your birth, no doubt. So please listen to these sermons. They are really an opportunity. They are really valuable to one's life to eradicate this suffering, to eradicate this burning sensation. So, as time has come to the end, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk as I do it usually. So, may we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So may all beings be free from suffering. So let's stop our Dhamma talk right now. So at last also I would like to pay my respect to our noble Kalyanamitriyanan Mahanse, because he is the one who did all these things to eradicate our suffering, your suffering, and the suffering of all mankind. So I would like to pay my respect to our ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ පාද නමස්කාර කරමි. බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends.
Unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranam. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dharma.com. And today we are starting with page 15. The same process happens in our minds. We assume that the outside world is real and create a complex set of emotions entirely within our mind consciousness. We generate raga, dvesha, and moha, attachment, ill will, and delusion. And these sparks ignite continuously in every moment. These sparks continue as long as we breathe. All of these are thoughts. There is no inside, ajata, or outside, bahidha. In fact, we could say there is only one end, the present moment where thoughts arise. But even this end is ultimately non-existent. A book does not exist outside of thought. It's merely a frequency of sound and a frequency of color that come together to form a thought wave or chitta. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. Color to the seeing sense, sound to the hearing, smell to the smell sense, taste to taste, temperature touch, and thoughts to mind consciousness. What we perceive is a combination of these sensory inputs. So yesterday we talked about how name and form union occurs, or how mind-made objects come into existence as sound and color and sound get entangled. So this is the process of our minds, and um, because of this illusion, we assume that the outside world is real, and because of that ignorance, it creates a complex set of emotions, because the mind consciousness is created, and due to that, the way the system works, if there's something out there that feels like that's existing, that the system believes to be existing, of course then there's either attachment or ill will or delusion will be there. These are all due to the sparks we talked about, the continuous sparks. As long as we breathe, these sparks continue and they mature into thoughts. And in reality, there's no inside so-called external or internal world. It's just one field. But when mind comes alive, it creates this duality, because the function of the mind is always to name something, label something. So when something is labeled, let's say something is labeled as, an image is labeled as a table, that means table is there. So if there's a if the table is there, and with respect to it there's a self who's observing it, and also if there's a table is there, there's the other probability of table is not being there. So there's that duality is already created. But if you see that it's a creation of the mind that's being projected outside, that's a different scenario to saying that the table is there or table is not there. If there's one end, the other end automatically arises. And if this is seen as non-existent, as a function of the mind, as something that comes alive when the necessary conditions are met, that is seeing the truth. Nothing could exist outside of thought. If this truth is seen in the thoughts, in whatever we see, in whatever we hear, smell, taste, and touch, and then we are kind of stripped off of these thoughts, and we are down to the experience itself. And even in the experience, it's a manifestation of vibrations. What we see is the manifested form of vibrations, visible form of vibrations. What we hear is audible form of vibrations. If that truth too is seen, there's nothing. So slowly but surely, what we are awakening to is to nothingness. Nothingness in the sense, not in the context how it's popularly used, where the world is void of things, but the so-called external world is not in reality existent as we thought it was, but it's an effect that's visible when the necessary conditions are met. Merely a frequency, bunch of frequencies, bunch of vibrations, frequency of sound entangled with frequency of color predominantly to create that sense of something's out there with respect to its sense of self and the self-identifying view. when it's identified as a thing, then the chitta or the mind wave is created out of these frequencies. Nothing reaches our six senses except for the raw data. I'm sorry. R.N. Wahanse, Paticca Samuppanna refers to the coming together of all these senses. This is also known as dependent origination. The dependence on causes and conditions. Through this cycle, we assume that a thing exists. I have explained this in detail in my sermons. Now, let us address how to awaken to the moment. Also, R.N. Wahanse, you understand that the outside does not exist, neither does the inside, nor the concept of me. The thought of a book is just a thought. It cannot be found outside, nor can you find a book inside your mind consciousness. When you truly understand this, thoughts lose their value. They no longer deceive you. You stop accepting thoughts as real, and they cannot generate further thoughts. So this process of entanglement, also called as Paticca Samuppanna, being entangled, or when the necessary conditions are met, this effect comes alive. In other words, these senses coming together. However, the way it's explained, it's this dependent origination, because nothing can be existed on its own as an independent thing. Rather, they are dependent on certain causes and conditions. Due to ignorance, when this circle comes alive, we assume that something's out there and we are experiencing that. If we understand and realize this, we awaken to the moment. We no longer cling on to thoughts about the past and the future, and then they lose the power they have over a self or the system, and then slowly it's awakening to the moment. And with that understanding and realization, the inside and the outside, which is born in one thought. When a thought says, when you look at the so-called table, and when the label appears in the mind saying that's a table, automatically there's the table and the self who's seeing, who's experiencing that, underlying that thought. What is just so with that, the so-called external world and the internal world is created in that thought in that moment. However, when the truth is seen, the fact that there was an external world and an internal world cannot hold true. So that thought collapse of its value it had. It loses its value. It can no longer deceive you. And if you had any defilements with regard to that, this table was given to me by my grandfather, or whatever the emotional values that's been created, they could no longer be valuable. Therefore they cannot generate further thoughts also, because now the veil of illusion is kind of shattered. Like if there's no belief that this table is something of inherited value, how can further thoughts be generated based on it? That base is now shattered. As a result, a thought ceases to arise in that moment. The forming of an image with a sound no longer occurs. This is called Namarupa Uparujjana. You realize the truth. There is no outside, no self, no inside. You emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. You understand that the book you see is a thought and it does not exist. When we stop assigning value to a thought, it ceases to exist. There is no thing, no thought, only nothingness. From that moment onward, you stop giving value to experiences, knowing they're all illusions. So, table cannot be held true anymore. And these kind of thoughts, the thought itself loses value, and there's no, these kind of thoughts cannot arise anymore. Of course, the recognition will be there, but the internal burning that it was able to create once is no more. So this name and form union we talked about, an image with sound being entangled. Now they no longer hold value, means Nama Rupa Uparujjana, they are like now disassociated, yet one knows that it's a table or a chair, is able to recognize these objects, but the value that's been attributed by the system no longer can be true. And the truth is saying there's no outside, there's no inside, there's no self here. And that's how the illusion will be. You know, you will emerge from the illusion of mind consciousness. The so-called external world is the one that's slowly collapsing of its value. It says we stop assigning value to a thought, but it's not us doing it. It happened due to the system. When the baby was born and as he started speaking the language, the value being assigned to different mind objects differently, that happened due to the system, not a self did that. As we understand and realize Dhamma, what we realize is that there is no self. So it's not that a self assigned the value, but that's how the system was created in the first place. So that is what is losing the value. Even when we perform daily activities as usual, you would go through the day, go from one activity to another. Since this belief of the objects are no longer there, there's nothing to hold on to, nothing to cling on to. The performance of the activity will just go on without that additional burden of being entangled with this object, that object, and the other. Let's say you're cooking or whatever, there could be, you will spill something, you will cut your finger, or something will get burnt. But before realizing this, you would get entangled with all these steps and get upset or mad or get pissed off or whatever. But as this realization comes to place that the so-called external world is a creation of the mind, moment to moment, you will perform all that. But like, something will spill, it doesn't really matter. You will wipe it off and continue to the next step, and you will end up cutting the finger. Just wash it and put something and just go on to the next thing. So that is why that is what's meant by nothing becomes a thing. It doesn't become a thing with value. It just becomes merely an incident. So with this, we cultivate deep insight. This is we call it a avabodha jnana. It's a realization. It's that comes with insights. So slowly it's deepening our understanding and realization that the so-called world is not true. Sankipte nibbidaya. That means it's a dhamma that you realize. Rather the system realize. You can't, there's, when we use words, things like that will be said, but it's not somebody's doing. The belief in the thoughts is slowly diminished, and this transcends thought to attain pure moment of seeing the truth, awakening to the moment, letting go of all belief, name and form, and all these ideas, thoughts. And that what will happen is this mind consciousness cannot fall on to anything, cannot be projected anymore, non-projected, anidassana vijnana. In Pali we call it. So that's all I got for today, that portion of the discussion. Shani, Thiruvan Saranaya Mahansa. If any of you all have any questions or comments. Shani, you have any questions? Thiruvan Saranaya. Your mic is unmuted. Are you trying to say something? I can't hear. Jessim, you have any questions that or comments? Thiruvan Saranaya.
Thiruvan Saranaya.
Yeah.
Thiruvan Saranaya.
Yes, Thiruvan Saranaya.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Guide. Can you explain a little bit about the anidassana vijnana again, the non-projected these thoughts? How would it happen, occur?
Yeah, so thank you for asking that question. So non-projected consciousness or mind consciousness, it's the same thing as something not becoming a thing, meaning whatever when we understand this Dhamma, realize this Dhamma, not just understand intellectually, but also realize and see it within ourselves, that internal burning is slowly diminished. It's the same thing as internal burning is not there, because if there's no internal burning, it's already projected. There's the mind consciousness is projected. But when one sees the truth, how the internal burning goes away is the belief that one had that something exists out there is gone. Now that person sees it as an entanglement of vibrations or entanglement of name and form. So for an example, one would be upset about, let's say, things that the partner says or the husband or wife says. Every time this will be bothering this person. Now this person is on the path, and every time there's an internal burning due to something being said by the wife or the husband, this person sees that, that incident, contemplate on the incident, that There's no wife or husband as we thought they existed, but if at all they existed only as a mind creation. But let's say there was a fight in the morning, husband or wife, let's say husband, and whatever that scene, whatever the visible way was, a manifestation of vibrations, whatever the words that were uttered, that's also a manifestation of vibrations. This just the sounds. The meaning came because those words, let's say somebody, husband called you a loser or wife called you a loser, to get a simple example out of it. That word the meaning of that word has been assigned before, given to us before as a child or whatever the age. And there are like mental images associated with it. It's not a good word, it's undermining or devaluing or whatever it is. It's a disrespect or whatever the ideas. So now today when this word is heard, all that package that's associated with it comes alive, is being telepathized. So as this person got hurt after listening to this word, but this truth is contemplated, and maybe another fight later, again another fight, and that maybe a lesser amount of internal burning was experienced by this person. Similarly, the Dhamma is contemplated, that whatever he or she heard or saw was a manifestation of vibrations, or it's just created in the mind. However, it could differ from person to person. One will have to for a mother from farming mother who hasn't learned about science, she might not need that kind of contemplation. It will be a simpler contemplation as like there's no such thing like that, or there's no inherited value in this seeing or hearing or whatever. So with that contemplation, there will be one day all these fights will be there, but there won't be any internal burning. There won't be any emotional reaction to these words which were hurtful at some point in time. So in that moment, the mind consciousness is not projected, anidasana, because it's just hearing is just hearing, just like what Buddha said to Bahia. Seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing at that point. No internal burning, no reaction. Just, that's the... Did it make sense, Justin?
Yeah, it's very clear. Thank you very much.
Theraman Sarna. So I have a question for you. Now we've been talking about are you in the path? This is the discussion that's been happening in all these controversial discourses. If I were to ask the same question, what would your answer be?
Yeah. That is totally depend on you. So you have to investigate yourself first. So what you are doing is very important. So whatever we do, the thoughts are always flooded into your mind. You can't get rid of it. So it's a automatic process. So this process is going on. But what we have to test is be conscious about is whether we have burning or not, as you said earlier. Burning sensation. Do we have burning sensation to that particular consciousness? So if that is getting faded slowly, gradually, then we can understand that we are in the path. But at the same time, we have to keep listening to Dhamma, because sometimes we might get deceived by other misconceptions. So it is very important to listen to the true Dhamma. At the same time, you can lead the path, you can go forward, but see whether this whether always what we feel, what type of consciousness we experience, as a result of that consciousness we experience the soul, that there is a person. This existence feeling is always there. So the the nutrient of the existence, I mean existential nutrients are the hatred and aversion. So always we have to keep on uh, uh, experimenting whether uh, I have a aversion for something, or whether I have a passion for this thing. Did I get upset? Did I get shocked or depressed? Or
Your line is
am
a
I
little,
overwhelmed or overjoyed? So these are the experiment. Can you hear now? Hello?
yeah.
Right. So the thing is, without listening to true Dhamma, nobody can reach this path. So it is a gradual and um, very slow, but at the same time, it is effective if you follow the steps that Aryan say always instruct us to do. So there you don't find anything to do here. There's not a particular uh, object to achieve. There's nothing but listening to Dhamma and check whether you can detect, are you attached to something, or do you feel the hatred. So those two things are the main nutrients of the soul. So if that sensation is there, so you are not on the, you may go on the path, but you have to be very careful, because without doing manasikara, think of what we are doing, thinking of whether you are experiencing defilement or not. So that is very important. So are you there? Are you experiencing it? Or is it just an occurrence or incident? Is there a sensation? These are the most important questions for you to ask from yourself. So the nobody will experience, I mean, non-burning sensation at once. It won't happen overnight. But if you follow this slowly, there is nothing for you to do, but only to proceed. So if you are trying to do, preparing all the equipment, and if you are going to do something, it is very difficult to find this path. So listen to Dhamma and experiencing what you are doing. At the same time, see whether we are experiencing this defilement, especially aversion and hatred. So then, if you are not getting that uh, impact that much as earlier, now you can be little bit happy because you are on the path. But you can assume that I am on the path and I am okay now. That is a misconception again. Tarun Sarma.
Everyone survey, Justin. Yeah. So one thing I wanted to clarify was when we say sensation, we know seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touch, all that, even for an arahat, it's not going to go away. It's just an arahant would see that they are not real. They are just created in the moment as a manifestation. And when we talk about internal burning, that goes a little beyond the sensor level, and it's because there's a self and there's an assumption that this world exists. This person doesn't see these sensations for what it is. He or she sees them as objects that are existing out there. So that clarification, because I know you probably know this, otherwise it might confuse someone. Okay, let me reword the question. So the question is, you, Justin, are you in the path, and how do you see that? How do you recognize that within yourself? How do you?
Yeah, I'll I'll share my experience with you. That this is how it happens. At the age of 15, I started searching this to them.
15, 1 5.
Yeah, I'm a Catholic, and I was searching something must be there, something must be, reality must be there, truth must be there. So this is not creation. The creator must have the power to do everything, but everything won't happen. The happiness didn't come to our souls, our lives. So I kept on finding it and followed different monks, different type of teachers, and so failed. The here what I found is that how self is created, and how we can get rid of suffering. So these two questions suffered me a lot for a long time. So I kept listening to this for a long time. So I kept listening throughout the day. Sometimes, some days, I kept on listening to. I did nothing but listening to catch what this is. So this is my personal experience I am speaking. There I found the Aryan also always emphasizes there is nothing. You don't find a thin here. The thin is the most important word I found. When thin is created, it's always automatically created there. So soul and thin will come into existence because of the consciousness. So there I searched what this consciousness is. Then I found this dependent origination. Although I heard it earlier, but that puzzle was not solved. So this is how I followed the Dhamma. So there, now I thought, okay, now I have the point. Now this is the path, and this is how I find the Nibbana. So still, I try to find Nibbana. I want to find Nibbana. So I want to do something. So Aranansi always says, there is nothing to do. You proceed. Listen to True Dhamma and proceed. So I did it. Then ultimately, now what had happened? Now, at this moment, I have nothing to do. I have no idea to do. I am not interested in anything. At the same time, I have not a particular objects, the targets or future plans, any preparation for life or existence. That is how I feel. From the beginning, so very enthusiastic, energetic, and interested in doing a lot of things to make this life, this existence so powerful and attractive. So now those things are just like toys, no value at all. So that is how I feel, Harshi. Thank
Thank you for giving that answer, sharing your experience. Yeah, I mean, when we go on this path and realize this Dhamma, that weight is lifted off, and that worries and burnings are no longer there. But it's not that we don't make plans. We can, but even before that, before we stumbled upon this Dhamma, we would make plans, but there will be like so much of stress on executing those plans and being on time, and whatever is involved comes with it, that internal burning. But that is no longer there. You would still plan if you have to. You would still, nothing actually changes except for that burning, isn't it, Justin?
That's
Now your line is not clear. Now I couldn't hear what you said.
thing happened. No, burning feeling is sometimes. Can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Sometimes
yeah.
there
Now
are
I
little
can
bit
hear.
small clashes. Yeah, small clashes, but that is solved then and there. So the there I feel that this is nothing. There's nothing. This just an experience. This is an incident. That's all. That is how I feel. But sometimes it may the burning might exist for a couple of hours. Then it will fade away, and I won't remember it at all. Gradually diminishing. So no aim, just like cloud. It seems something is changing, some kind of metamorphosis, but I don't know what it is. But I strongly feel that I am on the path. That is how I feel, Archie.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Thank you. Yeah, as you go through the past, with all these insights, the realization deepens, and there's not even a self to look forward to some sort of fruition or whatever. That sense of self slowly diminishes. And yeah, thank you very much, Irwan Sarnai.
Teruwan Sarnai, Bernard, I think there's a path is trading the defilements. It's a field. No, Bernard?
Yeah. Defilements, only the hatred and aversion.
Yeah. It's the fading the defilements. It's the path.
Yeah.
It's a field. You know that.
Yeah, that's right.
You can, yourself, you can experience it. It's your,
Yes, definitely.
it's your side. Yeah, it's your side. So Buddha told this, Sandittika, Pratyaksha. No one can tell this otherwise. You know you are in the path or no. So that question is not coming after that. Path or no, because the defilements are fading. That one is the path. Otherwise,
that's right. That is the path.
Yeah, that's the path. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, good explanation. Otherwise, it's a practical side. No, it's practical. It's an experience. Yeah. So Dhamma is not the book. Dhamma is your side. Dhamma is your feel. Dhamma is your experience. Practical side. That's first is very important. No, Bernard is understands the truth. It's very important.
Truth, Dhamma. Understand truth.
Understand
Dhamma is very important because
it's very important. Yeah. After second one is coming, no, automatically it's coming.
We can't,
yeah.
That automatically come. Oh, social connection.
No, Bernard. Family is there, but no problem is anywhere.
At the same time, no problem. At the same time, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, no inside any
no strong feeling, strong wall. That's right. No vibration, it seems.
Yeah, inside. Not inside pain, no vibrations. That's why,
No.
That's why.
Little vacant, it seems.
The duty is there, no problem. It's okay. What's happened? What's going on? You know that it's no problem anywhere. It's okay. No any doubt. No any questions. No any problems. So keep going is everybody, your family or everybody. No, you are not overthinking or coming. So balance everything. No, mind is balance. Tranquility is there. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. It is.
Tranquility is there because no problem anywhere.
As you always say, just like feel like just like a tree. No stress.
Yeah. Finally, like a tree.
Yeah.
That's a peaceful mind. No, that's tranquility.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. What's you think about Harsh? Is good, no? Yeah.
Yeah, and answer
It's very
only
nice.
gets better and better and
Yeah.
better.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Shani is here. Shani, are you there? Shani have more questions. Sometimes listening. She's newcomer. No? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So have you any questions asking the Harshi? Sometimes you have questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually,
Harshi, you can help the Shani.
Yeah,
Shani
and
won't
answer.
Dhamma. Yeah. Shani, your questions ask the Harshi. I think it's better.
okay.
Yeah.
So, like when you are, so let's say there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma, and, like I have that my own experience. Like even before I listened to Dhamma, I was like sad for something, and when time goes gradually, I didn't feel that sadness, and it goes gradually. But like, can someone who listen to Dhamma misunderstand that as like like that's even that's happening to a normal person as well. So if someone listen to Dhamma, and they could misunderstand that also as like I'm I'm listening to Dhamma, that's why I'm not feeling sad. But someone who even doesn't listen to Dhamma also doesn't feel sad after a time. Did you get what I'm saying?
I'm not sure if I got the question right. So you've been listening to Dhamma, and there's like, now there's more calmness and tranquility. You're not that sad anymore. And there's a person who hasn't listened to Dhamma, but after some time, over something, that person also won't be sad anymore. Is that why is that?
Yeah, after like a certain time period, that person also like forget, or like the sadness keep like slowly gradually goes away. And can someone misunderstood that as like they have you know
Some sort of spiritual progress.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, understand that misunderstanding belongs to that person, but the thing is, if you compare a person who has listened to Dhamma and who hasn't listened to Dhamma, going through the same life situation, sad situation together, let's say, one gets out of it because that one sees the mind in the moment, and the other one doesn't. For that other one who doesn't, let's say after a few months, both of you will go through the same situation again, maybe a different situation together. That one who doesn't understand or sees the mind will go through the same heartache again, because he or she did not understand the fact that this world is not real. This world is created in the moment, as a process, as a natural process, as a manifestation of vibrations. So, this time he will be upset over he or she will be upset over a relationship. Next time it will be something else. Somehow he or she will get over it another thing will come his or her way, and they will continue to one after another, get into heartaches and get out of it, get into it, get out of it. Of course, people with time, they don't just harp on the same sadness and continue to live on it. They get out of it. That's
Yeah.
how we've been living life. But
Yeah.
the person who understands and realizes Dhamma, slowly the whole cycle is kind of reversed now. Now it's not accumulation of these events that gives you more suffering. Instead, that person begins to go against the flow, and what's happening is, whatever happens now, he or she sees the mind, realizes that it's not real, realizes that nothing to harp on anymore, there's nothing of inherited value there, and it only gets better and better. The defilements will get diminished and diminished and diminished, and there will be tranquility. In the shorter run, the other person might think, okay, what progress has this person made after listening to so much of Dhamma? I just got out of the heartache without any help of the Dhammas. But in the long run, there will be a clear difference, because that person still believes this world is true. And every time something happens, it's still, that belief of a so-called external world deepens and gets reinforced. Does it make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala is also here. She can give an answer to Dr. Sakuntala.
I pay my homage at Aryan Hansi's feet. Therwan Saranai, everybody. Yes, I think you explained it correctly. That is what I felt, because a person who has no understanding at all about Dhamma will do various things to suppress. If there is a sad feeling, he will use various tactics, various things to suppress that. Now, one method is concentration meditation. Then there are other various, maybe I would call non-religious methods, where these people are using in the form of counseling to suppress that feeling. So, as Harshi very correctly said, for that incident, there will be a temporary solution. And then when there is a similar or something different experience, which gives rise to sadness, anger, or maybe extreme happiness, whatever. I mean, all of them are kind of currents which erupt as a result of this sense function. So the person will use the tactics like that, and maybe there is some sort of temporary, and sometimes they will experience prolonged effect also. And sometimes the person might change his activities and the way that he responds to various situations, and try to modify the personality, but all of them are done while myself is existing. So I am trying to correct myself. I am trying to change myself to suit the situation. And I am trying to get along with those people to avoid such situations. So it's something like that. You have the solid person here on this side, and that solid person is facing various incidents in the existing world, and the person or the myself, I'm trying to get along with those things, and then have minimal clashes. But on the other hand, the person who has understood Dhamma, Darshana, he will, that person will realize when he goes to the root of it, he will find out that the causative agent at the root is the feeling of self-existence. So when you treat the root cause, there is nothing to sort of do as temporary measures. The person will understand there is no person here. This is only a system functioning, and there is continuous flow of thoughts, which are the results of the sensor functions, where there is no controlling person and there is no self here. So when the system understands that this is just simply something happening automatically, then there is no reason to specifically look at each and every situation. The system will realize that this is just ups and downs of this system, where the clinging or aversions or whatever the defilements are happening as a result, which is a kind of current. So each and every incident or each and every sensor perception is looked at in this angle, then there is understanding that there is no value which was given earlier. So the value will gradually diminish, and at the end, it's understood that there is just this system functioning. As long as the physical body is there, as long as the organs are functioning, there is sensor creation of light, hear, sound, smell, taste, and the feel of the skin. And it doesn't stop there. Instantly, along with that, as a spark, there is a thought or mind consciousness, and it doesn't stop there. It gives the feeling that it is existing, and it doesn't stop there. Also, the final result is that feeling of self. So when you realize this system, this sequence, as it was mentioned earlier, the value is the one which goes down. The current is becoming less and less powerful, less and less strong. So whatever incident happens, whatever the things that you face in the society will be kind of treated equally, with no uh, interest, or with no attraction or friction or anything like that. But the system will respond in such a way that there is no difference from outside. The others will not be able to recognize even, but there will be some qualities, of course. The attraction to many of the materialistic things will be less, much less, but still the person can, show that he is enjoying and he is joining the other people in the day-to-day activities. But still, the inner aspect or the inner feel is that very neutral and calm in every situation. That's all I would like to say. Harshi, anything else to add? There was
Dr. Sangaparana. No, I think it's kind of complete with your answer. Thank you very much. So, Shani, if I ask, how long have you been listening to the sermons?
It's around like 2 months.
2 months, okay. So you kind of notice some sort of a reduction in the defilements, right?
Yeah, but like not too much.
Not too much, yeah.
It,
So can I ask, what have you understood so far?
like in
just simply whatever you understood after listening to, like, what's the core of what you understood?
It's this whole process of how thoughts are created through our senses and how our mind is uh, like created from these thoughts, and we that mind also create this self that and that things are existing, and we people are like crying and like being happy or sad over those things.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. That makes sense. So I think you're still listening. You will have to, the whole how the mind is created in fully. I mean, we've been listening to it. You're still listening to it because as you go deeper, as it gets, we understand a few things in the first round of sermons, and if you do another round, you understand more, and whatever you understand right now is based on the little you understood. The next will get even deeper, and not just listen to it, but at the same time, we have to kind of inquire as to if that makes sense. Why, not just accept, but like really inquire. Is that the case? Is that so? How does it become that? How is it possible the vibration becomes the colors? Really inquire into it, do some research, and try to um, try to understand what's actually happening rather than accepting, and always question within yourself and try to see how your thoughts behave. Like, okay, there was some sort of a burning, internal burning. Where did it come from? Or, what kind of thoughts led to it? And then those thoughts, do they make sense? Like, when once you have a good standing on the understanding on intellectual dhamma or the satyajnana, then we already agree on it. So okay, if the thoughts are made up of inputs of sense basis, can there be anything of inherited value? To have that questioning and investigation within you is like really important, because otherwise it just becomes knowledge, just for you to few things for you to be aware of. So that way slowly that internal transformation happens, because some people are like, yeah, I understand that, yeah, it makes sense, but I'm still getting upset over these things. That means that investigation hasn't happened properly, and that knowledge hasn't become their own direct experience. So for that kind of conversion to happen, that investigation as to what is Aryan Maharshi saying, why is he saying this, like that. If not, it becomes like you memorize the multiplication table and do some sums. So 5 times 2 is 10, 10 times 2 is 20, and okay, now this is correct, that's all. But nothing really sinks in for the Dhamma to become, for you to become Dhamma eventually. That genuine investigation, like, what is this world? Why do these things happen? Why good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people? Those were like surface kind of level exploration with which we came to this Dhamma for. So it answers all of that, but that investigation has to be there. I think it kind of makes sense. Dr. Sakuntala probably has a nicer
Yes,
perspective.
Sakshi.
Yeah.
Yes, as you very correctly said, actually, the rust has to be cleared little by little, isn't it? The rust which got collected, which became thick and thicker, needs to be scraped little by little. So uh, just continue listening to the Dhamma discussions, particularly if you have time to listen to the basic ones, the simpler ones, where very sort of simple explanations are given. I think that will be useful. So just continue, because all of a sudden you might sort of uh, throw a light and say, feel that, oh, this is what was explained in that previous deshana also. So like that, all of a sudden you feel that a light is just switched on, and then you can connect up some of the things which were mentioned in the previous discussions. So little by little, the things which were sort of looked very complex and then difficult to understand, little by little you will feel that becomes more simpler, and many things are connected to each other. And sometimes, not sometimes, very often, the same thing is being explained in different ways, different angles. So when you listen to more and more discussions, you can see the same thing from different aspects, and then it will become clearer and clearer. So other thing is, it's actually easier when you haven't listened to many other Dhamma discussions of different teachers, different monks. It's easy actually. Otherwise, when you have lots of preconceived facts from different speakers and from by reading books, etc., it becomes actually difficult, because when the pot is empty, it's easy to fill it with clean water. Whereas if the pot is half filled with some other sort of maybe contaminated water or whatever, uh, the effect of the clean water becomes less. When you fill the other half with the clean water, the effect is less. So like that, if you do not have a big ground knowledge from other facts, it's easier to grasp what is mentioned in Buddothpado Deshana. Mm, and also, if you have, what stream did you study in school?
For O levels, I did commerce.
O level, sorry?
A levels, I did commerce.
Right, right. So it's certain things actually that you learned as a subject sometimes is connected to these teachings. Uh, then also the newer theories like this quantum theory, etc., which you can sort of see in these websites, and I'm sure you are much more advanced in IT compared to people like us. So you will see more and more facts where the scientific facts are also meeting the Dhamma facts. And our Lord Buddha has preached these things in different words 2000, almost 2600 years ago. But now they are trying to prove some of those things now with their technology. But I must say that they haven't even reached one third of what Lord Buddha has found out those days. Only difference is that Lord Buddha has used the different terminology and maybe different examples. But when it comes to the present time, many of those things are being proved again and again. So, as Harshi said, I mean, it's a slow uh, travel. So you have to sort of move forward very slowly. And little by little, you will feel that things are becoming simpler, and then you can understand more and more facts. So that is where we all were at some stage. Uh, Anything else? I don't know. Anything else you want to ask? Okay, no, for the time being, I think maybe you can sort of, when you go through these discussions, when you are listening, you can jot down the facts that you want to clarify, and then we can discuss in this morning Zoom whatever you have to clarify.
Yes.
Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. So, yeah, like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, if you did a little bit of research on science, you must have, you see that it hasn't still been able to completely explain anything about this world. Like it's just falling apart and it's like so disintegrated in terms of how they do research and all that. So but you will see if you when you really understand this Dhamma here, that is achieved. Like Buddha has explained all the lengths, breadths, and depths of the world, the experience, the experience, the human experience, and everything in one place. So Aran Mahansa has used certain portions of science to explain it to a person who's more science savvy or whatever. So if you, I mean, you probably have like a good understanding of vibrations or inclination towards that. There are like nice videos out there on YouTube and stuff. Like one is called Virtual Barber, where if you wear your headsets, that it's giving like a haircut. But if you close your eyes and listen to it, it feels like somebody's moving around your head. And you can kind of get an understanding as to how vast this illusion can be. Like just by listening to some vibration that's coming through the eardrum of the ears. That is not exactly how it happens, but like for the ease of explaining, if I use those words, but it creates this illusion of far, near, all that too. So similarly, even the eyes, what we see, this space, closer, far, all that is part of the illusion. So there are many helpful YouTubes out there that you can refer um, to get a better understanding while you listen to Dhamma. And as Dr. Sakuntala correctly pointed out, just go on listening to, I think Darshana Samapattiya would be a good list on Buddothpado's main YouTube channel. Even though you don't understand those Pali words, just keep on listening. If you move to France, by association, you will learn some French, right? So something like that happens. And just go on listening, finish one time, listen again, continue to listen, and it will eventually become your own direct experience. So a little bit of, I guess, from our experience, what we did. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask here, as it also will help anybody else who's listening to these English Zoom discussions on YouTube. We have noticed there's quite a few who are listening to the English YouTube sermons as well. So, and it will help for us to navigate the discussion in different directions rather than us kind of explaining the basic aspect of, the wisdom of truth every day. When someone asks questions, it's properly directed the discussion. So just feel free, don't feel obliged or whatever, but it will help you to not be stuck in one place, because there are many pitfalls, as you already know, in this path where one can get stuck, because this mind illusion can play many tricks. It's like this deceitful entity that's capable of doing wonders. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what I had to add to that. Anything else, Dr. Sakuntala?
No, I think you have explained the relevant things, isn't it? Yeah, all I have to say is that the what is explained in Pali, the Chanda Chitta Virya Vimasa, that means Chanda means you should have the willingness to know these facts to start with, and then you have to make an effort, that is a virya, courage or effort to learn these things. You have to put some efforts into that. And then you have to analyze and do some research, that is vimasa. Chitta means you have to, you should have the understanding that there is no existing thing here. It is just a mechanism and it is all illusions. And you have to do more research on this path. So all four of these facts actually have the basis that there is no existing world. With that basis or with that foundation, you have all these four facts built on that as four pillars, and that is where you gain little by little this progress in the pathway. Yes.
Gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 13. These two, color and sound, together form what we call a chittaya. A chittaya is a thought. When a sound signal and a color signal combine, they create a chitta taranga or a mental wave. When we hear a sound, we recall the shape. When we see a shape, we recall the sound. This is what constitutes a thought. Aran Vahanse, if someone says pineapple, we remember the shape of the pineapple. That shape and sound together, is that not a thought? If we tell a foreigner the word annasi for pineapple, they would not understand. They would not know the shape either, because they were never taught that word as children. In our mind consciousness, trillions of sounds and shapes come together at incredible speed, igniting like sparks continuously. These sparks of thoughts rotate rapidly, giving the illusion that thoughts are real and external. So this we were talking about yesterday too. These two questions asked about the practitioner, about how to awaken to the moment and what this Ajatta Bahidda, or the external and the internal world is. So, and yesterday our discussion came to where thoughts are formed by the entanglement of sound and the image, so or the sound and the color. When they come together, a thought is created. It's predominantly color and sound. We call it a chitta too, it's the same thing. So as a child, when the child is introduced to the language, usually it's a sound given through the ear while they're pointed at something is being pointed at, and then the child recognizes that image or that color as the label given through the ear. So this entanglement of sound and color together creates the thought. Even now, after he grows up, when he or she hears that sound, that shape could be recalled. And if he or she sees the shape, and the sound could be recalled. This is the mechanism in which thoughts appear in our awareness. So for an example, when someone says pineapple, we can remember the color, the shape, and when we last had pineapple, a lot of thoughts that are entangled with that label or the sound pineapple. So that sound is attached to these images. And just by simply somebody saying pineapple, this thought could be brought alive. But if we tell a foreigner annasi, the word annasi, nothing will happen to him because he doesn't have that, he hasn't been introduced to this perception. And neither there would be any images attached to annasi in his awareness because they were never taught of this as children or at some prior time. But if we teach a foreigner the word in Sinhala for the pineapple is annasi, then after that moment onwards, he's able to, whenever we say annasi, the image will appear in his awareness. So similarly, in our consciousness, trillions of these kind of sounds and shapes are entangled and they come together at rapid speeds, like sparks, continuously. And that continuation of firing of these sparks at rapid speeds gives the illusion that thoughts are real and external, they exist, there's meaning behind it, there's value behind it. We constantly perceive brick walls, tables, and beds, but we never perceive the four elements themselves. All these are only thoughts, every spark that ignite and fades within the mind consciousness or chitta aropana creates the illusion that everything exists and is real. In truth, nothing exists outside these thoughts, their data and mental constructs introduced to us as children. These thoughts rotate so fast that they create the sense of self, sense of life. The continuous ignition and fading of sparks makes us believe that everything is alive. But does anything exist outside? What we perceive as outside is actually just the data ingrained in our minds from early childhood. For an example, if the world has a population of 800 billion, each person lives within their own world of thought, not in a shared external world. Even if we show someone the same external object, what they see is filtered through their own mind, not the object itself. So in our day-to-day lives, we constantly perceive different objects, such as brick walls, tables, and beds. Even though that's the case, we are not able to perceive the four great elements: the solidity, liquidity, the air, and the temperature. whatever it is, whatever we perceive as perceptions, they are only thoughts, and come they come as sparks, they arise and they disappear. And this speed creates illusion that these things, these so-called labels that we believe that exists outside, they exist and they're real. But in reality, nothing exists outside of these thoughts. They're all loads and loads of data and mental constructs that we were introduced to as children. Whatever we talk about, whatever we think is out there, mother, father, the relationships, the objects, the properties, the designation, anything and everything, all of them are mental objects created through the entanglement of color and sound. And not only that, they were introduced to us as children or at some prior time. That's why even today when we listen to these labels, that sound is capable of creating a thought in the mind that has the rest of the package in it. So when we were children, say if we were introduced to the book, the first time we were introduced to the book, the image, the label, the book, the smell of it, the texture of it, if there's a taste, all of that is kind of bundled, and they kind of became one package by that entanglement. So even today, when the name of it is uttered, when someone says a book, the whole package comes into existence in this moment. And in this manner, one thought after another is created, and they happen so fast, and it feels like there's a continuous self that gives rise to the sense of self. And this speed makes us believe that they exist, that they're alive. But except for as a mental construct, nothing exists on its own independently. Everything is dependent. Even when we say the label or the image or the color, smell, taste, all that too, again, if we kind of contemplate on how the image, the sound, the smell, taste, touch, they come alive. They are manifestations of vibrations. Certain, some vibrations could be seen, and there's a different range of vibrations that could be heard, smelled, tasted, touched. So whatever could be seen is detected through the eye. Whatever could be heard is detected through the ear, so on and so forth. So this whole experience is different manifestations of vibrations that's taking place at rapid speeds and creating this so-called world in the moment to moment. So it's not, because we have, as humans, the sense faculties have similarity in terms of the ranges of vibrations that could be detected. We share a similar experience, but the world that you live in right now is whatever the thought you have, whatever the attention is focusing on. So even though it may look like we're living in the same world, that is not the case. That seems that way because of the similarities of the sense faculties that the humans have, but the individual world, the individual experience is unique to whatever the vibrations are manifested and wherever the attention is landed on. And if there are 800 billion people in this world, there are 800 billion words in these experiences. Upasikawa, this Honorable Sir, Aranvahanse, even in dreams we experience our own thought world. The Buddha said that our thoughts create our world. Chitte niyati loke. We see only thoughts. When a sound and a color combine, they form a spark, making us believe that the external world is real. Mind consciousness or manovinyana then turns this spark into a thing, and we accept it as a book, a table, or any object. This continuous firing and fading of sparks renews our thoughts constantly. Dreams are a reflection of this perpetual renewal of thoughts. Upasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir, Aranvahanse, because of our six senses, we feel alive. We assume that everything we perceive truly exists. This sense of being alive creates the illusion of a self. We believe that we exist and that we experience sensations. We also believe the table and the bed in front of us truly exist. The book exists too, doesn't it? This is the feeling of self. It is an illusion. We are being tricked by our mind. Whatever we think exists does not truly exist. We live in a world of thoughts. This is why I say life is a world of thoughts. It is like watching a story on television. While we watch, our mind creates raga, attachment, dvesha, anger, and moha, delusion. Sometimes we like or dislike what we see, but in reality, there are no actors, no objects, no flowing rivers inside the television screen. It's only a screen, yet countless emotions arise purely in our mind. So now here, when we talk about thoughts, even in our dreams, the thoughts are, we experience thoughts to a certain extent. And Buddha said that the whole world that we experience, the world is created through thoughts, chittena niyati loko. So we always associate with the thought, whatever we think exists, it's because this thought is real, this entanglement of sound and color, the spark. It makes us believe that something is externally alive, externally real. And because of the mind consciousness, these sparks have become a thing for us. What we accept is, we accept the whole book. We don't see it for the image that is, or the sound that is, or the smell, or the touch, or whatever the constituents that it's made up of. We see the book, we see the table, or any other object that's being labeled. So this continuous arising and appearing and disappearing of sparks renews our thoughts constantly, one thought after another. First thought about a book, second thought about a wall, the next one about a flower. It keeps changing, but it's constant, non-stop. And dreams are also like that, kind of a reflection of this renewal of thoughts. Because this whole process happens because of the sense bases, sense faculties. And this speed makes us feel alive, as in it feels like that thing that is out there is really existing. And because of the speed, because of the continued speed, it feels like the self is here, that it's like the same existent field becomes the sense of self, like an extension of the existent field becomes a sense of self. And when the mind is created, there's this duality. But in the field that's experienced, there's no duality. It's one experience, one feel, one sense of existent, which is kind of extended to become the sense of self. And as long as we don't see that, we believe that whatever is in front of us is us truly exists. And the feeling of self, that there's a self. And that is why as long as one doesn't recognize that we live in a world of thoughts, everything is real. He lives in the illusion world of thought. It's like watching a film on a television. While we watch, let's say there's a fight or something on the TV, and we get so attached to the characters and the incidents, and automatically it creates anger in us, it creates sadness in us, the delusion, everything. We like certain things, we don't like certain things, we get mad at certain things, we get upset over certain things. But if we really kind of focus on this, there's no, even the so-called actors, the objects we see, the fights, the rivers, the forests, whatever we see in the movie, they do not exist for real. They're just bunch of colors varying at different speeds to create that motion. And there's nothing called colors even. If we call it a TV, there's nothing to call a TV too. So if we see this truth, we realize that what we were getting upset and sad and mad over was nothing that was existing, but an illusion. So that's all I got for that section of the discussion. Sarvai, I don't know, so would you like to say something or maybe ask a question so we can continue the discussion? Yeah, so I think until we get a different question, we can continue to explore the same question that we've been exploring for the past few days on controversial discourses on Dolanatmaka Deshana, which is how are you on the path? How do you recognize that you're on the path? Are you able to see your thoughts, and how do you recognize that you're on the path? So this is actually a very important question for how important it is. It's been given days and days of worth of discussion, and we saw during these discussions a lot of people presented their questions or comments, and because of that they were able to really get the feedback they needed, much needed, to see if there are any hiccups along the way, if there are certain areas where they lack understanding of the Dhamma, or if they're deceived by the self, because we know as we go through this journey, the mind consciousness is very tricky, very deceitful, and there are many pitfalls along the path, and you could get really be deceived by this mind consciousness. So without the help of the noble friend, it's really difficult for someone to see if someone is stuck somewhere. Sometimes one could be even stuck along the path for a long time, thinking that they're making progress. But turns out, no, that's not the case, that they're stuck and their whole journey is kind of blocked. So that is why the guidance of the noble friend is a must until one is fully realized. So even today there was this certain discussion. This person, she thought, for the past 4-5 days or whatever we've been talking about this topic, so she thought, I don't have any questions to ask, because what is there to ask? There's no point in words. Words don't mean anything. There's no meaning behind words. So if I were to ask a question, it wouldn't mean anything. And when she presented that she's been advised by Aryan Hansi before, Aryan Hansi has pointed out to her that too is a much stronger version of the self. And it didn't still seem like she were able to see what it was. So what's happening is, okay, eventually we realize that there's no meaning behind anything. Like we discussed even today, like the thoughts, they're created by the manifestations of vibration. So when we call something a mother or father or my child or my loved one, in our minds we feel that there's value. Mother is more valuable than the father or the next door neighbor, or there's like a ranking system in how the value has been attributed by the system to these different thoughts. But in essence, they are made up of the same material. We can't even say materials, but like in the context, if we use it like that, which is the materials are the vibrations. So there's no way that one could be attributed more value than the other, because they are made up of the same material. So when we see that, and even when we kind of zoom in on the vibrations, there are no thing called vibrations even. So when one understands that, of course they realize that there's no real use in, whatever we say becomes not true, because they do not mean what we think they mean, whatever the words we speak, or whatever the thoughts we have, or whatever the ways in which we think about the so-called world. But if the mind says, or rather if there's a thought that I shouldn't be asking questions because words don't mean anything, one has to understand, clearly see that it is the self. Because now there's another thought on top of all the understanding and realization one's supposed to have, that I shouldn't ask questions because they are meaningless. So that thought comes to a self. That thought itself is the self. So one has to it's a very kind of a subtle truth. One has to see these things. So there are many pitfalls like that. I see Dr. Ravi has joined. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Ravi.
Therwan Sarnai Hashi, Therwan Sarnai Aaron Master, Therwan Sarnai everyone. Yeah, as you said. So whatever we try to tell using words, they become a lie. It becomes a lie. So but what I think we should use the words to communicate this message. So it is only for sake of communicating this message we are using the word. But even in that words, we know the underlying fact is not true. So underlying, there is no kind of a truth there. So anyway, we are using words. So and otherwise we don't have any kind of mechanism to communicate this message even. So in that sense, so we can say we are utilizing this illusion to understand the illusion. So then what happens? We realize that we are living in an illusion. So that realization itself push towards the liberation. So it is so beautiful. We use the illusion to understand the illusion. This understanding will push us towards the true liberation from the illusion. So once you realize this fully, then you are not more in the illusion. So that means once you have understood, you don't need words. No, that doesn't mean like that. You can use the same words. You can speak. You can communicate. You can even spread this message to all the world using the words. But you know, these words are a part of that illusion. So that is the understanding that you have once you achieve the true liberation. So that is so beautiful. So likewise, if we are skillful enough to understand the reality of this present moment, that means that we are liberated from this thought as well. So that's why Lord Buddha said tatra tatra vipassati. So we have to see the truth. What is the truth? The unrealistic nature of the thought. So if we are well aware, so that doesn't mean that we peep into each and every thought and see whether it's true or not. No, that is not the thing. But initial phases, you will need that thing. But with the understanding, you know, even this present moment, that this thought has no value in it. So it is kind of a certain understanding. So we do not need to keep on memorizing it again and again and again, or keep on contemplating it again and again. So we understand with the understanding of the true Dhamma, we know that there is no truth here. Even within this discussion, actually, there is no kind of a real value here, because it is comes as a part of the illusion. This discussion is also a part of the illusion, but we know it very well. So that this is the understanding that we have. So our understanding won't make it real for us. So that is the state of uh, kind of the stillness that we have, because we don't have such a burden here, because we know this is not real, but we do it. It doesn't matter. So we don't fully fully involved in this, because we know this is not true. So that moment, in this very thought, if we are skillful enough to get liberated from that, that means you see the Nibbana in this very moment. So then what we have to do is, so, we have to be very skillful enough to see each and every thought. That doesn't mean that we intentionally go and look each and every thought. So that is very tiresome. You don't need that, because with the understanding we know everything we do is comes as a part of that same illusion. So that's all right. So don't be bothered that much. So just let everything go. Whatever the thought comes, you know it is a thought. There is no real value in it. Then you just let it go. This is not something that you intentionally letting go. It automatically happens. So that's how you can see the truth in each and every thought that comes each and every moment. So that means you see the Nibbana in every thought. So the thought does not become a burden for you. So that means you are so relaxed. You are free. You know mind is working. You can see how the behavior of the mind, your own mind very well. The behavior of your eye, behavior of your nose, behavior of your tongue, behavior of your own senses come perfectly than ever before, we'll say. Because you are not engaged with those thoughts. You are not tightly bound with that thoughts, because you know the nothingness of the thought, the valuelessness of the thought. So what you have to do, the renunciation will automatically occur, because you don't hold them tightly. You don't need to forcefully renunciate everything. So we do not need to do so, because seeing it as an illusion is very sufficient for this renunciation. That's why Lord Buddha said, giving alms to even Buddha, this renunciation, this seeing the truth in very moment is very greater, will add greater merits to you, rather than giving alms to a Lord Buddha, rather than giving alms to Arhat Theros. So seeing the truth in a thought is very valuable. So that involuntary push you towards the fully liberation from the mind. So you can say in singular discussion, Mrs. Sarvamali expressed it using a nice example. So she used the example of the fish. You should not keep the fish holding tight You should not keep the fish holding tight. So let fish to swim freely. That means you have to see your mind. So let the fish swim its own. So let the mind work on its own. But you should be aware. There should be kind of an awareness to and keep the mind watching. So this is the awareness that you will gain. It is the super awareness actually. It is not the intentional thing. The super awareness will remain static, keeps under keeps like a flashlight. It is lit always. So whatever things come to that area, you can clearly visualize. Likewise, this super awareness remains static. So you don't need to focus again and again towards that awareness. Do I have the awareness now? Do I have the awareness then? Did I have the awareness in that thought? Likewise, you don't need to memorize or need to try contemplate these things. So it will be there. This is the super awareness that you will gain through the understanding. So it will allow you to clearly see how your mind behaves. So mind behaves on its own. That's all right. That is the Chitta Niyame. That is the law. How the mind gets created. So that's all right. So you don't need to bother that much. So it won't give you kind of a burn to you because you know the mind, the behavior of the mind is like that. That's so no matter. So just let it go. That is the way how this renunciation happens automatically. It is not a thing that someone does. It has to be happen automatically because as long as you don't hold your thoughts, the renunciation will automatically happen. So I think that this is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give. It is not so what we used to do as the meritorious things as giving alms to the monks, clerics, and so on. So, but we give them physically. We think this food will keep that monk alive. So we give some certain value to that food we offer to that monks, those monks. We believe we know that the food with the ignorance we are thinking that food is real. These monks are real. I am the one who is offering alms to the monks. But Lord Buddha say is something very different from that. So you have to see this this entire scenario is an illusion. Entire thing is an illusion. So if you are live in that illusion, if you can live in that illusion without engaging into that, so how you can find out whether you have engaged or not? Through the feeling of the Teron Saranai. Dear listeners, once again, we have gathered in this way to listen another kind of profound sermon. Uh, so before I start today's explanation, I would like to, as usual, I'd like to pay my humble worship towards our noble friend Buddothpado and Vanse. So yesterday and day before yesterday, we were talking about how these thoughts give certain feel of existence. Lord Buddha said all the three realms are there in one single thought. In other words, sensual world, form world, and formless world. All these three worlds can be found in the thought, in this moment. So most of the Buddhists, they believe that yesterday we talked about these things, and most of the Buddhists today they believe that these kind of worlds are there, not on the surface of the earth, in certain planes above the uh, crust of this earth. So the Deva kind of realms are there above the uh, crust of the earth, and the lower realms like Preta or Asura, those things are there underground. So it is, these kind of thoughts are just thoughts. So no one can prove that these realms are really existing or not. Not. That's why most of the other people in other religions, they will look at this Dhamma in very negative kind of, very unrealistic kind of Dhamma. But we have missed the exact message that was delivered by Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha said, Lord Buddha talked about this moment. So in this moment, what you have, other than a thought, you can't find anything in this moment. So if Lord Buddha asks us to look at this very moment, other than seeing a thought, what we can do? Nothing. So this moment has been created with a thought. So Lord Buddha asks us to see or understand this moment. What Lord Buddha said is that this moment is only the moment that you live. Even that particular moment is not real. So we can't say this moment is not real. We can't take it as not real thing because we have been feeling that we are living. What Lord Buddha said is this moment is not real. You think that you are living, but it is not the absolute truth. So whatever the things that have been talked in Abhidharma, Tripitaka or whatsoever, Sutra Pitaka and whatsoever, if it is, if they are talking about Buddhism, it should talk about this moment. So, in other words, it should talk about this thought. So, so-called 31 realms, therefore, should be included in this particular moment. In other words, in this particular thought. So we get to know what, for the knowledge we know, there are 4 lower realms, states of deprivation. So they are Narakaya, animal realm, and Preta realm or Asura realm. Those who are considered as lower kind of realms. So there are 7 kind of happy realms. Human is the one realm that has some sort of happiness. And also there are 6 Deva kind of realms. So altogether it will be 7 realms. So 4 lower realms, 7 happy realms. Altogether there are 11 realms. These 11 realms represent the sensual world. The sensual world has 11 realms. So out of 11 realms, 4 realms are considered as states of deprivation. So it includes Narakaya, animal realm, Preta realm, and Asura realm. So out of 11, there are 7 states of happiness realms. So one is the human. First one is the human. The rest 6 belongs to Deva kind of realms. Deva, heavenly realms. So all these 11 realms collectively represent the sensual world. The next one is the form world. In Sinhala, it is known. In Pali, it is known as Rupaloka. First one is in Pali Kamaloka. Second one is form world, that is known as Rupaloka. The third one is formless world, that is known as Arupaloka in Pali. So in Rupaloka, there are 16 planes. So in that particular state, you will be achieving first dana, second dana, third dana, and fourth dana, and all these things. But I'm not very much familiar about these things. So what I know is in the form world, in Rupa world, there are 16 planes. So 16 plus 11. Now we have 27 out of 31. So there will be 4 left. So these 4 planes can be considered as formless world, Arupaloka. So there are certain Pali names, Akinchanyayatane, Nyasanna, Nyasansasine. I can't remember those things. There are 4 kinds of planes in Arupaloka, in the formless world. So altogether, there are 31 realms. So all these 31 realms can be found in one single thought, in this particular moment, in this very moment. So how can we figure them out? It's not difficult, because if you know how way that the thought is formed, so it is not very difficult for you to understand these 31 realms. Basically, three basic categories: sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world, as you all know, the world that you perceive as it is true. So we'll take the uh, usual example as the chair. So chair, so up to now, you have been you have been interacting with the chair as an really kind of existing object. So that is the sensual world, because you have assigned certain value for that chair. You know it is very useful, and it has certain kind of a feeling that it is really existing. So that brings about the realistic feeling as well as a value for that. So both these combining both of these will represent as the sensual world. So sensual world, whatever the object you interact with, whatever the human or whatever the living being that you interact with, you tend to take it as real. Unknowingly, involuntarily, the value would be there in the particular objects and the people or the whatever the relationships and all these things. So this is the sensual world. So we are able to see these things. It is not very difficult to understand these things in one particular thought. So I talked about the even in the sensual world there are certain categories. One is the deprived state. The other seven are happiness states. So in happiness states there are it includes human and 6 other deva or heavenly planes. So in that way, so how these things differ from the deprived state planes? So deprived planes has a lot of burning towards it, extreme greed, greed. All these things will be there, and also in contrast with the deva or heavenly plane, all the sensual feelings are there, the values are there, but the feelings are very lightweight. There is no such a hard kind of thoughts. The clinging will be minimal. Therefore, the attachment will be minimal, but at the attachment, the values will be there. So that's why those things are categorized into one group as sensual world. In the sensual world, the objects and relationships and living being are there, and it has an existing kind of feel. So that feeling is bringing about certain value for them. That is the sensual world. Kama bhumi, Kama loke. In Sinhala, Kama loke. In Pali, it is known as Kama bhumi. In English, it is not, it can be it can be named as sensual world. So in this sensual world, I'm telling it again, the thought become real. The real nature of the thought will bring about certain value for that particular thought. Therefore, the craving, clinging, aversion, moha, and all the things will be there in the sensual world. So we are still talking about one single thought. So how you can see the formless world in the form world in this particular thought? So when you understand, when you so it can be achieved in two ways. One is by achieving the dhyana states, by doing concentration, meditation, or whatsoever. First dhyana, second dhyana, third dhyana, and fourth dhyana. So in the state of fourth dhyana state, so you tend to feel there's something you can feel, but there won't be any kind of a value towards that. But you still tend to feel that something is there. So same kind of a state can be achieved through the understanding the truth, through the penetrative insight itself. So that is the way, that is the proper way that was directed by, that was revealed by Lord Buddha. Achieving the state through the penetrative insight is a must in order to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So even though you enter to certain dhyana states after doing concentration meditation, like things, you will be ended up in the state of fourth dhyana, but you still be there in the formless form world. Rupaloka will be there. So you will be getting trapped. There is no way of getting out of it. So same kind of a thing can be achieved from the penetrative insight as well. So once you able to understand the thought, the nothingness, the unrealistic nature of the thought will bring about certain kind of a feel. Exactly these objects that you interact with are not real. So there won't be a person to perceive that particular thing as well. So, but there it will remain some sort of feeling of something is there. Feeling, at least something is there. But you have achieved to that particular state through the penetrative insight, not from concentration meditation, because you know how the thoughts have been formed, and you know how to do this penetrative insight or the noble research, how to perform the noble research. But you still tend to feel that something is there. But you don't feel like assigning value for them. But the something is there, feeling will be remain at the state of second realm. That means Rupaloka. That means form world. So if you so still you are trying to see the thought, single thought. Still you are at the level of thought level. So once you go beyond that through the penetrative insight, so that can be achieved only through the penetrative insight, only improving your penetrative insight. You will be gone to the formless world. What is that formless world? The what do you call this? The something is they are feeling will also be vanished. But you, at the initial stages, you might be feeling that uh, some sort of a blissful nature. But in that particular state, even you tend to feel that you are still alive. You may be feeling that still the soul is there. But the formless world, the rest of the worldly perception would not be any longer become real for you. So it can't make certain kind of existent feel. It can't create any kind of an existence feel. But still, a feeling of the soul will there be with you. But when you improve yourself through this penetrative insight, what will happen? It also tends to dissolve. So it will be end up in the Nirsanna Nasanyatane. So you the feeling of the self will be completely dissolved afterwards. So these things are just these things are feelings. They cannot be explained or explained by thoughts. Some should have to experience it. Otherwise, explaining these things through words will not be an appropriate thing. This is the way how Buddothpado taught us to see all 31 realms in one single thought. So it very well matches with what Lord Buddha said actually. So thought in the sense this moment represents, a thought represents this moment. So in this particular moment, Buddothpado taught us how to develop our own penetrative insight by looking at the thought. So all the 31 realms are there in one single thought. So you don't want to just imagine certain planes which are situated above this earth crust or below this earth crust. So they are just thoughts. So what Lord Buddha said is, this moment is the moment that you only have, only live. So this moment has been made from a thought. So in this particular thought, you will be able to see all these 31 realms if you do, if you develop penetrative insight within you. So in that particular thought contains the sensual world, the form world, and the formless world. By giving an example, we can explain it nicely. So the most commonest example that we usually take is the chair. So chair has a real kind of a feeling. Chair gives a certain kind of a real feeling. Involuntary, it carries a value for it. So that is the sensual world. So if it is the attraction or the clinging is more severe or more aggressive, that would be the lower realms. If it is so light, so delicate, so smooth, so it will represent the heavenly realms. So, but all these things will be included, can be included in as the sensual world. So then what happens in the form world? So when you do the penetrative meditation, so then of course you tend to feel that you tend to understand or realize the nothingness of the worldly perception, or the valueless or the unrealistic nature of the worldly perceptions. So then what will happen? The value that had been previously there with the same particular chair, now it will begin to vanish. It vanishes away. The value will be vanished once you understood the unrealistic nature of the worldly perceptions. Then, but still, the chair, the perception of there will arrive as an existing thing. But the value is gone by now. So this is the form world. Form world. So you get yeah. So this can be achieved through the dhyana as well. After doing concentration meditation, this state can be achieved through the dhyana as well. But what Lord Buddha instructed us is to do the noble research and try to attain this state through the understanding. That is the only way how your ignorance fade away. So this is the second world. It is known as form world. Then if you do your novel research further, so it will carry more and more um, until more and more kind of feeling and or it will bring up certain internal transformation within you. So that will make you to feel the existence of these worldly perceptions would not be there as well. So these kind of feelings will come. So at that point we have been moved to the state of arupa loka, or the formless world. So we are still referring the same thought, the thought of the chair. The chair will be there, but you don't feel like it is kind of an existing thing. Now you have very well understood that it is not a real thing, but a perception only. Now you will be entering to the world of arupa, formless world. So then you start to do your novel research again and again. So what will happen? But still at that stage, you will be having a feeling of a soul kind of thing. It's still yourself has not been completely dissolved. So there will be a person who is feeling the nothingness of the worldly objects. Still, the soul will be there. But then when you move further, what will happen? This kind of feeling, the existence feeling, will start to fade away completely. It will be, so that is the state of Nibbana. So in order to achieve the state of Nibbana, you have to get rid of all the three realms: sensual world, form world, as well as the formless world. So most of the people think the formless will be the ending point. That is wrong. So you have to go beyond that level as well. But after attaining to the third level, the formless level, there won't be any kind of getting into this samsaric, any way of getting, there's no chance of getting back into this samsaric cycle again. But what Lord Buddha said, you have to move further to get away from that arupa loka as well. So that would be the end point. So all the things as I described now, you will be able to see in this particular moment, in one single thought, in your mind. So that will bring about the true liberation from mind. That means true liberation from the thought. So when you achieve that particular state, there won't be any kind of individuality or singularity or self identity in that particular state, because all these things were there in the upper levels. So you have now passed all the levels up to the end point. But thought now, but what you have, what you should develop, this capability of seeing through the thought in each and every thought that comes to you. That is a little bit challenging. In certain thoughts, we'll be stuck at the first level, even though you could see the ultimate state in one thought, but you will be again stuck in the first level in some thoughts. These thoughts are the thoughts that were felt hard into you, the upadana, the thoughts with much more upadana have been occurred into you, within you. Maybe your children, maybe your parents, maybe your job, maybe something, vehicle, house, properties. So in some thoughts you can just get them easily, get through them easily. But in certain thoughts, you will be stuck because they are giving a huge impact over you. They have been giving you a huge kind of impact over you. For these thoughts are certain. These thoughts are much more powerful than the other thoughts. So you can't straight away. You will be facing little bit difficulties to see the truth in these particular thoughts. Maybe as example, your children. So these thoughts, so this your children is another thoughts. So these thoughts are there, are making a huge impact on you. So you can't easily get rid of these thoughts because you have been assigning a bigger value throughout your life to these thoughts. So that's why they tend to keep coming again and again. So, but you have to have put certain effort to see the truth on these highly impactful thoughts. Maybe your wife, maybe your husband, it may be your parents. So you don't feel like they are just thoughts. As you recall their name, even once you recall their name, you have a certain kind of feeling of their existence. So you feel that they are really existing. You can't even think that these are just thoughts. They are just thoughts. That much they are doing. They have been making a big um, impact on you. These are the places you have to identify where yourself has been built in strongly. These are the places that you have to identify. What are the highly impactful thoughts that in my life? So these thoughts will become kamatahan for you. So you have to put some effort to see through these thoughts. So so this is the practical approach. So I'm explaining the practical way how you can achieve the state of Nibbana. From previous discussions, we got to know how the thought was built. So your children, after getting married, uh, your spouse will come to the world. From that day onwards, that particular thought kept coming again and again and again, empowering its energy by itself. So, but what has happened now? You don't just feel like it is a kind of another thought. That much it had brought a certain kind of an existing power. So if you remind even the name of him or her, it gives a certain feeling of their existence, his or her existence. So it is very difficult for you to see it as another thought. So, but anyhow, you have to be very skillful. So otherwise you will get stuck in these certain places. So you don't feel like you will feel like that you are not moving forward. After doing this noble research, while doing this noble research, after sometimes if you turn back and see, so what are the achievements that I have achieved? So you will be facing certain difficulties in certain thoughts, especially spouse, children, parents. So these are, as I told you, these are the thoughts that we fail to see them as thoughts. In other words, we fail to see, most often, we fail to see them as another illusion. But the rest of the things from the penetrative insight we got, we can easily see them. as illusion. But in certain thoughts, it, we find very hard to see them as illusions. In particular, um, if you think about your own kids, if you think about your own parents, if you think about your own wife or husband, maybe those kind of relationships we can't feel like it is another kind of illusion. So we have to be very skillful. For that makes us some kind of a stagnant feeling while moving forward in this path. So we might be feeling that we are not improving in this path, even though we know everything, even though we realize this entire thing as an illusion, but we still feel we are not progressing in this path. So these places would be the places that we get stuck. So in those particular, we have to be very skillful. Where the things have gone wrong, and where am I? Why am I not improving? So these things has to be reviewed by yourself. Then, if you are meet certain kind of difficulties, best thing to do is consulting a noble friend. So actually, if you go in front of a noble friend and if you try to express your experiences, he or she will definitely detect the the place where you have got stuck. So then, with the advice, with the guidance of the noble friend, it would be easy for you to get through these thoughts as well. So that's why Lord Buddha said, there are so many pitfalls in this path. So don't be reluctant to be open up in front of a noble friend. So you have to make your mind very open. So you have to be very honest to yourself. You have to be very truthful. So that will make noble friend to visualize yourself. It will facilitate him to see yourself, and he will find easily the places where you get stuck. So these things can be sorted out very easily with the advice that will be given by noble friend. So that's why Lord Buddha said to Ananda Thera, this doctrine solely depends on the noble friend. Who is this noble friend? Noble friend should be a person who is feeling or who have already attained the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So until there are, unless there are if you don't consult them, noble friends, in those places, you will be in trouble. So the confession should be there. You have to confess everything, everything. Maybe it will bring certain kind of a shy or shame or uh, mm, some bad marks to your dignity. All these things will happen. But if you really have an intention to go to the end, it should be done. You have to be honest to yourself first. You have to be, you have to see you have to uh, you have to realize yourself first. What kind of a person who am I? What are the defilements I am having? So in which places I have more attachments, in which places I have more engagements. So in which places I get um, more mm, clinging. I have in which what are the things uh, it makes me more greedy. So those things have to be look those places have to be identified. So so what I mean by these places, the thoughts. So your child is a thought, your spouse is a thought, your parent is a thought, your job is a thought. So all these thoughts you have to carefully examine and see what extent do I have, to what extent do I have clinging towards these thoughts, to what extent I am having certain kind of a greed towards these thoughts, so to what extent I am having ill will towards these thoughts. So you have to be very open hearted. Your mind, let your mind to explode. So you have to be very truthful to you first. So in certain points there may be certain points, even though you open up, you can't get through them. In that point, you have to have you should consult a noble friend. The noble friend, if you then you have to open up everything, open up your heart in front of this noble friend, and he will definitely understand your weak points. He will instruct to how to get rid of these things. So what I am telling today is the way how you move forward in this path. These are the these are totally related to the practical aspect of this Dhamma. So the discussion with a noble friend is very important here. You have to discuss, first you have to discuss and uh, figure out or understand what Dhamma says. What is all about? What is this all about? So what is this? So that brings you about the Satyajnana, the true understanding of the Dhamma. So then you have to know how to apply it to your day-to-day practices. So then you will tend to experience, you will start to experience this Dhamma from you. It comes within you. Let the Dhamma be awakened from you. That will bring up a certain kind of awareness that had never been there before. That awareness makes you to feel, makes you to see more defilements in you. So for these defilements, you can apply again the understanding about the Dhamma. Then again, what will happen? These defilements will start to fade. Again, the remnants of the defilements will arise, can be visualized. So you can visualize your defilements, but in certain instances, so the the previous examples I gave to you, the children, parents, spouse, in those thoughts you will get stuck because they are very highly impactful thoughts. You can't get through them easily. So in these instances, you have to identify that this will hinder my journey. These things will act as obstacles to my journey. So if you can't get through them, you have to consult a noble friend. This honesty should be there. You have to be honest for yourself. It is one of the most important qualities that you should develop within you. It will pave the path towards the ends. So I think I tried to explain the practical aspect of seeing this truth. It is a little bit difficult to explain in words, but it is happening along with the internal transformation. How much your internal transformation occurs, that much your super awareness will arise within you. It will be ended with a blissful feel. That feeling would be the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. Until then, good night. Take care. Triple Gem bless you all.
Pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Therwan Aryan Wahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We're truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Therwan Saranai. So we finished the discussion of the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened yesterday. And as instructed by Aryan Wahanse, today we are starting from the beginning with volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. So once again, this is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, volume 1. The subtitle of the book is Understanding the Illusion Called I. and it has 4 discussions, and today we are starting with the first discussion, that is on page 9. Again, we are back to the dialogue format between the meditators and RMC. So this is a dialogue between a practitioner and RMC. So this is a lady, Upasika. I am speaking from Gampura, RMC. May I speak with you, RMC? May I know your question? And Upasika, RMC, for the past 10 years, we've been practicing Sila and also listening to various sermons. About 3 months ago, I started listening to your sermons on the Metmalana Buddothpado YouTube channel. I have learned a great deal from them. I have listened to approximately 40 to 50 sermons, but I still have some questions I would like to resolve. I feel that you have truly realized the truth, Aramahansa. Aramahansa, please ask your questions. Vasika, I would like to know, the first question is, what is Muhurtatavadiya? Or what is, in other words, awakening to the moment? And her second question is, how do we observe Ajata Bahida, or inside and outside? How can one achieve enlightenment from this? Aryan Vahanse, you said you have